Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
King of Fighting. Part 1. 397 Chapter 1. First Step. It was a typical day for the quirkless teen known as Izuku Midoriya, running away from his bullies as fast as his legs could carry him.
He didn't understand why they always picked on him, only him. All he ever did was say that he wanted to be a hero in class.
Sure, they made fun of him for his dreams, that didn't mean they also had to beat him. It was even worse as Katsuki was the one picking on him. Katsuki and Izuku were once friends, but that all changed when they were age 4. Bakugo got a marvelous quirk while Izuku was left quirkless. Katsuki became powerful while Izuku became his punching bag, a Deku, as the mean teen would say, an insult to his name, meaning, the one who can't do anything.
After running for so long, Izuku found himself in an alleyway. His legs burned and he had lost his bearings during his attempted escape. His bullies appeared to have vanished, so that was good.
Or so he thought. Well Deku, I'll admit you're fast on your feet, but playtime's over, Katsuki said in a menacing voice. His other two allies had also caught up by now. They seemed out of breath but were still ready for a beatdown. Izuku backed against the wall, his body froze, too scared to defend himself. Katsuki grabbed Deku by the collar and shoved him against the wall.
So, little Deku still thinks he can be a hero huh? Bakugo said as volcanic explosions formed on his free hand. I take back what I said Cash. Izuku was interrupted by a punch to the face. I said never call me that. Bakugo spat at the green-haired freak. I'm sorry, Deku replied, tears forming in his eyes. Geez, Bakugo, do we really have to do this? One of his friends asked, a little confused as to why they had to bully this quirkless all the time. There's no fun in bullying someone like. Quit it, you extra, Bakugo yelled back. We have to teach Deku here a lesson. On cue, Bakugo sent his right knee flying into Deku's stomach. Izuku coughed as his body dropped to the floor with a thud. The group ganged up on him, striking him anywhere they could. Deku was unable to utilize any means to defend himself. He just laid there being kicked. They, unfortunately, had quirks that could cause some serious damage, whilst he possessed nothing. He was just a punching bag for the strong. Deku refused to be a mere punching bag his whole life. Deku wanted to be strong. All might levels of strong, but there was absolutely no possible way that he could. Without a quirk, the ground was where Deku belonged. It was useless to resist. Modern society deemed him useless for anything.
No matter what he did or how hard he desperately tried, a quirkless, useless, fragile person like him would always be society's punching bag. Why even bother at life at this point? Perhaps it'd be best if he just died. The only person who would care is his mother. There was his dad, but he's always overseas working, never there when his son dearly needed him. Then again, who would sincerely care for a pathetic, quirkless, unimportant person, even if they are your son?
Despite being spaced out for a bit, Deku's mind had been brought back to reality by a small explosion to the face. His body was now covered in bruises and ached. Bakugo was towering over him, making sure that he stayed down. Just give it up Deku. All you will ever be in life is a pebble and no matter. Excuse me. A figure interrupted Bakugo as he was talking down to Deku. The three bullies turned to face the voice that had interrupted Bakugo. He was tall, muscular and had dark black hair. The anonymous stranger also wore a casual jogging outfit. Listen, man, I don't know who you are but how about you run if you know what's good for you? Bakugo said in a confident tone. However, the unknown stranger did something that surprised all of them. He laughed. After what felt like forever, his hearty laugh ended. The man continued, it's common for the weak to think they are strong. The group of boys was shocked and confused at what the man said. Did this unknown extra call Bakugo weak? How is that even possible? Bakugo has an extraordinary quirk, not to mention his insane intellect. How could anyone call him weak? There was only one emotion that Bakugo was feeling right now. Pure, unfiltered, blood-boiling rage.
You piece of shit. I'll show you who's a weakling. Let's fight it out right now. Bakugo stopped standing over Deku and faced his new opponent, hands ready to throw fireballs. The man put both of his hands up saying, sorry kid I don't fight anymore. That sentence made Bakugo's anger turn from a burning fire, into a world-ending volcanic eruption. This fucker who doesn't fight claims that he was weak. The teen launched himself at the intruder. Using his quirk, Bakugo quickly closed the distance between them. Bakugo was about to throw a left punch but soon found his back against the hard concrete floor. He felt no attack of any kind hit him, so how did he fall on the ground? Getting up, Bakugo threw a right, only to fall face first on the ground.
What the hell is going on? Bakugo asked himself. This was the first time in his life that the blonde had no idea what was happening. I told you, you're weak, the man stated with calm composure. However, Bakugo wasn't the only one attacking. Behind him, the boy with sharp teeth attempted to launch a bite at him. His attempt failed when the man put 2 fingers on one of his teeth and yanked. The boy screamed in pain as blood poured from his mouth. The long finger boy watched in terror as his friends were beaten with little effort. You bastard, we'll call the cops on you, the kid threatened, trying his best to act brave.
Oh, and what will you tell them? The stranger asked, because, from the looks of it, it seems that you attacked both this boy and me first. Also, 2 of you tried to use your quirks on me, which is illegal, so, let me ask you again, how are the police going to respond to that?
Everyone stood in silent shock. In only a few minutes the man had utterly defeated them. Amazing, was all Midoriya could form. Why you? Drop it, Bakugo commanded. The 2 co-bullies turned their heads toward him as the blonde was getting back up. As much I hate this bastard, he's right, Bakugo said. He went back to his cronies before saying, you just got lucky you bastard. The man turned to the young teen, telling him, in a fight, there is no such thing as luck. Remember that sparky fist. Those words just made Bakugo grow further into a rage. To everyone's surprise, Katsuki simply replied with, fuck you, before walking away with his goons. The man turned to face Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, was still shocked by the fact that Kachan had been beaten. Hey kid, Izuku turned his head to face his savior. Are you alright? Izuku had a black eye and brushes all across his body. Luckily that was all, no broken bones. Ah, yes thank you, sir, Midoriya gratefully thanked as he bowed his head down. What's your name kid? Midoriya Izuku sir, he stuttered, still a little banged up from the beating. Well then Izuku, there's no need to thank me. The man was about to leave when Midoriya cried. Wait, I need to ask you something. The man turned back to face the kid. How were you able to do that? Midoriya asked. You have to be more specific. The man said. When Kachan tried to attack you, you placed your palm right against his chin. That was what caused him to slip right. Yeah, it was. The man was amazed by this boy. When he did that move, his hand had moved faster than the human eye could track, yet this boy saw it. That is correct. I reversed the speed at which the boy was going. Remember this kid, the faster someone goes, the more fragile they become, the man said. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Izuku took out a notebook and pen and started to write things down. One more thing, that kick you did to knock Kachan down. I saw you specifically aim at his foot, is there a reason why? Yes, there is. Footwork is very important in a battle. It controls your balance and if done well, can add power to your punches. Thank you, sir, I will take note of that, Izuku said, if that is true. Then that could apply to a hero like Maruko who uses her legs to attack. Or someone like Seal who often bounces around in a fight. The boy kept on mumbling on and on about what quirks could work best with different kinds of footwork and potential ways to counter said footwork. The man was impressed. He just said one sentence about footwork and the boy was written pages full of info. The man had a long experience in fighting, with many scars hiding in his clothing. Yet this kid had something he had never seen before, an unknown potential that was waiting to be released. I was wondering Midoriya, why were those kids picking on you? The man asked. The boy looked down on the ground, not wanting to answer that question. You're quirkless aren't you? The boy continued to look down on the ground. That makes sense, quirkless people are often treated like trash, the man said. He saw that the kid's spirits were already being lowered. It seemed like he had stepped on a mental landmine. The man hadn't seen many quirkless people in his lifetime. Well, there was one person he knew who once was quirkless, but he didn't like looking back on bad memories. Sir, can I ask you a question? Izuku asked. Sure, the man replied. Can someone as weak as I become as strong as you? Izuku asked. Desperation leaking through his eyes, along with tears. The man knew that his answer could have an impact on this boy's life. Honesty, the man said, I can't answer that question. Oh, Izuku said as he lowered his head, But you can, the man said. What? Midoriya asked in confusion, his words seemed contradictory. If you want to get on my level, then you have to work hard to get there. However, I don't mean just push-ups and sit-ups. I mean the work that would make hell sympathize with you. I'm talking about running when your legs are broken and bruised. Use a punching bag when your wrists and hands are broken. And when your hands are beyond damaged, use your teeth to pick up weights. That's what I mean. Midoriya was shocked by the man's words. That kind of training could kill someone, and he's expected to do that. Well, that's just my answer, the man said. He was about to leave when the boy asked him a question that would change his life forever. Please teach me, Izuku yelled out. The man turned around to face the boy. What did you just say? He asked. Can you please teach me? Izuku asked. The man had never expected to hear those words from the timid youngster. The man walked up to Izuku only for him to say one word. No, the man firmly stated. The world shattered for Izuku. What? He mumbled. I can't train you, the man said. Why not? Izuku asked. First of all, you're a good kid. If I put you through the hellish training I just described, then you would probably die in the process. Izuku wheezed a little at the mention of death. Secondly, if you did survive on some of the early training, you'd probably quit after the second week. Most sane people do. Finally, I'm not just going to help some random kid I just met. If you want me to train you, you're gonna have to prove to me that you can handle it. That was all the man had to say before he left the boy and continued on his jog. Izuku was baffled. How was he supposed to prove himself? He had no quirk or any remarkable talent to speak of. So how could he prove himself to that man? That man was strong enough to pull teeth out with 2 fingers. What feat could impress a man like that? He could do some training to get a six-pack. No, that would require regular training. Nothing like what the man said. He needed to do something extraordinary. Izuku was currently walking along a path that was new to him. Due to those bullies, he had lost his whereabouts and had to use street signs to navigate home. However, while walking along this new route, Izuku saw something weird. It was something that shouldn't be there. Something that shouldn't exist. But it gave Izuku a bright idea. This is perfect, he cried to himself. 5 months later. The man woke up later than most people. He had no job, so most of the time slept in late. It wasn't because he didn't want a job. In fact, no job wanted to hire him. The man didn't go to high school for personal reasons. He also didn't have a job besides that. However, there was no way any company would hire him knowing he did those things. So, despite his constant job interviews, he always received the same response. Rejected. To be honest, he didn't need a job. In fact, as long as he was the only one who had access to his bank account, then he should be perfectly fine financially for at least 20 years. But he didn't like to use that money. Especially because he earned it from his old job. He really didn't like his old job. It wasn't a good time in his life. After getting up from a long nap, the man did what he usually did. Find breakfast, usually fish. It was an odd trait that the man inherited from his sensei. Plus, with a pretty famous fishing spot nearby, it was pretty cost-efficient. Grabbing his only fishing rod and putting on some clothes, the man went out to hunt his food. It wasn't a long walk, mainly because he lived in the woods. The house that he currently lives in was once a dojo but was long abandoned. It was strange. In some ways that old dojo reminded him of his sensei's temple. However, there were way more differences than similarities. The man had finally reached his usual spot after about 10 minutes of walking. After placing some bait on the hook, the man cast his line out to the pond and sat down, waiting for the fish to come. On his arm, there was something strange attached. It was a pair of weights. Not just on the arms, but the legs as well. At first, they looked normal. However, each of them weighed about 1 ton each. Meaning that the man was currently holding 4 tons of force and was walking around like it was normal. To put it in perspective, that was the weight of a hot tub. After a few minutes, the man was finally able to catch a fish. It wasn't very big, but it was good enough for a light breakfast. He made a small fire. He didn't have an oven at home. The man silently ate his breakfast. Since he had no utensils either, he just ate it with his bare hands. When he was finished, the man went back home. After a failed job interview, he decided that a good old-fashioned jog would help clear his mind. Usually, he would just go around 3 cities, but today, he was going to jog the whole country of Japan. To most that would seem like an impossible task, but the man had seen and performed things most people wouldn't even believe in. Something like this was nothing. After running a few miles, the man encountered a surprisingly clean beach. This came off as a surprise, not because the beach was clean, but because it shouldn't be clean. He remembered a few months ago, there was heaps of garbage. Garbage that spread for miles. How in the world could such a mess be cleaned? The man slowly observed the beach. Besides a few pieces of trash, it was perfectly clean. The man did not remember any promotion for cleanup, so either a small group of people cleaned this up, or a single person. If it was the latter, who would do such a difficult task and why? Was it out of kindness or were they trying to prove something? After a whole minute of observation, the man found the culprit of the cleanup. It was the kid he saved 5 months ago. His name was Izuku Midoriya. The man wasn't very good with names. The man also didn't expect this boy to accomplish something like this. When he last saw the boy, he was a scrawny twig. But now the boy was way different. Midoriya had gained a 4-pack, most likely because of all this trash he was hauling. Midoriya was probably working out as well to get more muscle. Basically, this kid wasn't the same as he was 5 months ago. Midoriya was currently trying to move a truck that was stuck in the water. Despite his new strength, he couldn't move the vehicle a few inches. That was until the man picked up the truck and tossed it into the pile of garbage behind him. Midoriya at first was surprised by both the man being here and the fact that the man threw a massive truck so easily. "Sir, what are you doing here?" Midoriya asked. "I was out doing a jog," the man replied. "Why did you do this?" asked the man. "Well, remember when you said you'll only train me if I can prove myself," Midoriya said. The man was shocked. "You're telling me that you cleaned this whole beach, just to prove a point," the man said. Izuku just nodded. The man sat down on the sand and for some peculiar reason, started to laugh. He laughed like a madman. He laughed so much that it even creeped Midoriya out. Eventually, he stopped and stood back up. "Midoriya, do you have school tomorrow?" the man asked. "Yes, sir," Midoriya responded. "All right. Meet me by Jago Park after school then," the man said as he started to leave. "Why?" Midoriya asked. "Why? I thought you wanted me to teach you," the man asked with a cheeky grin. Midoriya's face grew from shock to a simple smile. "All right, sensei," Midoriya said. "I have a name you know," the man replied with a smile. "I'm sorry. But what is your name?" "It's Shinyu Senshi," the man said. "All right, Senshi sensei," Midoriya said, donning a proud look. "Just call me Senshi," the man said. Although Izuku didn't know it right now, this was the story of how he met the king of fighting. Also, I probably didn't mention this earlier, but this is the prologue for how the world's strongest hero, Deku, came to be. 397 Chapter 2. Learning boxing. Izuku arrived at Jaku Park right after he left school. Excitement coursing through his body. Today is the first day of training under his new sensei. The only other time he has ever felt this joyous was when the new All Might merchandise came out. However, his excitement ended rather suddenly when he found his sensei sleeping under a sakura tree. The only reason Midoriya recognized the mass as Senshi was because the man was built like a skyscraper. Then again, if you were as big as All Might, it would be pretty hard to not be the buffest person in an area. "Sensei, sensei," Midoriya repeatedly cried as he shook his new teacher violently. The man eventually woke up with a groan. All right, I'm awake." His eyes fluttered open. "And don't call me sensei. It's Senshi." "Well, Senshi and sensei are only one letter apart," Midoriya explained. "You're lucky you're right, otherwise I would have thrown this tree at you," Senshi complained. "What, why?" Midoriya fell on the ground. He panicked at the threat. "Forget it, I was only joking," Senshi said with another hearty laugh. This one was shorter than his previous minute-long laugh. "Well, before you get started, there are 2 things that need to be done. First, tell me, why do you so badly want me to train you?" Senshi asked. Midoriya replied with a determined look. "I want to go to UA, so I can be a hero just like All Might. Someone who makes people feel calm in danger with a smile on their face just like All Might." "Just like All Might, huh? He's reminding me more and more of you, Yagi." "Alright then, on to the second thing you need to know. If you want me to train you, you'll have to promise me one thing. You must only use it for self-defense." "Could you please explain what classifies as self-defense?" Midoriya asked. It was a term that could vary depending on person to person. "Alright. Say someone tries to attack you or someone personal to you, then you can defend yourself. However, you must never be the one who starts the fight. The moment you provoke you to fight you, then this whole thing is over." I will immediately stop training you, got it? Midoriya nodded, affirming, yeah, I got it. Good, now we shall begin the first lesson? Senshi hit the tree with his right hand, causing leaves to fall down. With a sudden movement from his left hand, Senshi quickly grabbed some leaves before they even hit the ground. He then asked Midoriya, what did I just do? Midoriya thought about what to say before. When the leaves fell, you extended your arm and pulled back after grabbing a leaf. Was I right? Yeah, that's it. That was called a jab, a boxing technique. Boxing, a martial art that only uses punching. The first ever recorded boxing match occurred in 1681 in Britain. It has since become a worldwide sport, has a spot in the Summer Olympics. I have a quick question. Why are you teaching me boxing first? Midoriya asked. Well, I believe that it would be best to start with boxing first. That is mainly because punches are used most often in a fight if done well. Boxing could even be strong enough to go against mixed martial artists who incorporate kicks. Wow, I never knew that, Midoriya said. Now, try to do what I just did, Senshi commanded. Midoriya tried to take the same position, however, instead of using his left he used his right. Wrong, Senshi shouted, are you right-handed or left-handed? Right, Midoriya stated, stretching out his right hand. Then use your left hand. Your dominant hand can generate more power, so use your left as a quick jab before we get to the next technique which uses your right. Alright, Midoriya replied, putting his left fist further out from his body than his right. The boy then attempted his first jab. Okay, a little slow, but it's your first time. Senshi paused for a minute, thinking, alright, I have an assignment for you, Senshi said. Try to get 10 leaves before they reach the ground by using the jab. You have 1 week. Midoriya was shocked. 1 week? Is that really the right amount of time? It seems pretty simple to me. Trust me. 1 week is me showing you a heap of generosity. Also, if you don't do it by then, you'll have to do 300 push-ups. 300? Midoriya exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Yep, so get to it, Midoriya, Senshi said as he began to take his leave. Wait a minute. Where are you going, sensei? Midoriya asked. Oh right, I forgot to say this, but I have to go somewhere today. I'll see you in a week. Make sure you keep practicing that jab. Will do, Midoriya said as he waved his teacher goodbye. Midoriya only had the tree to accompany him now. Alright. Let's do this. Midoriya kicked the tree, causing some leaves to fall. Midoriya instantly tried doing the jab again, but only got 2 leaves. Dang it, well it was my first try, again. Midoriya kicked the tree and continued to do the jab until nightfall. Come on, why can I only get 2 leaves? Izuku internally screamed at himself. Am I doing something wrong? It's getting really late and my mom is probably worried about me. Izuku picked up his bag and went home. After a quick train ride, Izuku found himself home. Mom, I'm home, he called out to the house. Izuku. Where were you? Do you know how late it is? His mother's words flowed quickly. Really quickly, so fast that she could probably beat Senshi in terms of speed when it comes to talking. I'm sorry Mom, I was training at Jakku Park, Izuku responded. Training? She exclaimed, kind of shocked. What kind of training were you doing there? Well, I'm trying to do this boxing move called the jab. Midoriya continued to tell his mother all that he learned today, however, Inko stopped listening. It was not because she did not care, it was because she saw something in his eyes she had not seen in years. Happiness. That all ended when he was 4. She tried her best as a mother to make him as happy as she could, but nothing worked. Inko didn't know what in the world happened to make him smile like that. The mother didn't really care, for now. She was just happy to see her son so animated once more. Okay Izuku, I'm going to make some katsudon, Inko said. Mom, you know I'm on a diet, Izuku replied. I'm sure once in a while isn't so bad, Inko replied, already nearly at the stove. No matter how hard Izuku tried, he could never win an argument with his mom, so eventually gave up and decided to eat the katsudon. After dinner, the teen rushed through his homework. Despite being a second year, Izuku was as smart as a high schooler. However, Izuku was only second place in his class in terms of grades. That title belonged to Katsuki. No matter how hard Izuku studied, it seemed almost pointless due to that other teen's natural talents. Anyway, after finishing his homework, Izuku returned to his practicing of the jab. Should I expand my arm more? No, that wouldn't work. Maybe I should go in shorter and faster? Would that work or would that be less effective? Guess we'll find out. 1 week later, Shinyu Senshi had just failed another job interview. This was most likely his 9th one in a row. He lost count after the 5th. How is it even possible to fail to get a job as a janitor? Maybe that was just his bad luck. It was probably because of how he looked. However, that was not his fault, that was just how his body matured. Then again, they probably thought he was some muscle over brains kind of person. Okay, there are a lot more people smarter than him, but he did have knowledge under his belt. No point looking back on the past, you should only look ahead. His sensei always told him that. Anyway, Shinyu Senshi snapped back to reality as he arrived at Jakku Park. There was a large duffel bag in his hands. Senshi had to go through hell and back to get this equipment. The large man hoped it was all worth it. However, that did not depend on him, that depended on Midoriya. If Izuku succeeded, then it would all be worth it. If not, then Senshi would have to go back to hell to return the items. Senshi hoped the latter wasn't the case. Speaking of which, Senshi had finally found Midoriya. Midoriya was sitting down by the tree, with a large pile of leaves around him. The tree he was beside by had only 8 leaves left. Damn, he did more training than I thought, Senshi said in his head. Well, I admit, you surprised me again, but let's see if that all pays off, Senshi says. He crouched down saying, since there aren't enough leaves left on the tree, let's do something different. Senshi picked up some leaves with his hand and held them high above his head. The moment I drop these leaves, you will catch 10 of them before they hit the ground. Got it? Senshi asked. Midoriya stood up. Yeah. I got this. Izuku took up his casual boxing stance, left hand in front of the right. So, he's improved his stance, that's good, Senshi said in his head. After a few seconds, Senshi dropped all the leaves in his hand. Midoriya's left hand shot out like a bullet. First jab, 2 leaves. Second jab, 4 leaves now. Third, 6 leaves now. Then came the 4th jab. Midoriya now had 8 leaves. However, the leaves were already reaching the floor. Suddenly, Midoriya pulled his right arm back and performed an uppercut. Midoriya now had 12 leaves. So, instead of a jab, you performed an uppercut to grab the remaining leaves off the ground, Senshi noted. Yeah, is that wrong? Izuku asked. No, I'm just surprised that you could do such a move this early, Senshi said. Well, that's good, now on to next step of your training, Senshi said as he kneeled down and opened the bag that he brought with him. I had to go through hell and back to get these items. Midoriya took a look inside and saw that it was full of boxing gear. Boxing gloves, mitts, and even a pair of boxing shoes all you could name were in the bag. Put these on, Senshi said as he handed Midoriya hand wraps. It had instructions on it, allowing Midoriya to put both of them on with ease. After wrapping his fists, Senshi gave Izuku some boxing gloves. Put these on as well, Senshi said. They were typical red boxing gloves, with the exception that they were 12 ounces. Despite that, Midoriya put them on with no hesitation. At the same time, Senshi was putting on some training mitts. Alright, just hit the hits using the jab or uppercut, Senshi said as he holds out his mitts near his chest. Midoriya took his boxing stance. Midoriya then uses a left jab, hitting one of the mitts, making a strange sound. Hey, that was a good punch. You can tell by the way it sounded. Keep on doing some more, Senshi said. Midoriya smiled by the man's compliment. Thank you, sensei, Midoriya replied as he continued to hit the mitts. I told you not to call me that, Senshi shot back, taking another blow to his left hand. I am sorry, though, you've never told me why I can't call you that, Midoriya said. Personal reasons. I'll tell you later. I also got a question for you as well, Midoriya. How old are you? Senshi said. My age? Well, I'm 13 and I'm a second year in middle school, Midoriya answered. So, you're a middle schooler, and yet you're this determined to be a hero? Senshi asked, placing his hand ready for an uppercut. Yep, being a hero has always been my dream, Izuku replied, throwing an uppercut to the mitt. A moment later, Senshi threw one of his mitts at Izuku's head. Ow! Izuku complained as he backed off. What was that for? He asked. You think a villain is going to stand around while you beat them? You need to be able to dodge, especially something as easy as that. A single punch could spell defeat if you're not careful, Senshi explained. I have to dodge and attack at the same time? Midoriya asked, slightly puzzled by the contradictory words that Senshi oh so likes. Correct, now, dodge, Senshi shouted. He attacked with his right hand this time, however, Izuku barely dodged the punch by about a hair's length. Faster, Senshi commanded. I'm going slow. But a villain won't hold back, they'll go full force against you. The teacher picked up the pace, holding his left mitt for Izuku to attack and occasionally tossing a punch with his right. Midoriya was closely observing him. He noticed that whenever his sensei attacked, he'd always put his arm back. Midoriya didn't know if it was intentional or not. However, he decided to use this fact to his advantage. When Senshi pulled back his left arm and swung, Midoriya seemed to phase through it and threw another punch himself. Izuku used a powerful right jab, aimed at the right mitt. The impact created a much louder sound compared to before. Hey, do you know what you just did? Senshi asked his pupil, ceasing the exercise for the time being. Senshi's words confused Midoriya. Oh, I did a jab, was Midoriya's response. No, rookie, you did much more than just a jab, Senshi said, you performed a counter. Counter, Midoriya mumbled in confusion. A counter is the act of striking as the opponent attacks. When that happens, your attack gains more strength. This is because you're using two major factors. One, the fact that the opponent is unguarded, and two, the opponent's momentum. When you counter, you are using the opponent's push against them, thus doubling the amount of power in your strike. It's a very powerful move that can only be used in a rare opportunity, but can quickly end a fight. Senshi explained. Wow, do you think I could master the counter? Midoriya asked. Yes, but doing so requires knowing exactly when to perform such a move, Senshi replied. However, it would be good for someone who doesn't have a lot of strength in their attacks. So, a hero like Crust who doesn't have a lot of physical strength could use the counter against someone stronger than him? Midoriya asked, finally starting to get a grasp on the move. Exactly, you're getting it, Senshi replied. Now let's switch on to something different. Senshi went to the duffel bag and took out a pen and a notebook. Let's see, I would say 100 push-ups a day, 3-mile running or jogging however you prefer, 150 jumping jacks, and finally 200 sit-ups. Do this every day from now on, Senshi jotted down. Also I have something to give to you. In the duffel bag, Senshi gave Midoriya a handful of DVDs. Each one was labeled something like Ali vs. Frazier, or Tyson vs. Holyfield. Those are some boxing matches that I recommend you watch. The ones with blue stripes are the ones I recommend you watch first. The red ones are after you watch the blue ones. Those are the more experienced matches. I want you to observe how they fight and take note of their techniques, Senshi advised. Are you sure that's the best choice? I only know 3 moves so far, Midoriya responded. Midoriya, when we first meet, you had a notebook filled with hero tactics and techniques, correct? Senshi asked. Well yes, but this is way different. No, it's not. Senshi responded with a small smile. Just by looking at me once you were able to know what I did and applied it to others. That is not something anyone could do. You have talent. Make sure you use it well. Midoriya was shocked at his teacher's words. No one had ever said anything positive about his notebooks or his note-taking skills. Everyone had made fun of his notebooks to the point where Izuku was embarrassed to show it off to anyone. However, Izuku did not feel that way now. Now, he was proud to have his hero journals. I will sensei, Midoriya said. I told you to stop calling me that, Senshi yelled. Night time. Alright, homework's done and I'm done with my workout, let's watch these videos, Midoriya was thinking as he put the DVDs in his computer. Oh, so he's using his footwork to distract his opponent, neat. Oh my god, he just got punched out of the ring. Come on Joe, beat him with everything you got. Come on Ippo, you can beat Sendo, how did Kid Eagle lose? Izuku, what are you doing? Inko asked. Izuku turned to his mother, who for some reason was wearing pajamas. I'm just watching some videos. Why, is something wrong? Izuku asked. Yes, it's 6 and you're not dressed yet, Inko replied. Alright, I'll go take a shower, Izuku said. In the morning, his mother added. Izuku's eyes seemed to explode. Oh no, I'm going to be late for school, later. Alright, classes, midterms are coming up so you better can someone please wake Midoriya up? A teacher asked his class. All the students laughed at the misfortune of the quirkless student. All except one blonde student. A bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Alright, remember what I just said, you all better study, the teacher said. Most of the students left with their friends as Midoriya started to wake from his nap. Hey Bakugo, are you going to the gym again? It's alright to rest every now and again, his long finger friend said. Fuck off, I'm going to work out, Bakugo yelled as he left the classroom. Man, he's been the same ever since we met that guy, the boy with sharp teeth, said. The two boys did not notice Izuku leaving the class. Jakku Park. Hey Midoriya, Yurla, what happened to you? Senshi asked. Midoriya's eyes were down and his face looked depressed. The tired face also reminded Senshi of someone he once fought a long time ago. Sorry sensei, I spent all night watching those boxing matches, Midoriya responded. You were supposed to watch one or two, not all of them, Senshi replied, mouth agape at the youngster's eagerness. Sorry, Midoriya said. Sit down at that bench, get some rest, Senshi said. Izuku sat down to let his eyes rest under the hot sun. After a few minutes of sleep, cold water rained down on the boy's head. Izuku felt a sudden cold rush hit him as he jumped up from his nap. Morning sleepyhead, how was your nap? Senshi sarcastically asked. Was that really necessary? Midoriya asked. Yes, it's very hot today, so hydration is important. In addition, I got another bottle of water just for you, just in case you get thirsty. I recommend that you wait before you drink it. Senshi threw Midoriya a cold bottle of water. Thank you, so what are we doing today? Midoriya asked. Running, speed is very important in a fight. So, we're going on a jog to improve your speed. Senshi said. After a few stretches, Midoriya and Senshi left the park and went out for a jog. 2 hours later. Senshi, you said we were going on a jog, panned asterisk, but we've already jogged 10 miles, Midoriya complained as he desperately tried to catch up to his teacher. We've got 2 more miles to do, so quit whining and hurry up, Senshi yelled. Izuku tried again to reach his teacher but stopped when he felt something weird in his stomach. Stopping by a nearby bush, Izuku vomited. When Senshi saw his student vomit into a bush, he stopped and threw Izuku another water bottle. Let's rest, for now, drink up, Senshi said. Izuku desperately grabbed the water bottle. Izuku took a sip before spitting into the bush. Izuku was sweating up a storm, and yet, his teacher was the opposite. Hey sensei, how are you doing that? Midoriya asked. Despite being one of the hottest days in the year, Senshi was barely sweating. It's a technique I learned in my teenage years. I can control my body temperature at will. So, no matter the weather, I'm at my best game, Senshi answered. That's amazing. How can you do that? Midoriya asked. I'll teach you later on. For now, let's continue, Senshi said as he began to jog again. Oh no, Midoriya mumbled. 2 weeks later. Midoriya was at Jakku Park again. He was practicing his jabs. His jabs had become much faster than before. Midoriya had also learned how to use the hook. In just a couple of weeks, Midoriya had grown stronger than before. Hey Midoriya, how are you doing? Senshi asked. I'm doing very well, Midoriya replied. Great, today is very special. You're going to have your first fight today, Senshi said with a bland look and holding 2 thumbs up. Fight? But I thought you said I shouldn't start fights with others, Izuku said. I'm glad you remember that, but no, this is different. It is just going to spar, not an actual fight. I believe this could be a good way to test your boxing skills, Senshi said. Oh alright, who am I fighting? Midoriya asked. Honestly, I forgot his name. I think it was either Kirishima or Ijiro. 397 Chapter 3. Izuku vs Kirishima. The first fight Okay everyone. Here it is. The first actual fight in this series. Because this my first time writing a fight, please let me know about anything I can improve. If you have issues, please let me know. Midoriya and Senshi had to take a train ride to reach their destination. If not for the constant looks from bystanders due to Senshi's size, it would have been a regular train ride. However, there was something else that was bothering Midoriya. Although he had been training for weeks now, Midoriya was very nervous. This would be the first time that he actually fought someone, not as those curb stomping he used to receive from Bakugo, an actual fight. One where Izuku could stand a real chance of winning in the end. Izuku was not used to this happening to him. There was something off about Midoriya and Senshi could clearly see it. You're nervous, aren't you? Senshi said. Well, this is the first time I'm actually fighting someone, Midoriya said. Don't worry about it, just keep calm and remember your training, Senshi said. Sensei, how was your first fight? Midoriya asked. Daiyu demonic spawn, a full-grown man with a knife said to a 4-year-old boy. Senshi shook off the terrible memory from long ago. It was tough but in the end I won, Senshi said. Amazing, do you have any advice for me? Midoriya asked. Keep calm, remember your training and observe your opponent. That's all I can really say, Senshi said. Well, do you know anything about my opponent? Midoriya asked. To be honest, not that much. All I know is that he is around your age and that he likes manly things. That's all I really know, Senshi said. The pair arrived at their stop in just 10 minutes. Also, one thing I should let you know, that place is absolute hell. An unimaginable terror lies in that place, Senshi said. That caused Midoriya to shiver in fear. What kind of place is this? Even if struck fear in his teacher. With every step toward their destination, Midoriya's fear grew more and more. Until he realized that, the place that they were going to was a boxing gym. Wait, I thought you said this place was hell, Midoriya said. For me, it is, just trust me, Senshi said as he opened the door. Midoriya expected to see a scene that would have made him piss his pants. Instead, he got a grown woman tackling his teacher to the ground. Shinyu, the woman yelled as she tackled the man to the ground. The woman had short brown hair and light brown eyes. The woman was almost as Senshi. The woman was wearing a red sweatshirt and black workout shorts. This woman clearly looked like she worked a lot, she even had a six-pack. In addition, for some reason, she was hugging Senshi like her life depended on it. Get off of me Hageshi, Senshi said trying to get the woman off him. That's no way a person should treat their girlfriend, the woman now named Hageshi. Girlfriend, Midoriya yelled. Ex-girlfriend, remember, Shinyu Senshi said. Technically we didn't break up, Hageshi said, and who's this little cutie? Hageshi, this is my student Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, this is Hageshi Dageki, my ex-girlfriend, Senshi said. Hello there, nice to meet you, Midoriya said as took a bow. Wow, what nice manners. You're a lot nicer than most people I meet, Hageshi said. What am I doing? We should go out Shinyu. No, you know exactly why we are here, Senshi said. Come on, have a little fun every now and then. I'm not the only girl who've you dated, Hageshi said. Wait, I recognize this place. Ms. Joke often gives this place publicity. She said this place is her favorite to work out, Izuku said. Oh, hero fans aren't you? You're correct. Emi does promote this place a lot. Did you know she's been seeing someone lately? You think we should go on a double date Shinyu? Hageshi asked. No, we're just here for a spar, nothing else, Senshi said. Alright fine, come in, make sure you don't insult anyone, Hageshi said. The inside looked like a traditional boxing gym. Items like punching bags, weightlifting station, and even some boxing rings filled the gym. Wait a second, let me call for him. Kirishima, come over here right now, Hageshi yelled, scaring everyone in the entire gym, including Midoriya. At the mention of his name, a black-haired boy around Izuku's age ran up to Hageshi and lowered his head. Yes sensei, the black-haired boy said. The boy also appeared to be a little taller than Izuku and a little scar on his eye. How many miles did you run today? 14, exactly like you said sensei, Kirishima said. Good, now meet your sparring partner for today, Hageshi said. Kirishima looked up and saw an enormous man right in front of him. I fighting him, Kirishima yelled while pointing to Senshi. No you idiot, that's my boyfriend, you're fighting the guy next to him, Hageshi said while pointing to Izuku. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, boyfriend, Kirishima said. Forget about it, just gear up and get ready to brawl, Hageshi yelled. Izuku, come with me, Senshi said. Izuku followed his teacher to the corner of the gym. Here, put this on, Senshi said as he handed Midoriya headgear and a mouthguard. Don't worry about the mouthguard, it's new and I cleaned it just for you. Also, the helmet should be around your size, Senshi said. Sensei, are you sure I should wear this? Midoriya asked. Midoriya, trust me on this. Despite his appearance, this kid has a lot of power in his blows. He is also a weight class above you. In addition, he is used to dealing with tough blows from what I am seeing. So this will greatly help you, Senshi said. Alright, got any last-minute tips? Midoriya asked as he entered the ring. Observe, that's all I can say. A man entered the ring as a referee to state the rules. The rules are simple, no kicking, no headbutts or bites, and you must hit above the waist. How about we add another rule, Hageshi suggested. Senshi turned to her and asked, what are you suggesting? My student is training to be a pro hero. Did you know that? Hageshi asked. Izuku turned to Kirishima, who was also preparing for the fight. So he's trying to be a hero, just like me, Izuku said in his head. I'm thinking we should allow them to use their quirks for this fight, Hageshi said. The woman's words had shocked both Izuku and Kirishima. But sensei, are you sure about this? I don't want to hurt him, Kirishima said. Kirishima, I appreciate your concern, but I do not want to hold back. I want you to go full force at me, Izuku said. Kirishima smiled before saying, such a manly thing to say. Alright, I'm going full force against you. Very well, you can use your quirks, as long as they don't break the rules. Now get to your corners, the referee said. Both Izuku and Kirishima did so. Alright, Kirishima doesn't know I don't have a quirk, so he's prepared for anything. However, I don't know what his quirk is, so I have to be prepared for anything, Izuku said in his head. This person is brave, I will give him that. Let us see how he goes, Krishna was thinking. The referee showed off a bell saying, each round will last 2 minutes and there will be 4 rounds in total. When I ring this bell, the match will start. Izuku went into a traditional boxing stance, left hand in front of the right. However, Kirishima put both hands right in front of his face, leaving space to allow his eyes to see. Peekaboo style, the same style used by Mike Tyson and Mikanuchi Ippo. He has a strong defense, Izuku said in his head. The referee rang the bell and yelled, begin. Both Kirishima and Izuku rushed to each other. Izuku used a left jab, but it struck Kirishima's arms instead of his chest. Kirishima in response threw a left hook at Midoriya's face. It connected, turning Midoriya's head and leaving a powerful impact. Nani, this is way much more strength than I expected. I should avoid brawling with him. Izuku jumped away from Kirishima, however, Kirishima dashed right towards Izuku. Izuku, who was startled by how fast Kirishima jumped into the corner. Oh no, I am in the corner. I need to get out or I'll be trapped, Izuku was thinking. However, Kirishima rushed right towards Izuku, trapping the green-haired boy in the corner. Kirishima threw an uppercut right with his left hand at Midoriya's chest, leaving a powerful impact. Kirishima pulled back his right arm, preparing for a right jab. No, I cannot let end like this, Midoriya said in his head. If it ends like this, then all of my training will be for nothing. All those miles run, all those push-ups and sit-ups, all for nothing. That's why I'm not going down. Kirishima threw his right jab, only for Izuku to counter with another right jab. Due to it being a counter, Kirishima felt more power, nearly causing him to lose his mouthguard. Crap, I got too cocky. This guy also has more power than I thought, Kirishima said in his head. Kirishima threw another left hook, only for Izuku to counter it. Both boys knew what was happening now. This fight had turned into a brawl. Kirishima threw a left hook right at Midoriya's chest, which Midoriya barely blocked. Izuku used a right jab aimed for Kirishima's face, however, Kirishima dodged the jab. Kirishima threw an uppercut right towards Midoriya's chin. Midoriya barely dodged the attack and countered by striking Kirishima downwards, turning his face sideways. Wait, this is strange. Why does it feel like I'm punching a rock? Izuku asked himself. Izuku's fist was still on Kirishima's face when Kirishima turned his head. Izuku solved the mystery. He has a hardening quirk. I know what his quirk now, but how can I counter against it? Izuku asked himself. The sudden use of Kirishima's quirk had startled Izuku. Kirishima used this chance to harden his arm and punch Izuku straight in the face. Izuku felt the full force of Kirishima's strongest attack, despite wearing a helmet. It was so strong that it caused Izuku to lose his mouthguard and blood came out of his nose. Izuku nearly fell down. The only thing that saved him was the ring of the bell. The first round was over, and Izuku was losing. Izuku went to his corner, where Senshi was. Izuku, how many fingers am I holding? Senshi asked. 2, Izuku replied. Good, now blow, Senshi said as put a Q-tip in Midoriya's nose. Midoriya blew out the blood in his nose, which was less than Senshi imagined. Now look, hardening quirks are strong, but they all have one weakness. Stamina. Their hardening makes them heavier, slowing their movements and lowering the amount of energy they have. Keep your distance and keep on countering. Your counters are your best attack against him, Senshi said. Alright, Izuku replied as he put his mouthguard back on. In the other corner, Kirishima was receiving advice as well. You're doing good, Kirishima. A few more hits and he's done, Hageshi said. That's good, but I'm worried why he doesn't use his quirk, Kirishima said as spit into a bucket. It's most likely because it's a one-hit KO kind of quirk. If that is the case, then you have to knock him out immediately. His body isn't that durable, so just focus on dealing out more attacks, Hageshi suggested. The bell rang. Both teachers got out of the ring as the second round began. Unlike the first round, Izuku stood still, waiting for Kirishima's attack. Kirishima rushed towards Izuku, preparing to attack. Harding his left arm, Kirishima threw a left jab. However, Izuku countered by using a right jab. Kirishima threw a right hook. However, Izuku dodged and punched Kirishima right in the gut. The blow had shaken Kirishima to the point where nearly lost his mouthguard. So he's going to dodge and counter. Not a manly way to fight, but still an effective one, Kirishima said in his head. Kirishima performed an uppercut, but Izuku responded by using a jab to the face. Luckily, for Kirishima, he hardened his face to protect himself from the punch. Wait, I just noticed, Kirishima has only hardened one part of his body at a time. So if I attack multiple places at once, then his hardening will have no effect, Izuku said in his head. Kirishima tried to backdash away, but Izuku was faster. Izuku dashed to Kirishima at full speed. Kirishima expected Izuku to make that move. Kirishima threw a left hook and Izuku ducked to avoid it. However, it was a fluke and Kirishima performed an uppercut, which hit Izuku right in the jaw. I don't like to do this, but I don't like to lose either, Kirishima said in his head. He's trying to trick me. By making believe, he is doing one attack when he is actually doing another. That may work on me once, but not a second time, Izuku said in his head. Kirishima was pretending to do a jab, but he was actually going to do a hook. Izuku saw right through this and dodged both attacks. Using this opportunity, Izuku punched Kirishima right in the stomach. Kirishima used the opportunity to harden his body, but Izuku then punched him right in the face. The punch was so strong that it almost knocked Kirishima out. So he already figured out how my quirk works. This is bad. No one has as bad. No one has ever figured out my quirk this fast. Sensei was right, I need to finish this fight fast, Kirishima said in his head. Kirishima started to go all out, throwing faster punches. Midoriya was dodging most of them. Unfortunately, some of Kirishima's punches did hit Izuku. He's trying to finish this fight. If this is the case, then I need to stall, Izuku said in his head. Izuku did so by jumping away from Kirishima. However, that just put Izuku against the ropes. Kirishima took this chance and rushed to Izuku. Izuku tried to dodge, but he was hit right in the stomach. This slowed Izuku down enough for Kirishima to hit him with a hardened jab right in the face. The punch was so strong that it knocked Izuku down on the ground. Down, the referee shouted. 1, 2, 3, the referee said. Izuku was doing his best to stand up, going so far as to grab the ropes for support. 4, 5, the referee stopped when Izuku fully got up. I can still fight, Izuku said as he put up his fists. The referee went up to Izuku and examined him. Alright, continue, the referee said as the match continued. Kirishima, who was resting on the ropes, rushed to Izuku. Izuku was trying to dodge Kirishima's punches but was still hit in the head and the chest. Izuku stumbled before dashing into the corner. Not again, Izuku said in his head. Kirishima used this chance to finish the fight. Kirishima cornered Izuku and laid down a barrage of punches. Izuku did his best to block, but his guard stood no chance against Kirishima's power. Kirishima also hardened his left hand to deal the same amount of power as his right hand. Izuku's defense was breaking down the more Kirishima struck. After a powerful hook to the liver, Izuku dropped his guard. Kirishima used this chance to throw a hardened right uppercut into Izuku's jaw. This punch was so strong that it caused Izuku to lose his balance. It would have been his second down if Izuku did not grab on the ropes. Izuku's determination surprised Kirishima. I must admit, you keep surprising me, Midoriya. I acknowledge your manly spirit and determination. However, I will not lose, Kirishima was thinking as he threw another punch right to Izuku's stomach. Izuku nearly lost his mouth guard from the blow but continued to hold on to the ropes. Kirishima continued to strike Izuku everywhere above the waist. Despite the contest attacks, Izuku continued to stand up. It was then that others in the gym started to watch the fight. Some of the members knew how strong Kirishima's punches were, that is why they were so amazed by the fact that this boy was withstanding all of his attacks. Well, I must admit I'm impressed by you, Shinyu. I thought you brought in a weak kid. But this boy has completely blown past my expectations. However, let's see if he has the strength to beat Ijiro, Hageshi said in her head. As she was observing the fight, the bell rang signaling the end of the second round. The end of this round was just like the end of the first round, with Izuku losing. However, Kirishima was also near the brink of defeat. Izuku went to his corner, where his teacher was waiting with an ice pack. "This is bad. How many fingers am I holding up?" Senshi asked. 3, Izuku replied. "Good, you can still see. With your chest badly damaged, you cannot move as fast as before. However, your opponent is in the same boat," Senshi said. Midoriya peeked at Kirishima's corner. He saw Kirishima out of breath and exhausted. "You've tried him out, all you've got to do is finish the fight," Senshi said. Midoriya put on his mouthguard and said, "Alright, the fight ends in this round." Kirishima's advice was different from Izuku. "Kirishima, can you still go on?" Hageshi asked. "Yes, sensei, I can go on," Kirishima replied. He was lying through his teeth. Despite Hageshi knowing something was wrong with her student, but chooses to obey his wishes. "Okay, from what I can tell his chest is badly damaged. Just keep hitting him there and your victory is guaranteed," Hageshi said. "Sensei, there's one more thing. I think he's discovered how my quirk works," Kirishima said. Hageshi froze in her tracks. High levels of determination and observation skills. What is he, your son Shinyu? Hageshi asked herself. Seconds out, the referee said. Hageshi was forced to step out of the ring before she gave Kirishima advice. Kirishima took his peek-a-boo stance, while Izuku still took on his normal boxing stance. Kirishima slowly walked over to Izuku, prepared for any attack. However, Izuku stood perfectly still, as if he had not taken a harsh beating before. "He must be waiting for me to attack and perform a counter," Kirishima said to himself. Kirishima was about to take another step when Izuku jumped away. Kirishima took this chance to dash towards Izuku, however soon learned his mistake. Izuku did not actually jump but tricked Kirishima into thinking he did. Izuku did this to trick Kirishima to come closer to him. Using the opportunity, Izuku stepped in and threw a right jab aimed at Kirishima's face. Despite Kirishima hardening his face, the punch did a lot of damage to Kirishima. This was because Kirishima's hardening was starting to wear off from the overuse of it. Kirishima started to back away to avoid Izuku's attacks. However, Izuku would not let Kirishima escape. Izuku started to throw punches randomly, all aiming for Kirishima's face. However, Kirishima dodged most of them. Unfortunately, for him, Izuku threw an uppercut right towards Kirishima's chin. It looked like Kirishima dodged to everyone. However, he somehow fell down on the floor. This surprised mostly everyone who was watching, including the referee. This caused a delay in the referee's count. 1, 2, 3, the referee counted. "Wait, I can still get up," Kirishima said as he started to get up. Yet, Kirishima fell down on his butt. 4, 5, 6, 7, the referee said, still not believing what he was seeing. "Hold on, I can still fight," Kirishima said as he grabbed the rope. Even with the help of a rope, Kirishima still kept on falling down. Nearly everyone in the gym had one thought on his or her mind: what is going on? They had never encountered something like this before. 8, 9, the referee said. "Wait a second, hold on," Kirishima pleaded. 10, the referee said. Kirishima's eyes widened as he realized in the first time in his life that he lost. Izuku smiled because in the first time in his life he had won a fight. "I won, I can't believe that I won," Izuku said to himself. The sight of Kirishima losing still stunned the audience. "If you're all wondering, let me explain," Senshi said. Kirishima didn't dodge the last uppercut Midoriya threw. The punch hit Kirishima's chin by 1 inch. That 1-inch punch affected Kirishima's balance, preventing him from getting up, Senshi explained. "Oh, so that's what happened. I thought it was because Kirishima was clumsy," Hageshi said. "The effects should have dispersed by now." Trying standing up Kirishima, Senshi said. Kirishima could now stand up, though that did not help with his own spirit. "Izuku, go wash off in the bathroom," Senshi said. "Kirishima, you do the same thing," Hageshi said. Both boys took off their gear and went to the bathroom. "Shinyu, how is this kid related to you?" Hageshi asked. "He's just my student, nothing more and nothing less. Midoriya is not relative or child of a friend or someone famous, he's just my student," Senshi said. "Alright, I believe you," However, does he know about your title? Hageshi asked with a straight face. No, I hope he never learns, Senshi said with a saddened face. Are you sure? I'm sure anyone would be happy if they were learning from the king, Hageshi said. Trust me. The world I rule is not one Midoriya should know. He's a good kid, Senshi said. One last question, do you, that thing, under control? Hageshi asked with a serious face. Senshi faced her, and with an honest answer, he said, I haven't heard him in 2 years. I have done so many things without his influence in my mind. For the first time in my life, I'm at peace, Senshi said. That's great, you've changed the last time I saw you, Hageshi said, so do you want to go date? Why do you keep asking if you know the answer? Senshi asked. Oh come on, we haven't met in years. We can just come and talk in my house, Hageshi begged. Fine, but nothing else, Senshi said. Yay, Hageshi yelled. The restroom. Izuku was currently washing his hands. Despite the fact that Izuku was fighting literally moments before, he felt refreshed. Like when you take a good shit. However, there was someone else in the room that was feeling very upset. Izuku saw that Kirishima looked very sad after their fight. Kirishima, are you alright? Izuku asked the black-haired boy. Kirishima looked at Izuku before saying his thoughts. Midoriya, I'm going to get stronger and you better get stronger too. I want to beat you when you're even stronger, Kirishima said. Izuku was happy that Kirishima was feeling better. Alright, by the way, I have some questions regarding your quirk, Izuku said. Oh yeah, I was wondering, why didn't you use your quirk in our fight? Kirishima asked. Izuku froze on the spot. Well, the thing is, Midoriya did not want to say it, I'm quirkless. Midoriya was scared. This was probably the first friend he has had in so long, and the fact that he was quirkless was going to ruin it. Damn, I thought it was because you were holding back on me, Kirishima said as he put his head behind his head. No, I would never do that, Izuku said. Alright, by the way, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a hero just like Crimson Riot, Kirishima proudly said. Well, I'm trying to be a hero just like All Might, Izuku said. All Might, does that mean you're going to UA? Kirishima asked. Yeah, it may seem foolish, but that won't stop me from trying, Izuku said. I'm going to UA as well. Who knows, we might even be classmates, Kirishima said. I hope so, Izuku responded. Later, Izuku and Senshi left the gym, with Izuku gaining a new friend. So how did I do? Izuku asked. Well, some of your attacks were sluggish. We need to improve your durability and one of the reasons that you won was because you were wearing headgear, Senshi explained. Oh, Izuku said while lowering his head. But despite all of that, you did pretty well, Senshi said. That brought a simile to Izuku's face. Hey, do you have a favorite ice cream place? Senshi answered. Well, I do like the Hoth's ice cream place, Izuku answered. Alright, I think there's one nearby. Let's go there, Senshi said. Back at the gym, his teacher was scolding Kirishima. Well, you lost, nothing can change that, Hageshi said. I'm so sorry, Kirishima said. Like I said, nothing we can do about it. However, she put a finger on Kirishima's head. Kirishima hardened his head as he was pushed into the ground. Hageshi Dageki quirk. Double weight. Anything she touches with her fingers will double the weight on it. However, she can only do it for 3 items at max and too much use can cause vomiting. We're going to have improved everything about you now, Hageshi said with a menacing tone. Yes, sensei, Kirishima said. Auntie, what's going on? A brown-haired girl asked. Hageshi diverted Kirishima and hugged her niece. Ochako, my sweet little niece. How are you? Hageshi asked. I came to check on you, auntie, Ochako said. You're so kind, why don't you have a boyfriend? Hageshi asked. Ochako blushed at the mention of a boyfriend. Oh, don't be upset, I'm just teasing you, Hageshi said. Ochako noticed Kirishima still stuck in the ground. What happened to you, Kirishima? Ochako asked. He just lost his first fight, so now he has to do 30 minutes of planking, Hageshi said. Oh no, Kirishima said. He was not that good at planking. Kirishima lost. I wonder who beat him, Ochako was thinking. Meanwhile, Izuku and Shinyu were ordering some ice cream. I'll take the All Might special please, Izuku said. I'll have chocolate, Senshi said as he put some yen down on the counter. After they received their ice cream, they both sat down at a table. You're really like All Might, doesn't you? Senshi said. Of course, he's the #1 hero after all, Izuku said as he licked his ice cream. Also, Hageshi mentioned that you've dated other girls. What was that all about? Izuku asked. Funny thing, when I was younger, I was one hell of a playboy, Senshi explained. I had tons of girls, sometimes even in one day. Man, I'm jealous. I don't think no girl would want me, Izuku said. Don't say that. All you need is confidence and kindness, Senshi said. Thank you, sensei, Izuku said as he ate his ice cream. He saw his teacher write something down on a napkin. What are you writing down, sensei? Izuku asked. My home address. We can't keep using the park anymore, so we're going to use my house from now on, Senshi explained. Okay, so what are we going to learn next? Some new boxing moves, Izuku said. Kid, if just use boxing, you'll never get to my level, Senshi said. Tomorrow, I'm teaching you karate. 397 Chapter 4. Karate and Meeting Someone Special AN. For those who don't know, I became very sick when writing this chapter. That's the cause for the delay. I'm fine now, so don't worry. In a dark and barren wasteland, All Might was bleeding all over his massive body. All Might's iconic face has been badly damaged and lost a lot of skin. The hero's legs were broken, to the point where his body collapsed down to the ground. His stomach had a hole the size of a cannonball in it. The person responsible was Shinyu Senshi. Well, a part of Shinyu Senshi. Senshi's pupils had disappeared and a wide demonic grin had appeared on his mouth. The face looked too unnatural for a human to make. Why are you doing this? We were once friends, All Might said. Friends? Strange, Senshi said. Would friends betray each other behind their backs? Friends don't keep secrets from each other. I had two. One for all is too big of a secret for the world to know, All Might said. Senshi just laughed. You can say all that you want. That's not going to prevent the inevitable, and I am going to enjoy every second of it, the strange Senshi said. The strange Shinyu then wrapped one of his hands around All Might's neck and started to squeeze. All Might struggled to break free of the chokehold, but he no longer had his massive strength. Blood started to come out of his neck and All Might's eyes turned red. The symbol of peace was dying. Goodbye, you bastard, the weird Senshi said as he raised his free fist. No, someone cried out as they tackled Senshi off All Might. For some reason, All Might vanished like smoke in the wind. You shouldn't have done that, Shinyu Senshi said too. Shinyu Senshi, except this, one looked exactly like the normal one. How are you still alive? I got rid of you, Senshi yelled. Rid of me? You can't get rid of me. That old man was a fool to believe he could, the other Senshi said. Don't you dare talk about my sensei like that, the normal Senshi yelled. I can talk about that old fool however I want, the other Senshi said. Why are you even doing this? To mess with my mind, Senshi asked. To remind you what we are messing, the darker Senshi said. We spent years of our life fighting, killing, for this moment. Yet you threw it all away because you felt bad. You knew damn well that's not it, the real Senshi said. And what are you doing now? Failing job interviews for a janitor. How did we fall so low? We were the king, and now we are nothing. We should make use of what little time we have left, the dark Senshi said. I will rather die as nothing than what I was before, Senshi replied. The dark Shinyu paused before saying, you want to fight him, don't you? All Might, I told you I want nothing from that life anymore. Not All Might, Midoriya. Shinyu Senshi woke up drenched in sweat. It was just a nightmare. A horrible nightmare that should not have happened in the first place. It has been 2 years since Shinyu heard his voice in his head. Shinyu hoped it would have gone the rest of his life without hearing him ever again. It could have been just a dream and he was not there. There was no way he could ever want to fight Midoriya, that kid is nowhere near his level. However, Midoriya did do pretty well in his first fight. His observation skills are even better than mine are. In a couple of years who knows how strong he may become. Senshi hit himself on the head. What was he thinking? Midoriya was just a kid. Not wanting to take any risks. Senshi grabbed a paper and pen and started to write to his old sensei in Mandarin. Dear Sensei, I heard his voice again. I do not know if it was from a dream or I am just going crazy. I am going to get a phone so I can contact you more often. Write back to me when you get this. In addition, I have a student now. He is training to be a hero just like you. I just know he is going to make me proud. From your former student Shinyu Senshi. What a strange way to start the day, Senshi said to himself. Izuku was puzzled. He believed he was going to a normal apartment or household. However, the address he had was to the entrance of a local forest. Hey kid, what are you doing here? A man called out. Oh sorry, I'm looking for this home address, Midoriya said, showing the man the address. Kid, tell what you intend to do up there? The man asked. Oh just some training, Midoriya asked. Let me tell you something kid. Don't piss off the man who lives here, the man told Midoriya. Why not? Midoriya asked out of curiosity. This forest used to have tons of animals, from the biggest bear to the smallest squirrel.
However, that all changed when that man came. Suddenly every animal who lived here moved away, the only animals here are the fish in the local pond. That is not even the worst part. Tons of weirdos come over to face that man. All of them have been utterly defeated. I've seen many horrifying things in my day, but nothing compares to that man. Midoriya was scared beyond all belief.
Dan please stop scaring the kid, Senshi yelled out. Oh, come on. I'm old let me have fun in my life, the man now knows Dan said. You are a park ranger, I'm sure scaring your customer is against your work code, Senshi said. You are no fun. Why did you come down anyways? Dan asked. I'm just dropping off mail, and Midoriya once I'm done we can start training, Senshi said. Okay sensei, Midoriya replied. Oh, someone's a teacher now. How long has that been going on? Dan asked. About a month, Midoriya said. So you finally got a job after all, Dan laughed. What does he mean by now sensei? Midoriya asked. Nothing, he's just an old man, Senshi said in embarrassment. Dan laughed at Senshi's comment. Come with me Midoriya, I'm going to show you where I live, Senshi said. Don't have high hopes kid, Dan yelled out. Sensei, what does he mean by that? Midoriya asked. You'll see, Senshi said in an angry tone. Senshi showed Midoriya a path leading into the forest. Up here is where my house is. It's a long path, just letting you know, Senshi said. Okay, Midoriya replied. At first, Midoriya believed that it was not that long of a walk. However, the longer it went, the harder it was to climb the mountain. The trail seemed like it would never end. The further up the mountain they went, the harder it was for Midoriya. Sensei goes through something like this every day. I know he's strong, but this is even worse than the 13-mile run, Izuku said in his head. I know I can ask Sensei some questions to pass the time. So Sensei, why did you start practicing martial arts in the first place? Izuku asked. Well, to be honest, I was a brawler in my middle school days. I fought many people and always came on top. However, I met someone stronger than me. Ever since then I trained myself to learn everything about martial arts, Sensei replied. Did you ever fight that person? Izuku asked. Senshi stopped. No, I don't think he would like what I've done. Midoriya was confused. We're here, Senshi said, pointing to an old-looking dojo. So this is Sensei's house, Midoriya said in his head. Midoriya, were we followed? Senshi asked. Midoriya was confused until the trees around him started to shake. Out from the trees, a strangely dressed man. The man wore a bright orange jumpsuit and a handband with a leaf on it. My name is Naruhore Uzumoki. I am a ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. With the power of the 8.5-clawed wolf, I will beat. The man did not finish his sentence. With a single punch, Senshi sent the man flying. The man crashed into some trees and knocked down the trees with him. A ninja's greatest strength is their stealth. Your outfit and the fact that you just revealed yourself prove your stupidity, Senshi said. Come on Midoriya, we got training to do, Senshi said. What should we do about him? Midoriya asked, pointing to Naruhore. Do not worry, someone always comes up and picks them up. I also held back against him so he'll live, Senshi did. Once inside, Izuku saw that the dojo had loads of fighting equipment. It was similar to the boxing gym he previously went to, however, this was different. The equipment looked old and the large amounts of dust did not help it. Sorry about the condition of this place. I don't have a lot of visitors, Senshi said. It's okay, Izuku said. This reminds me of the time I went to Kachan's house. This is just as messy. So, Midoriya, what separates boxing from karate? Senshi asks. Well, karate uses kicks, unlike boxing that only uses punches, Izuku responded. Correct, so that is where we will start off with. I'm going to teach you how to kick, Senshi said. He took out a large kicking mat and held it to his side. Try doing a high kick aimed for my head, Senshi said. Izuku tried to do a high kick but performed badly. Okay, I see what you need to improve on, Senshi said. Look how I kick. Senshi then moved a few paces back. With a swift motion, he cut the air with his leg. Notice any differences? Senshi asked. No, not really, Izuku responded. Okay then, trying doing another high kick, Senshi said. Midoriya did so again, but this time, Senshi grabbed his leg in the air. The difference between my kick and yours is the hips. I am moving my hips forward, which allows me to use my upper body strength. When your hips don't move, it cuts off the power from your upper body, Senshi explained. Try doing it again. Izuku took a few paces back, before unleashing another kick, this time moving his hips. I feel like I did something wrong, Midoriya said. Well, you just started with kicks so you won't be an expert instantly. I recommend practicing kicking at home, Senshi said. One more thing, I should try teaching actually karate techniques. The most basic technique is the straight punch. Let me demonstrate, Senshi said. Senshi positioned his left fist right next to his stomach. He then performed a straight punch with his right hand. Senshi then moved his right fist into the same position as his left and performed a straight punch with his left. This technique is called the straight punch. This punch is different from the jab. It's pretty simple, so that's why I'm going to teach you it first, Senshi explained. Try it out. Izuku tried the straight punch exactly like Senshi. Okay, just like that. Now let us talk about some exercises. We should do some exercises to not only improve your kicks but also your durability, Senshi said. Alright, what do you think I should do? Izuku asked. First thing, planking. I recommend that should be added to your workout. Also, we don't try doing some now, Senshi said. Alright, Midoriya said as he went down into a planking position. How long do I have to do this? Izuku asked. Until I say so, Senshi replied. Senshi then went into another room. How long is this going to take? Izuku asked himself. Senshi then exited the room, wearing a different set of clothes. I'm going out. When I come back you better still be in the same position, Senshi said as he left the dojo. Oh no, Izuku said in his head as he felt his body weaken. 1 hour later. I'm back, Senshi said as he was holding 2 boxes containing a house phone and a regular cell phone. Izuku, how are you? Senshi asked. Awful, Midoriya said as he was in the same position as before. You can get up now, Senshi said. Midoriya's body collapsed to the ground. Well, you're not dead, Senshi committed. I feel dead, Izuku said. That means you're alive, Senshi said. By the way, do you think you can still go on? I feel weird, Izuku said as he got up. Midoriya then began to see black. The last time he heard was, Midoriya. Izuku woke up in his bed. However, that cannot be right. He was just in his sensei's house. So why was he back home? Izuku looked around his room. His All Might collection was still here, so this was definitely his room. However, the question remained, how was he here? Izuku pressed his ear against the door to the room. He heard 2 people talking, but could not hear them. However, one voice sounded like his mother. Taking a brave move, Izuku opened the door. The green-haired Bit-turn went to the living room where he could now hear the voices. I knew Midoriya was an All Might fan, but I didn't know he was this much of a fan. Oh please, you should see his All Might pajamas, we got him so many. I thought he had 2. It's brave to think he only had 2. Izuku finally saw the 2 people talking, and what a shock it was. His mom and his sensei were talking to each other, with a photo album in his mom's hands. Mom, Sensei, what's going on? Izuku asked. Morning sleep beauty, how was your nap? Senshi asked. Fine, but what happened? Izuku asked. Well, you passed out so I took you home, Senshi said, and your mother is amazing. I can see where you get all of your good traits came from. Oh, you're so kind, Inko replied. She even helped me set up my phone, so you can contact me whenever you want, Senshi said. Really, that's great, Izuku said. And he has shown me some exercise that I can do, Inko said. Well, I better get going. I need to go somewhere right now. Midoriya, I left you some a paper containing some exercises to do. They're not as intense as what you did earlier today, so I think you should be good, Senshi said. Are you sure you can't stay for some tea? Inko asked. I would love to, but this is urgent, Senshi said. I understand, come back anytime, Inko said as she waved Senshi goodbye. Goodbye sensei, Izuku said as he waved his teacher goodbye. After he left the Midoriya household, Inko asked a question to her son. Izuku, why didn't you tell me your teacher was as big as All Might? His mother asked. Oh, well, I guess it wasn't that important to mention, Izuku said. Next time, let me know before I have a heart attack, Inko Midoriya told her son. Alright, I will, Izuku said. 1 week later, Izuku raised his leg in the air and performed a strong high kick against a kicking mat. That's a very good kick, Midoriya. You've improved a lot, Senshi said. Thank you, sensei. Do you want to see my straight punch now? Izuku asked his teacher. Sure, why not, Senshi said. Izuku took a few paces back and started to perform the straight punch. That's excellent, your punches have improved a lot, Senshi committed. Thank you, sensei, Izuku said. Well now, let's go on to some other karate techniques, Senshi said. Try punching me. Are you sure? Someone could get hurt, Izuku asked. Oh, don't worry, I won't get hurt, Senshi said. I was talking about myself, Izuku said in his head. Izuku went into his normal boxing stance. With a quick movement, Izuku unleashed his fastest jab. However, Senshi placed his hand against Midoriya's arm, diverting his punch away. This is a traditional way of blocking on karate. This move can be used for attacks from above and down low. When you used this, you can also attack your opponent. Senshi then moved his hand that was blocking Midoriya's punch and threw a punch right towards his face. It did not connect but stopped right in front of Izuku's face. See why this is so effective, Senshi said. Wow, Izuku said with a smile on his face. I believe this could help you learn, Senshi said as he took out a wooden dummy half his size with multiple poles sticking out. I think I've seen this before in a lot of movies, Izuku commented. Well, this is way different than the movies, Senshi said. Here's why. With a single movement of his hand, Senshi was able to spin the dummy around like a top. It spun so fast that Izuku could barely see its movements. When it stopped spinning, Izuku asked one thing. Am I going to train with that? He asked. Senshi nodded. It's either that or I can do instead. Well, machine it is, Izuku said. A few hours later. Well, it's getting late, I think I would be best if we end our training now, Senshi said. I agree with that, Izuku said as his face was now bruised in a comedic way. Just take a long jog, that's it for today, Senshi said. Great, Izuku said as he left the building. Senshi waited for a long time before he started to chuckle. Then he started to laugh wildly. I shouldn't, my student's beat-up face isn't that funny, Senshi said to himself. But it is. H-A-H-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Senshi laughed aloud. Crashed. A man burst through the wall. The man had black hair with blue eyes. The man was wearing a white-sleeved shirt with dark blue pants. The man also held a backward sword. My name is Sasuke Uchiwa. I heard you were the man who defeated Naruhore, the man now known as Sasuke said. Yeah, what are gay for him? Senshi joked. Do not encourage the fans, Sasuke yelled. But that is not why I am here. I am here to honor my ancestors. Sasuke then took out his sword. His eyes then changed from black to dark red. With the Shitinen, my family's prized weapon, I will bring honor back to my dead clan. I am the last survivor of the Uchiwa massacre that happened. Oh my god, is he going to me his whole life story? I then dedicated my life to, holy shit, he is telling me his life story. When I was bitten by a big snake man, I gained the powers of A. You know I can go for some Mexican right about now. I've been having way too much fish lately. After abandoning my village and leaving the girl who liked me for some reason, I joined A. Are there any Mexican restaurants in Japan? I hope so, I haven't had Mexican in ages. After killing my brother, I discovered my family was killed because, you know, this guy looks like a mascot for Hot Topic. He could make some real money as one. I then fought my former allies when, are you just going to talk or are we going to fight? Senshi angrily asked. Well, have it your way, Sasuke yelled. Lighting formed on his blade. As the last of the Uchiwas, I will defeat you, Sasuke yelled out. He then rushed at the speed of lighting towards the huge man. Only to be kicked right in the groin. The full force of the kick instantly crushed Sasuke's balls. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, holding his crotch. Well, you were right on one thing. You're the last of whatever you are, Senshi said. He then took out his new phone and said, 2 things, I have to get going and when I get back you had better not be in here or take anything. If so then you'll lose more than your balls. Senshi then left the dojo, leaving Sasuke alone and broken. Let us see the wonders of modern technology. Hey Siri, Mexican restaurants near me, Senshi said to his phone. Okay, I found 5 results for Mexican cults near you, Siri replied in a dull robotic voice. What the fuck? Somewhere else. Izuku was sprinting all the way home. This was training Izuku did that not even his sensei knew. Izuku knew his ace was not in his strength but in his speed. So Izuku had been running to school to sensei's house and then to his home. He also did this with his backpack on, making the journeys even hard. However, despite all this, Izuku continued to do these runs. Even once when it was raining, Izuku did not slow down. However, Izuku stopped to see something that caught his eye. Teenage Muay Thai fighter has gained a huge cult following online, was the title on TV. Yes, Daikaku, this boy is earning worldwide fame. Although public fighting or sports itself had faded from popularity because of the rise of quirks, Thailand still has Muay Thai competitions. One of these Muay Thai fighters is a boy named Chasi Chakri. Despite being 13 years old, Chakri has proven himself to be among one of the best fighters in history. Our reporter Yu Shimamura is now interviewing the young fighter. Now to Yu Shimamura. Thank you Daikaku, Shimamura said as she now appeared on the screen. I am currently standing the dojo of Chasi Chakri, which is also where Thailand's top hero originated from. Here is Chakri now, the reporter said. The moment the Muay Thai fighter appeared on screen, Izuku felt something. His entire body went cold. What is this? Izuku asked himself. He only felt this before when Kachan antagonized him. I'm scared, but why? Izuku asked himself. Chakri did not appear very imposing. He had light brown skin with brown hair and brown eyes. Chakri was also the same height and age as Izuku. Izuku was not the only one feeling this pressure. The reporter on screen looked visibly shaken. Another man was with Chakri. Everyone, this is Chakri's personal translator. He will be translating everything that Chakri says into Japanese, the reporter said. Chakri said something in Thai, which his translator interpreted. Chakri says that he is happy to have this opportunity, his translator said. I'm glad he is, the reporter replied. After Chakri sat down, the reporter began to ask questions. So Chakri, there are many rumors that you have received scholarships from hero schools like UA and Thailand's own International Hero School. Are these rumors true? The reporter asked. Chakri answered, which his translator explaining, I am not one to brag, but yes, these rumors are true. Another question that is also on everyone's mind, why did you start competing in Muay Thai? The reporter asked the teen. I can answer this one, the translator said. So see, Chakri always wanted to fight strong people. So being a Muay Thai fighter was his way of doing so, the translator said. Okay, one thing that has made you very popular is how you often fight against opponents who use other martial arts. Why exactly do you do this? The reporter asked. Chakri smiled and said something in Thai. However, despite not knowing what he said, the sentence sends shivers down Izuku's spine. Even the translator looked scared. What did he say? The reporter nervously asked. He said, the translator was obviously scared. He said that would accept all challengers, no matter the circumstances. Izuku was so distracted by the TV that he did not notice a brown-haired girl accidentally trip onto him. Oh, I am so sorry. I wasn't paying attention, the girl said as she held her hand out. It's no problem, I'm perfectly fine, Izuku said as he grabbed her hand for support. Come on Uraraka, no time for, a black-haired boy said as he entered into the conversation. However, he then saw Izuku and recognized him. Midoriya, Kirishima, the two boys yelled. How have you been? Kirishima asked. I've been doing great. How are you doing? Izuku replied. Training's been hard, but besides that, I've been doing well, the black-haired boy answered. Excuse me, both boys turned to face the voice. Kirishima, who is this? Oh sorry, Uraraka, this is Izuku Midoriya, the guy who kicked my ass, Kirishima said. Don't say it like that, Izuku said. Oh, so you were the one that beat Kirishima. I really wanted to meet you, the brown-haired girl said. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Izuku said as he shook her hand. Unfortunately we have to go. If we don't hurry, we will get severely punished, Kirishima said. Okay, bye Izuku. I hope we meet again, Uraraka said. Goodbye, Izuku said as he waved his new friend goodbye. What was I doing again? Oh right, going home. 3 days later. Your defense is greatly improving, Senshi committed. Izuku was blocking nearly every pole and was even scoring a few hits. Thank you sensei, Izuku said as the wooden dummy stopped spinning. Well, I guess that's enough of the dummy, Senshi said. Then what are we going to do now sensei? Izuku asked. Seeing how your counters really improved your last fighting, we are going to improve that as well. Your offense also needs some work as well. There are 3 techniques that could help you, sensei said. What techniques are those? Midoriya asked. I'll tell you later. However, for training, I'm going to attack you up and you need to block and counterattack, Senshi said. You're kidding, right? Izuku nervously asked. Nope, you better be ready, Midoriya, Senshi said. Oh no, 3 weeks later. So Midoriya, you finally threw a counterattack, Senshi said. He had thrown a punched, but Midoriya had used one of the techniques and punched Senshi right in the stomach. Does that mean training is over now? Midoriya asked. His face and whole body were bruised from the training. Yeah, go rest now. When you're healed, go call me. I have another fight for you, Senshi said. What should I do until then? Midoriya asked. Take it easy and rest. You have been training for a long time. You should take a rest every now and then, Senshi said. Okay, sensei, Izuku said. Also say hi to your mom for me. She's a really nice woman, Senshi said. Sensei, you're not dating my mom, are you? Izuku asked. No, I'm single, for now, Senshi said. Plus I'm more into women who put up a fight, like Hageshi Dageki. Oh, speaking of that, I met Kirishima again, Izuku said. Really, how did that go? Senshi asked his student. Great, he even had a friend with him that I liked. She was really nice, Izuku said. Wait a minute, Senshi turned his head to face Midoriya, you sly dog. Did you get her number? What, no I didn't, Izuku replied. I mean she is cute. Midoriya suddenly realized what he just said and turned into a blushing mess. Senshi laughed at his student's endeavors. Well, did you at least get her name? Senshi asked. Yeah, her name was Ochako Uraraka, Midoriya replied. Senshi put his finger on his chin. Uraraka, I've heard that name before, Senshi said. But where? The construction company. No, that is too obvious. Oh, now I remember, she's Hageshi's niece. Really, I didn't know that, Izuku replied. Yeah, apparently Hageshi has a sister that married a man with the Uraraka last name. I have met her sister before, but not her niece. What's she like? Well, I only met her briefly, but she was really nice and friendly, Izuku said. You also said that she's cute, Senshi said. Wait, no, I take that back, Izuku said. So she's not cute then? No, I did not mean like that. I meant that Izuku did not last long, his stuttering had taken over. His words were barely understandable and not even Izuku himself understood what he was saying. Relax, I'm just teasing you. I didn't mean it, Senshi said. You know, this kind of reminds me of the time Hageshi asked me out on a date. Really, can you tell me what happened? Midoriya asked. Well, it all started a long time ago. Flashback. Hot damn, another good fight, Senshi. 50 more wins and your title as the king is assured, a short man said as he handed Senshi a huge stack of money. Thank you. Also keep on getting me fighters like her. The more fights I have, the stronger I become, a younger, shorter and less buff Senshi said. You got it, with my position I can guarantee you fights with anyone in the world. Even the #1 hero if you want. Speaking of which, have you ever given thought of fighting him? You're not getting younger, the short man asked. Oh, I do want to fight him, but I'm not strong enough yet. However, when I do, it will be the greatest fight in human history, the younger Senshi said. I can't wait. Well, I got to go. My business can't run itself, the short man said as a group of huge-looking bodyguards escorted him. Senshi was walking down a long corridor until he heard crying. The man stopped to hear where the crying was coming from. Turning around the corner, Senshi saw his former opponent Hageshi crying. She had her head covering her arms and she was sitting down on the ground. What happened to you? Senshi said. She lifted her head, revealing a black eye and a cut above her left eye. It has also revealed that she was Hageshi Dageki. If it's because of your injuries, I will have you know that you almost ruptured my liver and broke a few ribs, Senshi said. You asshole, this has nothing to do with that, the woman yelled. She threw a punch at the man, but her body lost most of its strength from her injuries. It did not help that Senshi easily dodged that punch, causing the woman to fall to the ground face first. Sorry about that. Need help, Senshi said as he offered her a hand. Fuck off, the woman yelled. She got up on her own and tried to put on a tough face. However, her tears gave away her vulnerability. She covered her face with her right hand, but it did not help much. You know, just because we fought each doesn't mean you should be like that, Senshi said. Why do you care? Hageshi asked. Senshi remained silent. I had a friend who taught me that no matter who it should be, I should help everyone I can. Hageshi Dageki was baffled by the man's words. That sounds like something a hero would say, she committed. Well, that guy always wanted to be a hero, Senshi said. Fine, if you must know. I really needed the money. My sister is going through some rough times and she has a baby coming. I wanted to be a good sister and aunt to them by getting them money. So I fought you and you know the rest, Hageshi explained. Senshi reached into his pocket before taking out the money he just previously earned. Take it, I don't need it, Senshi said. Hageshi hesitantly took the money. Before she looked at every one of the bills, this is about 1,000,000 yen. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Hageshi asked. I don't need it. I got enough money for a lifetime. Use it however you want, Senshi said. He was about to leave until Hageshi grabbed his shoulder. Are you free anytime soon? Flashback to the future. And that's the story, Senshi said to Midoriya. What a wonderful time that was, Hageshi said. How the hell did you get here? Senshi asked with a shocked face. I have my ways, the grown woman said. Midoriya was also surprised at the arrival of the grown woman. We later went to my home and there is an underage child here, Senshi yelled. We spent hours just doing. Midoriya run, Senshi yelled. Midoriya ran out the dojo at full speed, not looking behind him. Why are you here? Senshi asked. Well, I kinda told my friend that I would go on a double date with her, Hageshi explained. Okay, what does, Senshi finally understood what she meant. I promise I'll pay you back, Hageshi said. I will even help you train your student if you want. Senshi placed his hand on his face before reaching a conclusion. All right, but under one circumstance, no matching clothing, that's it. Yippee, I can't wait for our date, Hageshi proudly said. Well, you better get going. You have a gym to run anyways, Senshi said. Before she left, however, Hageshi planted a huge kiss on Senshi's lips. Bye Shinyu, Hageshi said as she left. Damn woman, Senshi said in his head, trying to hide the simile on his face. 4 days later, Midoriya arrived at the destination his sensei told him to go. After healing up, his sensei told him to meet at this place. What Midoriya did not know was that this place was home to the biggest karate dojo in the world. Kendo Karate, a dojo that is famous for its founder killing a tiger in a single attack. Despite it being around only for 15 years, it became hugely popular. Even some heroes train here. Wow, you really know your stuff, Senshi committed appearing right behind Midoriya. Ahhhhh, Midoriya yelled. You scared me. Sorry about that. You were mumbling again by the way, Senshi said. Sorry, so what are we doing here? Midoriya asked. I asked the owner of this dojo for a spare. He agreed one condition, Senshi said. I'll show you later, but anyways you're fighting a green belt from what I heard. A green belt, to be honest, I thought I was going to fight a black belt, Izuku said. Don't have too many high hopes. They say a green belt here is on the same level as a black belt, Senshi committed. If that's the case, then how's my opponent? Izuku asked. To be honest, I don't even know, for I know, your opponent could be a mouse, Senshi said. The duo entered the building. A receptionist who was working on her computer greeted them. I was told that we should go to the top floor. That's where our appointment is, Senshi said as he guided Midoriya to the elevator. Once inside, Midoriya asked a question lingering in the back of his mind. So sensei, do you know the owner? Midoriya asked. Well, I did beat him once. This was before he famously killed a tiger in one blow thing, Senshi explained. He most likely did that because he was upset at me. I mean, I did take off most of his teeth. Wait, please explain that, Izuku said. You'll see, Senshi said as they reached the top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, Izuku's face was blown back by strong winds. There were numerous people inside, all wearing black belts. They were practicing their straight punch when they noticed the duo by the elevator. Hey sensei, they're here, one of the black belts called out. A large man nearly the size of Senshi came out. The man smiled, revealing that he only had half of his teeth left. It's been so long since I saw you Senshi. How many years has it been? The man asked. I believe it's been 14 years Oikakute, Senshi replied. Damn, it's been so long since I had a good steak, the man now known as Oikakute said. Well, the past is in the past. Ituka, your opponent is here. Someone the age and size of Izuku came out of the group. My name is Ituka Kendo, pleased to meet you. A girl. 397 Chapter 5. Izuku vs Ituka and Senshi vs Oikakute. And I forgot to say this before, But Oikakute looks like Itsuka if she was male and an adult. The orange-hair girl in front of him baffled Izuku. He was going to fight a girl. He cannot do that, that was not heroic. Before we begin, Senshi said, what are the rules? Okay. The rules are no punching the face, kicks are allowed, no grabbing or throws, and you win when your opponent stays down for 10 seconds. Is that fair enough? Oikakute asked. I think it's fair, Midoriya said. Same here, Itsuka replied. Well, this is good, Oikakute said. Now things are fair on both sides. Let's have a quick stretching session before the match begin. Senshi then felt Midoriya tug at his shirt. Can I talk to you for a little bit? Sure, is something wrong? Senshi asked his student. I can't fight a girl. That's not heroic, Izuku said. Midoriya, do you want people to look down on you? Senshi asked. No, but what does that have to do with me fighting a girl? Because that is what you are doing right now. You're looking down on her just because she is a girl. It is the same thing as judging someone because they are quirkless. If that is what is on your mind, then you will lose, Senshi said. Midoriya wanted to reply to his sensei, but could not find the right words. Alright, stretching time is over. Let's begin the fight, Oikakute said. Wait a second, Midoriya said, but his pleas were unheard. Itsuka put on a traditional karate stance. Izuku nervously put on the same stance as Itsuka. If Midoriya keeps on acting like this, he's going to lose, Senshi said on his head. Begin, Oikakute yelled as the fight began. Itsuka immediately dashed right towards Izuku. With a straight punch. Izuku tried to back away but failed. Itsuka threw her straight punch right at Izuku's chest. Midoriya tried his best to block Kendo's punch, but failed and took a strong punch to the chest. Oh no, Izuku said in his head, her punches are even stronger than I thought. Izuku then threw a half-forced jab with his left hand, but Itsuka easily parried it with her right hand. She then used the same hand to punch Midoriya in the chest again. Itsuka then used her left leg to do a low kick on Midoriya. His leg took massive damage. Midoriya tried to perform a high kick to the face, but Itsuka easily blocked it. She then hit Midoriya again in the chest, which added even more damage to his chest. Any more damage and I wouldn't be able to move my hips, Midoriya said in his head. Izuku tried to perform one of the techniques Senshi taught him, but Itsuka used a high kick right on Midoriya's face. It was a powerful kick for a middle scholar, so strong that it made Izuku fall over on his back. It was on his back that Midoriya came to a realization. I know this feeling. It is the same feeling I had when Kachan used to bully me. It is the same feeling I had when I saw Chakri. I'm being looked down on, Midoriya said in his head. Midoriya looked at Itsuka's face. He saw two things, anger and frustration. Midoriya now understands why. She knew he was holding back on her, and hated it. I wonder has she gone through the same thing? Midoriya asked himself. I hated it when Kachan looked down on me. I hated it when Chakri was looking down on me, and I hate it even now. Izuku was not listening to the countdown before. So right when the number reached 9, Izuku leapt out of his position. He instantly put on a karate stance and had a deadly look in his eyes. I didn't think it was possible. However, from the look, Midoriya has unleashed his inner fury, Senshi said in his head. Itsuka saw her opponent take his stance and rightfully put on her own. So you're finally stopped seeing me as a girl. I am happy about that, but that does not mean you are going to win. I'm not a green belt at the strongest dojo in the world for no reason, Itsuka said in her head. They did not move. They just stood still, preparing for the other's attack. Midoriya broke the stalemate, dashing towards the girl. Itsuka responded by aiming a kick right towards Midoriya's face. However, Midoriya blocked it and used a straight punch right into Itsuka's chest. That's a lot more power than I was expecting. This boy isn't holding out anymore, Itsuka said in her head. Itsuka then tried to perform a high kick at Izuku. However, Izuku performed one of the 3 techniques Senshi taught him. The technique brought shock to everyone watching the fight except Senshi. It was a Mawashi Uke. They say those who mastered Mawashi Uke can even block fire, Oikakute said in his head. Even though he's an amateur, you've been teaching him an advanced move. I have to give you more respect now. Itsuka dashed away from her opponent to gain distance. Izuku reacted by dashing towards the girl. Itsuka was planning this. She prepared a right punch aimed towards Midoriya's chest. Itsuka placed her left leg up front and placed her right hand by her hip. When Midoriya entered into her range, Itsuka unleashed her straight punch, only for her punch to miss entirely. This shocked everyone in the room with the exception of Midoriya and Senshi. The reason for this was that Izuku moved his knee to move Itsuka's knee, making her lose balance. Itsuka started to lose her balance, and in that moment of struggle, Midoriya unleashed his final move. Izuku placed his hand 1 inch in between Itsuka's stomach. He quickly closed the gap with a powerful strike to the chest. Itsuka had never felt such a strong attack before. It nearly took her down, however, she was still standing. I have never used this move before in a fight, only as spars. Be glad you will be the first to handle such a move, Itsuka said in her head. She took a few paces back. This move needed precision to pull it off. Itsuka is one of the few who could accurately pull off this move. Much to the surprise of Midoriya, Itsuka leapt in the air. Her right leg was up high in the air. Now was coming down at an extremely fast speed. Midoriya raised both of his arms to block the upcoming kick. Not even a first-degree black belt can handle this kick, Itsuka said in her head, take this. Itsuka brought down her leg and used a powerful kick, however, it was all for nothing. Midoriya's block had stayed strong, much to the confession to everyone. It's because I've been blocking Sensei's kicks that I'm used to handling kicks like these, Midoriya said in his head. Itsuka fell to the ground, which allowed Midoriya to use his previous attack again. Izuku was close to Itsuka's stomach. He placed his right fist right to her stomach, which allowed him to use his special move again. Itsuka could not take the full force of Midoriya's attack and fell to the ground. What the hell was that? Itsuka asked. The 1-inch punch, a move developed by Bruce Lee himself. However, this version of the 1-inch punch is different from the one Bruce Lee made. This version requires close quarters range and a lot of strength to pull off. This version of the 1-inch punch is called Dragon Shot. The man who made this technique is Shinyu Senshi. So you've taught him one of your signature moves, Oikakade said in his head. Have you placed your faith that much in him? Itsuka was still on the ground, trying to recover from the punch. However, time was running out for the orange-haired girl. The timer was currently on 6 seconds, 4 more seconds and she will have lost. Itsuka tried to get up, but the dragon shot had damaged her too much. She tried using her elbows and knees to push her body up, but it did not have much effect. This has never happened to me before. So why is it happening now? Itsuka asked herself. The count was now on the 8 seconds. Itsuka could barely even stand on her feet. However, no matter how hard she tried, the orange-haired girl could not get up. Please, I can't lose now. Not in my father's dojo, not in front of my father, anything but that, Itsuka said in her head. However, despite her pleas, the count reached 10. Itsuka Kendo had lost in her father's dojo. The whole karate organization was stunned. They had known Itsuka ever since she started when she was 10. Despite having the potential to be a black belt, Itsuka had worked her way up the ranks, being undefeated no matter whom she fought. Now that all changed. A boy who she thought was weak and was barely able to handle Itsuka at first had just beaten her with ease. Midoriya has also been able to control his inner rage. A lot better than me, Senshi said in his head. Much to Itsuka's dismay, Izuku was the winner. The dark look in Midoriya's eyes was long gone, and Midoriya looked very normal as if nothing has happened to him. Well done, Midoriya, you did extremely well, Senshi said. However, Midoriya was barely paying attention. Instead, he was thinking back to when he fought Itsuka. What was that? Izuku asked himself. Senshi noticed the puzzled look on Midoriya's face. If you're wondering what that was, I'll explain later. But now, you need to watch, Senshi said as he walked away. His teacher's words confused Midoriya. He then noticed Itsuka walk over to him. That was a good match, Itsuka said as she held out her hand. Izuku gladly shook the girl's hand. Looks like they made up, that's good, Oikakade said. Now, you promised me something important and you will not leave until you fulfill your promise. The karate master confused Midoriya and the whole dojo. Sensei, what does he mean? Izuku asked. I heard someone once say, that for a student to learn, they must see the full power of their teacher, Senshi said. I heard the same thing, Oikakade said as he tightens his gi. To make things fair, you can make any rule you want. The words shocked everyone watching, with the exception of Midoriya. I don't understand, what's going on? Midoriya asked. I've only seen my father act like this on a special occasion, Itsuka said. That occasion is when he is going to fight. Fight! Izuku yelled in his head. I've never seen Sensei fight before. Well, he did have that little encounter with Kachan, but you could barely commit a fight. Izuku put his hand to his mouth. Now I really want to see this fight, Izuku said in his head. You won't mind if I get comfortable? I really don't want to be at a disadvantage, Senshi asked. No, not at all, Oikakade replied. It would be a shame to for an opponent with a disadvantage. Senshi then took off his shirt, and what was underneath shocked the whole dojo, including Midoriya. Scars covered the man's whole body. Some had attached across his entire back, while others were as small as hair. The scars themselves that terrified the members of the dojo, it was the amount of them. There was part of his body that did not contain a scar. Somehow, this made the man appear even bigger than before. That was all without addressing his physique. His body was beyond anything a human should be capable of doing. If his size was no evidence of his strength, then his muscles definitely gave it away. The man's muscles looked as thick as tree. It's like, I'm staring at a demon, Izuku said in his head. I knew Sensei was strong, but now I wonder just how powerful he is. However, that was not on Oikakade's mind. Are you wearing weights? Wouldn't that bring you down? Oikakade asked. Senshi then moved his arm to his face. Good observation. I have been wearing them for so long that I have forgotten that I even wear them. But do not worry, I will only take them off if you prove yourself worthy, Senshi replied. During this conversation, Oikakate was going through a mental dilemma. I'm scared, staring at him now. It looks like it's the gates of hell, Oikakade said in his head. I wonder if this is how Dante felt when he came to hell. You've gotten a lot stronger since we last met Senshi. Despite his fears, Oikakate put on his fighting stance, with his right hand out and his left hand positioned near his heart. He then placed his right leg put and his left leg inside. This was Oikakade's special fighting position that he made just for himself. No one else in the world can use this fighting stance. Senshi then put on the exact same fighting stance. With the exception of Oikakate, everyone in the room was shocked tremendously. Ituka grabbed Midoriya by the shirt and brought him to her. Midoriya explains that. Ituka yelled while pointing to his sensei. I don't know, I've never seen this before, Midoriya replied. From the way he said it and with his body language, it was clear to Ituka that he was telling the truth. She released the boy and sat down right next to him. Well, might as well watch this then, Ituka said. Izuku positioned himself firmly, trying to ignore the fact that a girl is sitting next to him. So when to begin? Oikakate asked. Whenever you're ready, Senshi replied. There was an uneasy feeling in the air. Like when two cowboys are in a duel. No one knew what was going to happen or whose strike was first. Even the ones watching were sweating in anticipation. Oikakate started the match. He dashed towards Senshi, going so fast that he even broke the floor. Oikakate then shifted his right hand into a fist and swung towards Senshi's head. The karate master was so fast that he did all of this in 1 second. Despite the quick time and speed it took Oikakate to accomplish this, Senshi was still faster. He moved his left hand to block the blow to his head. However, Senshi still took the full force of the blow. He lost his balance and was standing on only his right leg. Oikakate used this chance to strike Senshi again. However, Senshi was faster than the karate master was. Oikakate tried to perform a right chop towards Senshi's neck, but Senshi grabbed Oikakate's right arm, punched him in the gut with his left hand. Ora! Senshi yelled as he punched Oikakate. Oikakate was thrown back and then landed on his feet. As I thought, this won't be an easy fight. I will have to use every technique I have to beat him. Then I can challenge my father, Oikakate said in his head. Senshi put on Oikakate's stance once again, putting on more defense than before. Senshi slowly got closer to Oikakate, who was starting to recover from Senshi's punch. Oikakate got up and tightened his gi once again. Oikakate put on his usual stance, but this time was more of an attacking position. My father is more on the defensive when fighting an opponent. Is this man that strong, or does my father wants to end this fight very quickly? Ituka asked herself. Oikakate rushed again to Senshi, this time with a left punch, instead of a right. Senshi moved his hands to block Oikakate's oncoming punch. However, he was shocked to discover that the karate master was not going to use a punch, but a far more dangerous move. Devil Lance, Oikakate yelled in his head. His right fingers came together to form a hand gesture resembling a spear. Oikakate aimed this attack right towards Senshi's chest, but luckily, for the black-haired man, he was able to dodge that move. Itsuka was stunned. I've never seen that technique before. Why is my father using it now? Senshi was also wondering about Oikakude's technique. Why is he using that technique? I have never seen he use it, but I do know his father uses it. If he's just as good or nearly as good, then this will be a hard time than I thought, Senshi said in his head. Oikakude then turned around to face his opponent. His right hand became a fist and he lunged at Senshi. Oikakude raised his leg and brought it down on the Senshi. Senshi dodged it by dashing backward away. I can't just use karate anymore. It's been so long, but now I have to use that style, Senshi said in his head. His stance changed. He moved into his left hand into an L shape and put it in front of himself. Senshi then moved his right hand into. I don't understand. It looks like Sensei has gotten into a harder defense, but it looks like he has gotten softer, Izuku said in his head. So you're using that style now. Unfortunately for you, I already have counters against you, Oikakude said in his head. Oikakude went into his natural fighting stance before dashing towards Senshi once again. However, Senshi stood his ground. However, once Oikakude threw a left punch, he was suddenly in the air, with his head pointing towards the ground. Senshi's left hand was holding onto Oikakude's left hand. Oikakude quickly adjusted to the fact that he was in the air and threw a right kick towards Senshi's head. Senshi immediately blocked by moving his free arm in front of Oikakude's kick. Despite Oikakude having a kick powerful enough to destroy concrete, Senshi's arm came out only with a little bruise. Is his arm so strong that it can withstand my father's kick? If not, then there must secret behind this, Ituka said in her head. Oikakude had more than one trick up his sleeve. He then tried to launch a left knee towards Senshi's face, which connected. Blood came out of Senshi's nose as his head went back. His grip was broken and Oikakude landed on the ground. His right hand then shifted and became larger and thicker. Oikakite Kendo, quirk, stronger hands. He can make his hands deal more 2x damage. As a side effect, it will grow a few inches bigger. Oikakude then brought down a right chop towards Senshi's shoulder. Senshi felt his shoulder bone break instantly by the attack. This caused Senshi to fall to the ground. Oikakude saw his change and brought down another right chop aimed at Senshi's neck. This is the same move I used to kill a tiger, Oikakude said in his head. Can you handle it, Kane? This is it. I have seen many opponents fall to this move. Even some pro heroes can't even handle this move, Ituka said in her head. A simile appeared on her head. Oikakude's hand was close to Senshi's neck when boom. A loud noise exploded, causing some eardrums to burst. Oikakude was also sent flying and crashed into the wall behind him. Senshi, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Senshi was currently kneeling on one leg and his right fist was out. Smoke was emitting from his fist. Upon closer inspection, his training weight on his right arm was off. Most people think strength is what I'm best at. I do not blame them. What they don't know is that my greatest weapon is speed, Senshi said. He got up and walked over to Oikakude. Oikakude was currently lying down on what remains of the wall covering the storage closet. There was also blood coming off his head. Do you wish to continue? Senshi asked Oikakude. Oikakude got up and stared Senshi in the eye. Nah, I'm good, Oikakude blankly responded. Are you sure? I believe you can still go on. I mean, you did break my shoulder, Senshi stated. I'm sure. If I continue now, we may break more than a few bones. I want to go home and kiss my wife, Oikakude replied with a small laugh. That makes sense, Senshi said. He then looked at his watch. I better get going. I have a meeting to attend, Senshi said. Go ahead, I have nothing against it, Oikakude replied. Come on Midoriya, Senshi said as walked to the elevator. Midoriya got up and ran to his teacher. Well, what can I say? I mean you are the king of fight, Oikakude could not finish his sentence. Senshi, in less than a second, dashed to Oikakude and threw a full-powered punch right towards Oikakude's face. However, he stopped right in front of Oikakude's face, who barely even noticed the punch coming. A gush of wind blew on Oikakude's face, indicating how fast Senshi was. Never say that to me again, Senshi inhumanly growled. Everyone in the room had shivers down their spines, especially Midoriya. What's got over him? Izuku wondered. I've never seen sensei like this. Senshi then walked away from the shocked karate master. Let's go Midoriya, Senshi angrily said. Midoriya followed him in a sacred state. Once they entered the elevator, the tension in the room died down. I didn't think it would be that big of a deal, Oikakate blankly said. Should we go after them? Itsuka mumbled, still shocked after the whole experience. It is best that we do not, that man has personal problems. Ones that we don't know of, Oikakate replied. Outside. Senshi and Midoriya were walking away from the dojo, with no clear direction. Senshi was walking with an angry pace while Midoriya was walking behind him. God damn it, why did I do that? Senshi asked himself. I put on a bad example for Midoriya and probably scared him as well. Senshi turned around and saw Midoriya shaking, not even wanting to look at his teacher. What teacher would I be if I let something like this happen to my student? If my sensei was here he would beat me with a stick, Senshi said in his head. He turned around to face his young student. I'm sorry for acting like that, Senshi said as he bowed his head to his student. Midoriya was even more confused by his teacher's actions. First, there was that whole incident in the dojo, and now this. Why did you do it? Midoriya asked. Senshi hesitated before answering, there is a past to me that I don't cherish, a past that I wish to be forgotten. Midoriya understood what his mentor was saying. He hated the time when Bakugo and others picked on him. However, Midoriya had a feeling that his past was very different from his teacher's. If you want, I can make it up to you, Senshi said. His head was still bowed down to his student. Alright, let's have some ice cream, Midoriya said, trying to uplift the mood. Back to the dojo. Itsuka was putting on her shoes. She was already wearing normal clothes and was ready to go home. Hello, Kendo. Are you alright? A grown woman, already dressed asked. The grown woman had black hair, 5 feet tall and had a muscular body. I'm fine Tomodachi, Itsuka replied. Tomodachi was another student in the dojo. She was an active member and had even become a 5th degree black belt. She also had supported Itsuka ever since she first joined. Your dad said he had to observe the damage done to the wall before going home, Tomodachi explained to Itsuka. Thanks, I was wondering what was taking him so long, Itsuka replied. He also said I can walk you home. You don't have a problem with that? Tomodachi asked. No, that's perfectly fine, Itsuka responded. The duo walked down a street together. I heard what happened. Are you sure that you're alright? Tomodachi asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Itsuka said, but it was clear something was wrong. Come on Kendo, are we not friends? You can tell me, Tomodachi said. Itsuka had a face full of doubt before answering. Well, you heard that I lost to a boy, right? You have a crush on him, Tomodachi assumed. What? Itsuka yelled out, that's not it. However, despite her pleas, a blush formed on Itsuka's face. Do not lie to me. You would never talk about a boy if it wasn't for that reason, Tomodachi replied. We talk about that Charky boy and you never say anything, Itsuka replied. Yes, but you never had a blush on your face when you talk about him, Tomodachi replied. I still do not. I just think that he looks a little cute and, Itsuka stopped herself once she realized what she was saying. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to tell your dad, Tomodachi said. No, wait, please don't tell dad, Itsuka pleaded. Back to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, Senshi said, causing his student to turn to him. Itsuka likes you. PFFFT. Midoriya went as if his ice cream in his mouth went flying. That isn't funny sensei, Midoriya cried out. I'm not joking, Senshi said, in fact, I'm dead serious. Oh no, Midoriya mumbled. What's wrong? Senshi asked. If her father hears about this, he might kill me, Midoriya mumbled. Do not worry about her father, I can handle him. It's her grandfather you need to worry about, Senshi said. Midoriya turned to his teacher in confusion. What about her grandfather? Izuku asked. Well, to put it simply, her grandfather is the strongest karate master in the world, Senshi explained. His strikes can pierce through boulders. Rumors say that he can predict the moves of his opponent even before they do. He has battled countless foes, some that said they could topple gods. Moreover, from what I have heard, despite being in his 60s, he remains undefeated. I think he could defeat me at full strength. That's how strong Kuroki Gensai is. Midoriya was amazed. He knew that there were many strong people in the world. Heck, his sensei is one of them. However, he had a feeling that Kuroki Gensai was somehow more powerful than what his sensei was telling him. Have you ever met him? Izuku asked. Once, and there were 2 things that stood out about him. His intimidating aura and something I wasn't expecting, Senshi said. What was that? Midoriya asked again, dying of curiosity. He had an astonishing beard, Senshi yelled out. Midoriya had a deadpan expression. I thought it was some serious, Izuku said in his head, but that was just silly. I wish I could show it to you. It really is a sight to behold, Senshi seriously said. Actually, I have another question. If Gensai is Kendo's grandfather, then why doesn't she have his last name? Izuku asked. That's a very good question, Midoriya. There is a very important reason for that, Senshi said as he began to tell a story. Flashback. Out of curiosity, I had to ask before I beat you till Kingdom Come. Why is your last name Kendo? A younger Senshi asked as he stood above a bleeding Oikakate. If your father is so strong, why don't you have his name? There's a good reason for that, Oikakate mumbled. He smiled, showing bloody spots where teeth should have been. It's my mother's name. I'm not as strong as my father yet, so until I beat him I will use my mother's name. Back to the present. And that's the reason why, Senshi explained. I think he's leaving some parts out, Izuku said in his head. I have another question. When I was fighting Kendo, I felt strange. It felt like someone else was fighting for me, Izuku wondered. There's a good reason for that. Do you know that little voice inside your head telling you to do bad things? Imagine that voice taking over and fighting for you, Senshi explained. That's basically what it is. It is not a physical boost, more like a mental one. It's a rare technique that most people haven't even seen, let alone heard of. So how did I unlock it? Izuku asked. Well, it usually comes from intense anger. Although it offers no additional power, it allows fighters to use all of their strength, without holding back. This technique is called inner rage, Senshi explained. So if I use inner rage more often then I will get stronger, Izuku said with a happy tone. However, he then felt a sharp cool presence down his neck. Turning around he saw his teacher giving him an angry look. Don't, his mentor said. Why? Izuku nervously asked. Inner rage is not a move you should use often. I gave the benefit of using it once, but that is it. Most people that use it suffer horrible fates, Senshi said. Remember this, Midoriya, if you stare at the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back. Midoriya was even more nervous than before. I'm sorry, Midoriya mumbled. Don't be, you didn't know, so there's no reason for you to be sorry, Senshi said. Any more questions you have for me? Yes, why were copying Mr. Kendo's moves and stance when you fought him? Midoriya asked. Well, back when I was beginning to learn martial arts, all I did was copy my opponents. It thought it would be cool to defeat my opponents using their style. However, as time went on, I realized something about my style. Not only could I use my opponent's strengths against them, but I could also figure out their weakness. Then I combined two styles together and made a completely new style. Then combined two completely different styles into one style for one opponent. Then another style for another opponent, and so on and so on. That sounds amazing, Midoriya committed. It was, but my style had three major weaknesses. One, it could not mimic styles based on one's body. Say someone is small, so I cannot mimic that style since I am tall. Another weakness is that it cannot mimic styles that revolve around one's quirks. Since I cannot copy quirks, then I cannot mimic that style either. The final weakness is that it takes a longer time for me to attack. With so many options to attack, there was often a delay in my attacks. Despite all of this, my style was unique. It even had a cool name. What was the name? Midoriya asked. Well, most people call it the formless style, however, its real name is all for all style, Senshi proudly said. I think formless style is a better name anyway, Midoriya committed. Well, I invented it so I name it, Senshi yelled. Why did you name it all for all style then? Izuku asked in a nervous tone. Senshi calmed down and answered his student's question. Well, there are two reasons for that. One, it is short for all styles against all opponents. I thought it was a cool phrase and one that fitted my style. Another reason was to give respect to a friend I hold dear to my heart. Somewhere else. Achoo, a skinny blood man sneezed at full force. Maybe someone is talking about me, he said in his head. The man was currently leaving a massive skyscraper, with a famous hero's name on it. You know, I wonder where Shinyu is doing now. The man said in his head. Ah, it's a villain, a woman yelled. The man transformed into a mighty being of massive strength. Do not worry, because I am here, the man yelled as he engaged the villain. You would have liked him, Senshi said. Unfortunately we had a falling out. One final question, why did get angry at Mr. Kendo? Izuku asked. Senshi looked down at the ground. His face was full of both guilt and sadness. He then got up from his sitting position and said a statement that would haunt Midoriya to the day he died. There is a world of monsters, a world where the average humans cannot survive. In this world, only the strongest can rule. It is a terrible world, one where I used to live. I once ruled that world. However, I left that world a long time ago, for good reason. I want to stay away from that world, and I hope you stay as far away from it as you could. Midoriya did not know how to comprehend his teacher's words. Was there a place that dangerous? Why did Sensei leave? Was there anything else that he was hiding? All these questions and more boggled Izuku's mind. On to a more important matter. I think you have comprehended striking martial arts, so now we should try grappling. However, which one should we do? You're too small for wrestling. I am not good with jiu-jitsu and the Gracie family hates me. Oh, I know, the last part Senshi nearly yelled out. Placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, Senshi said, I'm going to teach you the Nico style. The what? 397 Chapter 6. The Nico style AN. Hey everyone, author here. Today I must ask a very special question. How is the romance in this chapter? I really need to know. If you have any criticism or problem, please let me know and explain how I can do better. Thank you. Izuku was lying down on his bed wondering about so many things. One of them was the Nico style. What in the world was it? He had never heard of it before. Was it a completely new martial art or something else entirely? Another thing that was bothering him was Oikakudi's words. Before his sensei interrupted him, Izuku heard him say, King of Fight. Nevertheless, what could that mean? Sitting around would not do him any good. If he wanted to find answers, there was only one way to do so, the internet. Getting on his computer, Izuku immediately went to Google. He typed in Nico style and hit enter. 0 results. Well, that was a surprise. He was sure that had never happened before on the history of the website. That just made Izuku even more confused. How could he learn something that does not even exist? Well, if he could not find the answer to one of his questions, there was still the other. He typed in King of Fight into the search bar. Some of the suggestions said, King of Fighting. He instantly clicked on it, wondering what would come up. 2 million results. That was a surprise, even more than before. What was going on? He saw one of the links come up as, live footage of the King of Fighting. Izuku created a new tab, wondering what kind of rabbit hole he was going down. The post containing the video said, this video keeps on getting taken down. The one who originally posted this video has not been heard of in months, so I'm doing this to preserve his memory. The video was 2 minutes long, much to Izuku's confusement. What could be so dangerous in this 2-minute video? Izuku clicked on the video and went full screen. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, a loud voice said on a speaker. The video was shaky and had a bad quality, but it was clear where it was. It looked like a closed stadium, however, it was bigger to any he had seen on TV. The master of any form of fighting, with it being brawling or martial arts. A man so dangerous that hell itself spat him out. The man who stands above heaven and God themselves. His name is Shinyu Senshi, the king of fighting, the voice yelled as someone appeared on the video. Izuku immediately recognized him. That's my sensei, Izuku said in his head. Although this version of his teacher was a little skinnier and smaller than his present form, it was still his sensei. His sensei was wearing a black skin-tight bodysuit with no shoes. Start your bets, people, the voice said. Yelling came from all around the camera. It was clear that it was an intense crowd. Now, let's begin the battle of monsters, the voice said again. The camera then revealed Senshi's opponent. I recognized that man. He is of the top heroes in Germany. I heard that his muscles are so strong that he took a bullet to the head and lived. How would my teacher handle this? Izuku asked in his head. Are you ready? The voice asked the fighters. Both of them went into a fighting stance, with the German hero taking a stance fitting a brawler, while Senshi took a kickboxing stance. Begin, the voice yelled. The German hero dashed at high speeds towards Senshi, who did not take down his stance. Boom, a sudden boom that was similar to what a jet engine makes range. The sound was even louder than the voice before. It was so loud that despite Izuku keeping the volume down, it was still hurt his ears. What in the world was that? He asked. He looked back at the video, which ended at the very same moment. He saw his master kick the German hero right on the face, and by the looks of it, the hero had been knocked cold. However, the truly scary thing in the image was not the fact that the hero was knocked out by one blow, but it was the demonic grin on Senshi's face. A scary thought entered Izuku's head. Exactly how strong is his teacher? He went back to Google to look at the other links. One of them really got his eye. It was a post saying, King of Fighting vs All Might. He instantly clicked on it. As an All Might fan, as a big All Might fan, and as someone who wanted answers, this seemed like the best answer. Hello, everyone, as the creator of this form, I would like to ask a question. They said the King of Fighting to be the master of all kinds of fighting. All Might is the #1 hero in the world, a man said to be unbeatable. If they fought, who will win? It was one simple question, but it was too hard to answer. Not even the people on the forum had a clear answer. All Might would clearly win. The king is too scared to show himself to the public. Plus All Might has never lost before and never will, one comment said. The thing is no one knows what the king can do. We do not even know if he has used his quirk. So I'll say 50-50, another comment said. However, the rest of the comments were very toxic, to the point where Izuku did not want to read them anymore. Izuku went to bed with one question on his mind: who is my sensei? The next day, Izuku was in his teacher's dojo. He was currently sitting on his knees with his teacher in front of him sitting the next same way. I know what you're thinking, Senshi said. What is the Nico style? Izuku nodded. Well, let me explain. Long ago, before quirks were a thing, there was a zone. The Japanese government had no power of any kind in that zone, so they abandoned all hope for it. It soon became a lawless zone filled with crime and violence. It was inside that zone that one man appeared. His name was Tokita Nico, and he brought along a strange fighting style. With it, he was able to make a legend with himself. However, it was because of his reputation that so many came after his head. However, one day, he suddenly vanished. However, soon, multiple people came knowing his style. Now, over 200 years after his death, the Nico style is one of the most infamous fighting styles in the underground. Wait, what about the lawless zone? Izuku asked. I've never heard that anywhere. Well, to be honest, I don't know. The story I just told you is as credible as a fairy tale. No one really believes it and no one knows if it is true. There is no proof that the lawless zone or Tokita Nico even existed. The Nico style is the only thing that can be used to prove the story, but even then it's a little far-fetched, Senshi explained. Now there is one thing that separates the Nico style from most martial arts, that is. Found you? A loud voice yelled out. Suddenly the wall exploded next to the door exploded. A hulking mass came out. A man came out from the dust, revealing himself even bigger than Senshi in every way. I hear that you are strong. If I beat you, then people will have to acknowledge my strength, the man said. Senshi made a wide grin on his face. Actually, this is better. Pay close attention, Midoriya, I'm going to show you the Nico style. Sensei then took on the same stance he put on when he fought Oikakate. His opponent put on a kickboxing stance. First thing, you have to know is that there are 4 katas to the Nico style. The first kata is Flame Kata. Senshi suddenly dashed in high speeds right towards his opponent. The giant man instantly threw a right straight, only for it to miss his target. Flame Kata improves your speed as well as your agility. The hulking man threw a kick aimed at Senshi's head. However, Senshi, with one hand, blocked it and was able to bend the man on his back. Redirection Kata. It allows you to control the flow of power and sent the attacks right back towards the opponent. The man then tried to get up but was put into a chokehold. Water Kata makes you more flexible and allows you to grapple. The man knew how to break a free chokehold and dashed to a still intact wall. However, Senshi instantly withdrew from his chokehold and moved right in front of the man. And my personal favorite, Adamantine Kata. Senshi then threw a powerful punch towards the man's face. Aura! Senshi yelled as he instantly knocked the bigger man out. The punch was so strong that it sent the man flying through the wall. Adamantine Kata hardens the muscles and is perfect for both defense and offense, Senshi explained. Izuku was amazed. He had never seen this type of fighting before, even with quirks. So seeing a fighting style that was so beautiful amazed him. Oh, I should let you know, Senshi said. The Nico style isn't perfect. If people were to know about it, then they will most likely have made counter defenses against it. Neat. Izuku then turned his attention to the beaten man. What about him? Oh, he will be fine. I held back against him so he'll live, Senshi said. A few hours later, Izuku was currently pushing his index finger against a thick tree. Despite his hardest, he was not able to harden his muscles. Are you sure this is how you learn iron fingers? Midoriya asked. Why am I learning adamantine kata when you said I was learning grappling? Shouldn't I learn water kata instead? The Nico style is a synthesis. Just learning one kata is not enough. You need to learn all 4 katas to master the Nico style. Despite adamantine kata being more suitable for strikers, if you combined it with the water kata then you have a terrifying combo. As for your first question, that was how I learned it, Senshi said as he watched Midoriya struggle, although it took me a whole week before I learned how to harden my even one finger. A whole week? What makes you think I can learn this then? Midoriya asked. That made Senshi question himself. Personally, he wanted to hit Midoriya on the head and tell him never to give up. However, his sensei would never approve of that. In fact, that was exactly the opposite way his sensei used to teach him. Having faith is good, but having too much faith will lead to downfall, his sensei's words echo in his head. What to do, what to do? Senshi asked himself. Oh I know, Senshi yelled out, scaring Midoriya. Midoriya, you still write in those notebooks right? Senshi asked his student. Yeah, what about it? Midoriya nervously asked. Would you often do research for those notes? Like read a book discussing fire when researching a fire quirk? Senshi asked. I think you should study muscles. It might just help you. Midoriya grew a smile on his face. Yeah, that could work. Midoriya took a look at his watch, but I'll have to run now before the library closes. Then what are you waiting for? Senshi said as he pushed Midoriya away. Go on, get going, I don't mind. Midoriya ran to grab his book bag. Thank you sensei, he yelled as he waved goodbye to his teacher. Senshi waved back, that kid is a lot better than I was at in his age. At the library. Midoriya was now at his favorite library. It was a place where he often came to be alone by himself. He did most of his research here. He first went to the head librarian of the library, not knowing where books containing muscle could be. Excuse me, miss. Midoriya got the attention of the old frail woman. Oh hello, Midoriya, how are you? The librarian asked. I am doing fine. Do you know where books about muscles could be? Midoriya asked. Ah yes, I think they are in the science section, the librarian answered. Thank you, Midoriya said as he went to the science section of the library. However, once he got there, he could not find the right book. Nothing here is what I'm looking for, Izuku said in his head. That was until he saw that right book. Its title was, The Muscles of the Human Body, From Brain to Toe. However, there was a major problem. Someone was reading the book. In addition, that someone just so happened to be a girl. Oh no, Izuku said in his head. The girl was currently leaning back against the bookshelf, not noticing Midoriya yet. Okay, all I have to do is ask her for the book, Izuku said in his head. Excuse me, Izuku said, gaining the attention of the girl. Dear God, why does this have to be so hard? Izuku said in his head. Can I please have that book? I need it for a project, Izuku asked. The girl moved the book away from her face, allowing Izuku to have a good look at her. She was taller than him. Which was not a surprise because nearly everyone was taller than he was, had a big black ponytail, onyx eyes that mirror a cat, and a very mature body. Here you go, the girl said as she handed the book to Midoriya in an elegant manner. So pretty, Izuku said in his head. Thank you, Midoriya said with a light blush on his face as he accepted the book. May I ask what kind of project are you working on? The beautiful girl asked Midoriya. Well, it's kind of silly, and you might laugh, Midoriya replied. I will do no such thing, the girl said as she put her hand on her chest. If it means so much to you I can never laugh at it. So pretty, Izuku yelled in his head. Well, I'm trying to harden the muscles on my finger, Izuku said. There was a short silence between them. Oh God, she probably thinks that I'm a weird guy, Izuku said in his head. Amazing, the girl said, surprising Midoriya. It could work like a hardening quirk. Your grip strength, as well as your punches, would greatly improve. That's exactly what I wanted to do, Izuku excitedly said. Though I don't see how it's possible without using a quirk, the girl replied. Izuku looked at his own finger. It's possible. I've seen it done without the use of a quirk. Out of curiosity, why are you doing this? The girl asked. No one would naturally want to do the impossible. It's a stupid reason but one I won't give up on, Izuku said. I want to be a hero. The girl suddenly realized something that helped her case. "You're quirkless," she said. Izuku's mind went blank. "Oh no," he said in his head. "Why? Why did this have to happen?" She was so close to being his friend as well. "To be a hero without a quirk," the girl said, "you must be very brave." That brought a blush and simile on Izuku's face. "Though I have to ask, why you want to be a hero?" the girl asked the green-haired boy. "Was it for money or fame?" "To be honest, I think saving people is one of the coolest things to do. Putting one's life before your own is possibly one of the bravest things one can do. So that is why I want to be a hero." The girl was amazed at the boy's determination. Most heroes she has seen were in it for the money or the publicity. In fact, the students in her school only wanted to be a hero for those reasons only. Therefore, it was an honest surprise hearing such a generous reason. Maybe, she should be a hero as well. "Momo Yayorozu," the girl said. "Excuse me," Izuku replied. "My name is Momo Yayorozu. I would like to be friends with you," Momo said as she raised her hand. "Izuku Midoriya," Midoriya replied as he shook Momo's hand. That night, Momo was walking away from the library. She had also gained Midoriya number and has her own as well. "Now to deal with one last issue," Momo said aloud. She turned to face an alleyway and yelled, "Koibito and Yokubo, come out here right now or I will tell my dad." Suddenly 2 average-sized men dashed out of the alleyway and went down on their knees. One had dark blue skin and red hair, while the other had light red skin and blue hair. "Please don't, Ms. Yayorozu," the 2 men begged, "we'll do anything." The elegant girl put a hand to her hand. "Why does father do this? He should at least alert me about it," Momo said. "Ms. Yayorozu, please do not hate your father. He is only concerned for your safety," Koibito, blue one, explained. "That's right," Yokubo, red one, said. "You are the daughter of a very rich man. It would be a foolish mistake not to protect you. A boy could come in and try to seduce you." That was when Momo realized something. "Were you watching me talk to Midoriya?" she asked the duo. The sudden silence between the duo gave her answer. "You can't talk about Midoriya to father," Momo demanded. "Why not?" Yokubo asked. "Because the last time a boy talked to me, all of our bodyguards and maids had to hold him back so he wouldn't kill the boy." "Well, maybe the boy was trying to seduce you. He only asked for a pencil." "Well, did he give it back?" "He did," Momo said. "Please do not tell my dad about him. Midoriya different than most boys." The 2 men looked at each other before gaining a huge grin. "Oh, so he's different," Yokubo said. "I can see it already, you walking down the aisle in a beautiful dress. Your husband is waiting for you. Then after a romantic ceremony, you embrace your husband in a passionate honeymoon," Koibito said as he grabbed the hands of his partner. They then stared at each other in a very weird way. "I'm pretty sure they're lovers," Momo said in her head as she watched this scene happen. 1 week later, Senshi was amazed at the rate Izuku has learned. He was now able to use iron fingers on all 10 fingers. However, he could only do it on 3 fingers at a time. "Good work, Midoriya," Senshi said. "Now we can move on to water kata." "Thank you, sensei," Midoriya said. "I couldn't have done it without Yayorozu." Senshi flinched once he heard the Yayorozu name. "Is something wrong, sensei?" Midoriya asked. "It's nothing, just bad memories," Senshi replied. "Think about the time he fought Kohogona Yayorozu. Anyway, do you remember the beach that you cleaned up?" "Yeah, what about it?" Izuku asked. "Next Saturday meet me there in your swimsuit," Senshi said, "and bring goggles." Saturday Midoriya had arrived at the beach. However, Senshi was not there. Izuku was all alone with only his towel, a bag of clothes and necessities, and goggles. "Well, at least I have time for myself," Izuku said in his head. He set his towel down in the sand and dived into the water. Meanwhile, a pink girl nearby was dealing with a challenging problem. "None of my friends showed up," she cried in her head. To be fair, her friends were not trying to be mean. They had important stuff to do. One had to assist his parents, another had to help their cousins move, and other things to worry. "It's so weird being lonely," the pink girl said in her head. That was until she saw waves splashing in the distance. "The hell is that?" she asked herself. Taking a closer look, she saw a boy swimming in the distance. "At least I'm not alone," the pink girl said to herself. The boy then went back to shore, and that was when the girl got a good look on him. The boy had light green hair and muscles not meant for a middle scholar. The girl blushed once seeing his wet and muscular body. "So cute," the pink girl said to herself. I must know more about this boy. Izuku was currently taking a breather from his swimming. He was about to go back in the water before a pink girl went up to him and said, "Hi." The sudden arrival of the girl surprised Izuku, but he maintained his composure. "Hello," he said back, still shocked by the girl's sudden entrance. The girl had light pink skin with yellow horns in her hair and her eyes had black sclera and yellow irises. The two-piece purple bikini she was wearing also matched with her body. "My name is Mina Ishido," the pink girl introduced herself. "What is your name?" "Izuku Midoriya," he replied. "So cute," Mina said in her head. "So what are you doing here?" Ishido asked the green-haired boy. "Training," Midoriya replied. "Oh neat," Mina said. "Say, did you put on sunscreen?" Izuku then realized that he did not use sunscreen and did not bring any sunscreen. "I have some if you like," Ishido offered. "Are you sure?" Izuku asked. "Don't worry, I have plenty. Plus I already used some on myself," Ishido said. "Alright, I'll have some," Midoriya said, giving in to the girl. She handed him a bottle of sunscreen that she had in her bag. "Thank you," Midoriya said as he put on the sunscreen. "What about your back?" Ishido asked. "I haven't thought about that," Midoriya said. "Can I put it on your back?" Ishido suggested. Midoriya instantly blushed. "Why would you say that, Ishido?" Midoriya nervously asked. "What's wrong? I'm just putting lotion on your back, nothing big," Ishido said. So she had no clue, Midoriya said in his head. "Okay, but don't do anything weird." Mina grabbed the bottle of sunscreen and squirted some onto her hand. She carefully rubbed the gel on the boy's back. "She's pretty good at this," Midoriya said in his head. Before he realized it, it was over. "There we go," Ishido said as she finished rubbing the boy's back. "Was that so bad?" "Wow," Izuku said. "That felt good. Thank you, Mina." "Sure thing, muscles," Mina replied. "Muscles?" Midoriya asked in a confused voice. "Yeah, I thought it would be a cute nickname. It's because you have such impressive muscles," the pink girl replied. "You don't have to do that. You can just call me Midoriya," the green-haired boy stated. "Okay, then I am going to call you Midori," Mina stated. The new nickname caused Midoriya to blush. "Why are you calling me that?" Midoriya asked. "It's cute, just like you," Mina said with a bright smile. Izuku's blush grew brighter. He had been called many things before, but not cute. It was an unusual thing to be called. Most girls had either ignored him or made fun of him. Sure, there were exceptions, but they were too few. Yet none of them was like this girl. She was outgoing and had nothing stopping her. It was like there was a mountain and she was constantly climbing it. Izuku had only one friend who could even compare to her. They were not friends anymore. "So what are doing here, Midori?" Mina asked. "Training, my sensei is supposed to be here but for some reason he's not," Midoriya answered. "So you're just swimming around until he's here," Ishido said. "Basically, what are you doing here?" Midoriya asked. "I wanted to be here with my friends, but they're not here," Ishido said in a sad voice. "Well, I am here," Midoriya said, doing his best all-might face. However, it left the pink girl with a confused face. "Maybe that was a mistake," Izuku said in his head. "Bawahaha." Ishido started to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." The girl was laughing so hard there were tears in her eyes. She was also rolling around in the sand. "That's so silly," she cried. Although this was not the reaction Midoriya had intended, it was a good result. He made someone smile. Isn't that what matters? "So who's your friend Midoriya?" his sensei asked. "Ahhhhhhhh." Midoriya yelled as his teacher appeared behind him. His yell also alerted Mina, who was on the sand. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you," Senshi replied. Mina got behind Izuku and whispered, "Holy shit Midori, this guy is jacked." "What do you mean?" Midoriya whispered back. "I mean he has muscles on his muscles. The only person I have seen that is muscular like that is All Might," she whispered back. "Where did you find this guy?" "You know I can hear you right," Senshi said as he addressed Ishido. "Oh no, he has a hearing quirk," Ishido yelled. "No, you're whispering very loudly," Senshi said. "Where are my manners? My name is Shinyu Senshi. What's yours?" "Mina Ishido." The pink girl replied. "Ishido, do you mind if I borrow Midoriya for a while? We were supposed to train today," he said. "Okay, but can I give Midori here something?" "Sure, go right ahead." Ishido then went to her back, pulled out a piece of paper and scribbled something on it. She then handed the small sheet of paper to Midoriya and made a phone gesture before leaving. Taking one look at the paper, Izuku saw that it was her phone number. Wow, you're good at this, Senshi said to Midoriya. You already have 2 girls who like you. Wait, no, it's nothing like that, Izuku mumbled. We are just friends after all, and Kendo-san doesn't think of me like that. Sure thing, Midori, Senshi replied. What took you so long anyway? Midoriya asked his teacher. I needed to find equipment for our exercise. Remember when we were training with the punching mitts? It's like that but different. Different how? Izuku asked. Senshi then pointed to the water. Oh, later Izuku was struggling with the current training he was doing. The task was simple, try and put his sensei in a headlock. However, there were 2 reasons why it was a difficult task. 1. He was underwater, making it harder for him to move and to grip on items, even when he used iron fingers. 2. Senshi had not given him the time of day. His teacher forbids him from doing any strikes, only grappling. Occasionally Izuku would point up, signaling for air. Senshi would then grab his hips and pull him up for air. They continued this routine for 4 whole hours. Izuku was barely able to dodge Senshi's middle kick. That gave him the perfect chance to move behind Senshi and put in a headlock. Izuku's headlock was weak due to the training and from the pressure of the water. However, it was good enough for Senshi. He tapped Izuku's arm, signaling the end of the training. Izuku then swam to the surface of the water for air, breaking free. He gasped for air. His teacher later came out for air. They later swam back to the shore with Midoriya collapsing on the sand. He was out of breath and exhausted from the harsh training. You alright? Senshi asked as he placed a water bottle near Midoriya's head. I'm fine, Midoriya said as he drank the bottle of water. Hey, can I ask you a question? I'm confused about how the Nico style works. Do you have a paper and pencil? Midoriya then pointed to his book bag as he drank more water. Senshi then drew a picture and showed it to Midoriya. It was a diagram with tips on every side. On the top was the redirection kata, on the left was water kata, on the bottom was adamantine kata, and finally on the right was flame kata. This is how the Nico style works, Senshi said. As you can see, the Nico style is built on the 4 katas. 1 or 2 katas are good, but not good enough. For the Nico style to truly work to its fullest, all 4 styles must be used. When working in unison, that is the perfect way to use the Nico style. Okay, makes sense, Izuku said. So what are we doing now? First, you need to rest. Today was enough training and you got school tomorrow, Senshi said. I, on the other hand, have something very important to do. What is that? Midoriya asked out of curiosity. I'm going on a date. The date? Man, I can't believe you're at my house again, Hageshi Dageki said to her boyfriend. They were currently in her apartment. What do you want to do? We could watch a movie, or play some board games, or one more option, lovemaking. No, Senshi bluntly said. You're so mean, Hageshi said. Let's watch a movie, you can pick anyone you want, Senshi said as he lay down on her couch. Here's one, Bloodsport. The movie about Frank Dukes as he battles in the Kumite, Hageshi said. Isn't it based off that really crazy dude? Senshi asked. Yeah, but it's still a good movie, Hageshi said. Alright, you can put it in, Senshi said. Hageshi put the movie into her DVD player and sat right next to Sensei. Once the opening credits ended, Hageshi moved herself to be blocking Senshi's view. What are you doing? Senshi asked. Getting a good view, the woman said as she stared into his eyes. Senshi then grabbed the remote and paused the movie. There's been something that I have been meaning to ask you. Ask me anything you like, Hageshi said as she wrapped her hands around Senshi's neck. Why do you love? Senshi asked. A weird and sudden pause filled the room. I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? Hageshi asked. Why do you love me? Senshi asked. I have done terrible things and you know that. I have done unspeakable things and yet you still keep on following me. You follow me around like a small puppy and want to spend every second you have with me. Why? Hageshi finally realized that this Shinyu Senshi was very different from the one she used to know. The old one was wild and fierce, a force to be reckoned with. However, this one was calmed and obeyed like a loyal dog. She did not hate it. In fact, she liked this new version of the man. However, she still needed to answer. Well, personally, think about you. No matter what obstacles you face, you always overcome it. If you had to take on the entire world, you would, and no matter what, you always come on top. You inspired me to become stronger and you have inspired me to improve as a person. I would never be as good as an ant if you had not shown me kindness that day. Even today, you are inspiring others. That Midoriya boy keeps getting stronger and stronger because of you. That is why I love you." Senshi did not know how to respond. He honestly never knew someone felt this way about him. He had misjudged Hageshi, which was a mistake. One mistake on a list of many. Maybe he could learn better now. "I'm sorry," Hageshi was confused by her boyfriend's words, "I misjudged you." "I don't mind. We're human, we're bound to make mistakes," Hageshi said, "however there is one way you can make it up." "Is it what I think it is?" Senshi asked. "Oh yes," Hageshi said as she started to take off Senshi's shirt. The next day Midoriya eagerly opened the door to his sensei's dojo. He had been training last night and had been able to use iron fingers on his right hand. He was happy to show it off to his sensei. That was until he heard strange sounds. The sounds were coming from the bathroom in the dojo. Midoriya pressed here against the door. He recognized the sound as the sound of throwing up. Midoriya knocked on the door. "Sensei, are you alright?" he asked. "Don't worry about me, Midoriya," Senshi said in a sick voice, "I'm just blurg." Midoriya suddenly heard the sound of vomit. "I'm sick today, so I don't think I can teach you today." Senshi sounded like he was about to die. "Do you need help or medicine?" Midoriya asked. "Thanks, but I'm fine right now. Also, you could get sick from me and I don't want that to happen," Senshi replied. "However, you can still train with someone else. I left an address on the table nearby. The man who teaches there should at least give you a few tips about grappling." "Are you sure?" Midoriya said. "Yes, I have no problem with it, just be kind to the owner. When we fought, he nearly beat me," Senshi said. "A man who almost beat Sensei, is that even possible?" Midoriya asked in his head. "I'll come back tomorrow to see if you get better," Midoriya said. "Thanks," Senshi said as he heard Midoriya leave the dojo. He then turned to the toilet where he had been vomiting for the last 10 minutes. Instead of leftover food in the toilet, it was blood, his blood. Tons of blood. "God damn it. Why couldn't my quirk be something simple?" Senshi said in his head before vomiting once again. With Midoriya looked at the building in front of him and then at the note Senshi gave him. He continued doing this for 30 seconds. There must be some kind of mistake, one simple mistake. There was no way he could learn about fighting in this place. Because it was a dance studio, Izuku decided to look inside. There was a lesson going on and Midoriya saw grown women and an instructor performing. "It's best not to interrupt at this time. Maybe wait until the session is over," Midoriya said in his head before sitting down on a bench nearby. 10 minutes later, the class wrapped up and Midoriya noticed the women all leaving while talking to each other. That was when he went inside. Excuse me," Midoriya said as he entered the studio. "Yes, can I help you?" one of the workers asked. He was tall and had dark black hair with bright red bug eyes. Judging from the way he looked, Midoriya believed him to be a college student. "I was told to talk to the owner," Midoriya replied. "You need to speak with me," a man said. Midoriya turned to see a man with mushroom hair on a wheelchair. "Are you the owner?" Midoriya asked. "Yes, is there something wrong with that?" the man asked in an angry tone. "No, there isn't," Midoriya said. "Anyway, my sensei told me you can teach me things about grappling." "Oh, and who is your sensei then?" the man asked. "Well, his name is Shinyu Senshi," Midoriya answered. The man in the wheelchair suddenly changed his expression to that of concern. "Senshi, that same man who put me in this chair. What would he want from me? In addition, what could he be doing teaching some plain-ass kid like this? There is only one way to find out." "Sure, I'll teach you some things. I used to do a lot of wrestling back in my day," the man said. "By the way, call me Danza. Although I am excited to teach you, there is something I must tell you." The moment he said that, someone else walked into the doorway. "Oh, Danza. Who's this young lad?" The man was very small and very old. Yet despite that, carried a warrior's aura with him. There was someone else with him. A child around Midoriya's age. He had a wide build, short spiky black hair, and puffy lips. With just one look, Midoriya could tell something important about the boy. "He's strong," Midoriya said in his head. "A new training partner," the boy said. "Well, yes, he's just here to—" Danza stopped talking once he noticed Midoriya walking up to the boy. "You're strong," Midoriya said. "Oh, thank you. My name is Rikido Sato," the boy said as he put a hand behind his neck. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, let's have a fight," Midoriya said. 397 Chapter 7. Izuku vs. Sato and a realization. The sudden statement surprised everyone. No one had expected some random kid to ask for a fight. He looked too plain and wimpy compared to Sato's big muscular body. "I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?" Sato asked, still not believing what Midoriya just asked. "I said let us have a fight. If there are any rules you want to add, go ahead," Midoriya said with a bold attitude. Sato still did not understand the boy in front of him, however, he did not want to be rude to him. "Okay," Sato said, "however if you get hurt don't blame me." "Hold on there Sato," the small old man said. "Dansa, who is this random kid?" Dansa then gestured for him to come closer. He then whispered in his ear, "He's Senshi's student." The old man's eyes shot open. He still remembered the day he fought Shinyu Senshi, and the cost he paid for it. Then a simile formed on his face. This way, he could have payback for the precious treasure he lost so long ago. "Good news Sato, I will agree to this sudden challenge. Now get ready," he said. "Alright sensei," Sato said as he brought his bag down and unzipped it. "You don't mind if change into something more comfortable?" Sato asked Midoriya. "No problem," Midoriya responded. He then watched Sato carry his bag into the men's bathroom. He then saw someone else come out of the bathroom, the female bathroom. "Oh hi, Midori, what are you doing here?" Mina Ishido asked her shy friend. "Oh hey, Ishido, didn't know you were here," Midoriya said as he tried to hide behind his arms. "I never took you to be a dancer," Mina said, "though I wouldn't mind teaching you a few things." "Miss Ishido, I didn't know you knew Mr. Midoriya here," Dansa said. "We're good friends," Mina said for Midoriya. "Also, what are you doing here? I would never have imagined that you liked dancing." "I'm not here for dancing," Midoriya replied. Mina was going to ask what he meant when she heard the bathroom door opened. She saw a big boy wearing a wrestling uniform with a helmet on his head. "Okay Midoriya, I'm ready," Sato said with an intimidating aura. Mina recognized the kid as Rikido Sato. She causally saw him enter the studio and often pestered him. She thought he went in here for private dance training. She now saw how wrong she was. "So you're a wrestler, that's pretty cool," Izuku said. "Did you really challenge me to a fight without knowing what I can do? That's pretty cocky," Sato replied. "Oh, do not take this the wrong way. I'm not looking down on you. However, I'm also hoping you don't disappoint me," Izuku said. Sato grinned. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you." Izuku then smiled at Sato. "Well, let's hope I don't get hurt then." "Before we start, let's do some stretching," Dansa said. The two boys agreed and gave each other space. "Midoriya, how well are you with grappling?" Dansa asked. "Well, I just started yesterday," Midoriya replied as he stretched his arms. Dansa could not believe what he was saying. "Are you telling me that you challenged a wrestler and you don't have any grappling skills?" That angered Dansa. However, part of him could not blame the kid. Senshi would have done the exact same thing. "Well, let me give you a piece of advice. Wrestling is one of the oldest martial arts in the world. It dates back to ancient Greece. One thing that makes a wrestler strong is durability. Wrestlers have really good durability." "Okay, so I just need to wear Sato down," Midoriya replied as he stretches his legs. Easier said than done. Despite his age, Sato is an amazing wrestler with more stamina than a bison. "Don't worry, I have something he doesn't know about," Izuku proudly said as he finished his stretches. "Yeah," Dansa said as he watched Midoriya approach his opponent. "This kid is no chance." "Okay then, whoever gets pinned down for 3 seconds loses," Sato's teacher said as he raised his hand. "Are you ready?" Sato then got into his own personal stance. His shoulders went down and his hands were in a grabbing position. He bent his knees forward, making his whole body lean forward. Then Sato saw the unimaginable. Izuku put on the exact same stance. Wait, no he did not. Taking a closer, Sato noticed differences in Izuku's stance. He was bent a lot lower, possibly to accumulate for his size. His shoulders were looser and down to earth than Sato's. What is he doing? Sato asked himself. Was it a trick to throw Sato off? Possibly, he had heard of tricks like that. If copying my style is your gimmick, you're in a world of hurt. Sato's teacher then brought down his hand and yelled, "Begin." Sato and Midoriya both dashed towards each other. Sato grabbed Midoriya first. His right hand grabbed Midoriya left shoulder. He was going to grab Midoriya right shoulder when something unexpected happened. Before he even knew it, Sato was feeling a lot of pain coming from his nose. A sudden pain filled his face. Sato let go and gained distance from Midoriya. He then put his hand to his face and saw a crimson liquid dripping down. When the hell did he punch me? Sato asked himself, Are his punches so fast that I can't see it? If that's the case, then I must end this quickly. Sato was not the only one shocked by the whole ordeal. While both Danza and Sato's teacher were shocked, the most interesting shock came from Mina. I knew Midori was buff, but I didn't know he was that strong though, Mina said in her head. Sato got back into his normal fighting stance while Izuku put on the same stance he did before. However, unlike before, Izuku was the one who broke the stalemate. Izuku dashed to Sato, which was what Sato was waiting for. Izuku then tried to grab Sato's shoulder. However, Sato did not give Izuku that chance. The moment Izuku moved his arm, Sato put his hand in a finger lock. Good, just like I taught him, Sato's teacher said in his head. How is Midori going to get out of this situation? Mina asked herself. That kid is in big trouble, Danza said in his head. Finger locks are Sato's specialty. Everyone thought that Midoriya was finished, that he was going to lose. Then Midoriya did the unexplainable. Even though he could see it with his own eyes, Sato could not believe seeing his own hand being held back. Sato could not believe that he was losing in his own specialty. How the hell is he doing this? Sato asked himself, is he using a quirk? It is a good thing I know iron fingers, if not, then Sato would have beaten me, Izuku said in his head. Izuku was able to make Sato release his grip and turn the tides. Yet, that did not stop Sato. You're not the only one who can deal blows, Sato smiled. Although his right hand was in a finger lock, he still had his left. Sato threw a left hook aimed for Midoriya's face. It should have landed. However, at the last second, Izuku dodged the attack by letting go of Sato's hands. At that moment, everyone was frozen, and at that moment, Izuku won. He got behind Sato in an instant and put him in a headlock. Sato knew exactly how powerful a headlock was. The moment you were placed in one, it would be impossible to break out of one. Yet, that did not mean Sato would not try. He dropped to the ground on his back and rolled around. Despite Izuku dealing with the pain, he would not give up. His chokehold remained and time was running out for Sato. Once Sato tried to move Midoriya's arms that were around his neck but failed. 2. Sato could not get up anymore, the chokehold was too strong. 3. Midoriya released Sato. Sato stayed on the ground as he took in his loss. Sato had only lost to one person before and he took pride in that. Now it did not matter. Congratulations Midori, Ishido said, I knew you would win. Thank you Ishido, Midoriya replied. Sato got and walked over to Midoriya. He was upset but pushed those feelings down. That was a good match, Sato said as he raised his hand. It was, you did pretty good Sato, Midoriya replied as he shook his hand. Somewhere out there. The door of an old dojo opened up and out stood an enormous man wearing a surgical mask. Maybe I should visit Midoriya, Senshi said. Both Midoriya and Sato were performing Hindu squats. It was a common excessive for wrestlers. After the match, both Midoriya and Sato were told to do some workouts. Mina was also watching them, occasionally giving them praise to boost their morale. What do we have here? Someone asked as he entered the dance studio. Turning around Midoriya saw that is a short blonde boy around his age. Despite being smaller than he is, Midoriya could see that this boy was strong. Who is this Sato? The boy asked. Oh, Cosmo, this is Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, this is my Cosmo. He's a grappler as well, Sato explained, however he practices jiu-jitsu. Hello Midoriya, Cosmo said as he held out his hand, nice to meet you. Same with you Cosmo, Izuku said as he shook his hand. What are you doing here Mr. Midoriya? A sudden blonde man asked in a feminine tone. Midoriya jumped back from the appearance of the man but quickly regained his composure. My sensei told me to train here, Midoriya answered. Danza rolled up to the blonde man and started to talk to him. Taking a closer look, Izuku noticed many similarities between Cosmo and the man. Both were blonde with similar hairstyles. However, the man was much taller than Cosmo and had a scar on his nose. So he's Senshi's student, fascinating, the man whispered. Does he know of Senshi's title? Most likely not, but why do you think Senshi would choose this kid to teach? Danza asked. You said he beat Sato right, that's no ordinary feat, the man said. I know Mitsuyo, Danza said, but could there be another reason why? I think we should ask Senshi that, Mitsuyo said. Ask me what? A voice behind them said. Both men jumped at the sudden appearance of the voice. Turning around instantly, they could see it was him. The man who had given them their significant scars was here. Why was he wearing a surgical mask over his face? Sensei, what are you doing here? Midoriya asked as he ran up to him. I thought you were sick. I am, but I'm starting to feel better now, Senshi said in a weak voice. So that explains the surgical mask, everyone said in their head. Anyway, how was your training? Senshi asked. Great, I think I'm doing really well as a grappler, Midoriya replied. That caught Cosmo's attention. That's good, Senshi replied. He noticed a small man walk up to him. It was Sato's teacher. Do you remember me? The small man asked. No, Senshi blankly replied. Really? The old man yelled. I'm Risura. Senshi took a good look at the old man before laughing. There is no way you're Risura. He is tall and has a giant muscular frame. You're short and have little to no muscles. During our fight, you kicked me right in the manhood, which made you win, the short man said. Well yeah, but many people saw that. You then went out with my daughter. Oh, you are Risura, Senshi said in a sad voice. An awkward silence filled the room. So how is she? Fine, Risura said in an angry tone. You know Senshi, why do not we catch up on ourselves? It's been years since we last saw ourselves, Mitsuyo said as he dragged the man to the staff room. Risura and Danza later followed them. Once the door closed behind them, the kids were left all alone. Senshi sat down on the couch in the staff room. He could read the atmosphere in the room. Senshi, does he know about your title? Mitsuyo asked as he stood across the room. No, Senshi replied. He may not be the smartest, but even he could tell what they were discussing. Is your quirk the reason why you're wearing that mask? Danza asked. Both Mitsuyo and Risura flinched at the mention of Senshi's quirk. They had both fought him and had lost severely, yet they did not learn anything about his quirk. He had said before that he was not quirkless, yet never explained what his quirk was or how it worked. It was one of his many secrets. Senshi replied by nodding. Does Midoriya also know about your quirk? Danza asked. Senshi looked down on the ground. By the look of his face, the answer was given. I think you should tell him, Danza said. The other three men in the room were taken back by the former dancer's words. You can't be serious, Risura replied. Something like that shouldn't be seen by kids his age. Danza, I can fully say that I trust you with my life, Mitsuyo claimed, but even I think this is crazy. I know, but hear me out, Danza began to explain, Senshi. There isn't a man in the underworld and hero world who doesn't know your name or title. You have more enemies than bones in your body. I even hear that one of them is the President of the United States and Vladimir of Russia. Hell, I hear the Queen of England wants you dead. That makes Midoriya an easy target. From what I have seen so far, he is far weaker than you are. If you are going to teach him, then at least tell him what kind of trouble he's going to face. The speech made the men in the room nervous. Danza did bring up some excellent points, but was it worth it? Senshi got up from the couch. Thank you Danza, you have opened my eyes. It's no problem, just trying to do what I think is right. I also want to… Let me stop you right there. You don't have to apologize at me, Danza said, interrupting Senshi. That confused the large man. What do you mean, don't you hate me for putting you in your chair? Senshi asked in a nervous voice. I did, but then I took a look back at myself. I was an arrogant asshole who only cared about myself. Hell, I was even breaking contact with my family. Then after our fight, I realized something. I had nothing in my life to show for it. I started to slow down and appreciate the world around me. I joined a support group and even gained in touch with my family. Now I owned a dance studio and have a girlfriend. So really, thanks to you, I am doing well. Senshi was baffled. To be honest, he thought Danza hated him. To hear all of these positive changes to his life was honestly a surprise. Maybe, she could also forgive him the same way. Well, there's something still bothering me, Risura said. Why are you training Midoriya? Is he your son, or is there a different reason? Nothing, all he wants is to be strong, Senshi replied. The hell does that mean? Does he want to be some sort of hero, or does he want to be just like you? Risura yelled. He wants to be like All Might, Senshi replied. That shocked everyone in the room. Wait a damn second, wasn't All Might your rival or something? Why are you training someone to be like him? Mitsuyo asked. Because he reminds me of someone special. No reason, just that, Senshi said as he left the door. Mitsuyo, you have some connections in the underworld, right? Risura asked. What about it? Mitsuyo replied. I think it will be best to watch over those two. With Izuku. Izuku was having an amazing time with his new friends. They were discussing topics like heroes, fighting styles, and even quirks. Both Sato and Cosmo took the fact that Izuku was quirkless quite well. Sato was a little upset, but got over it. It turns out that Cosmo was also a grappler and apparently even better than Sato. Even though Sato denied it, Izuku could sense that Cosmo was stronger. Cosmo was also a nice person. There was really no reason Midoriya had to hate him. He was a super friendly and truly nice person. Maybe one day they could have a ride. Anyway, the 14's conversation ended when Senshi stepped out of the staff room. Izuku immediately ran up to him. "Hello, Sensei," Izuku said, "shall we go?" "Alright Midoriya," Senshi as he and his student left. As Mina watched Midoriya and his sensei leave, something strange came into her mind. She saw the joy Midori was had when he fought Sato and when he talked about quirks. Maybe she could feel the same joy as Midori. "Mr. Dansa," Mina said, "how do you know Midoriya's teacher?" Dansa's eyes shot wide open. "Ashido, I think that's not the best idea," Dansa replied. "Why not? Is it something personal?" Ashido responded. "That's not what I meant. Mitsuyo helped me with this," Dansa gestured. Mitsuyo nodded as he walked up Dansa. He then took off Dansa's shirt, which unveiled a horrifying scar to the three kids. A large footprint was engraved onto Dansa's back. Despite the wound looking old, it still had a purplish color to it. The scar was so unsettling that it scared the three teenagers. "Alright, that's enough Mitsuyo," Dansa said. That was enough to send fear into the three teenagers into a frightened state. "What the hell did that?" Sato asked in a scared voice. "He did," Dansa said. Everyone then realized who he was talking about. "We were having a fight, and I was one kick away from winning, but then." Dansa was bleeding from nearly all parts of his body. His right arm was broken and his left was dislocated. His head hurt from the constant bleeding and blows. His right eye was in less and his left was not doing so well either. However, that did not matter because his legs were still good. His opponent was not doing well either. Senshi had lost the use of his left hand and his right leg was broken. His stomach and liver were nearly destroyed. His jaw was broken and he lost a few teeth as well. Just by looking at him, you could see that he was nearly finished. It looked like even a child could beat him now. "I can do this. I am going to be the king," Dansa screamed in his head. He then rotated his body 360 degrees and unleashed his last kick. However, it all fell short. Senshi avoided the kick and grabbed Dansa's shirt. In a sudden instant, Dansa found himself on the ground. "You think this is going to stop me? Well, Dansa did not get to finish that train of thought. He suddenly felt extreme pain coming from his back. "Ah!" Dansa screamed in pain. "Ever since that day, I was never able to walk again," Dansa explained, "but that wasn't what I look back on. It was the face he made." At this point, Dansa started to bite his finger. It was a simile, an inhuman simile. Blood started to come from his finger. Mitsuyo put his hand on Dansa's shoulder. "I think it's best we end the training session now." "So Senshi, am I going to learn another martial art?" Midoriya asked, "or am I going to learn more about the Nico style?" Senshi was not listening, his mind was somewhere else. "Midoriya, are you free on Friday?" Midoriya was confused. "Yeah, why?" "On Friday, I'm going to show you why I am called the King of Fighting." 397 Chapter 8, The King and Prince of Fighting Friday. Izuku Midoriya was nervous. Today was the day he was going to find out about the truth of his sensei. He honestly did not know how to feel about this. His teacher was always an enigma to the young boy. He barely talked about his past before or anything with himself. The closest thing he had to his sensei's past, that video and the people Senshi introduced to him. However, that was not enough. Izuku was pondering his while getting dressed. He told his mother that he was going to a friend's party and that the theme was fancy. It took a while to convince his mother about him having friends, but eventually, she gave in. She was happy that Izuku had new friends ever since his disability. She asked repeatedly when she would meet them. Midoriya just said soon. Anyway, Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. His suit was passable as a suit. It was a wrinkled black navy 2-button suit. His pants were the only black ones he could find. They also were not of the highest quality. However, they were the only ones he had. A knock on the door echoed through the Midoriya household. "I'll get it," Midoriya shouted to his mother. Midoriya made a mad dash to the door before looking into the peephole. It was his sensei in a way fancier suit than Midoriya. First, it was not wrinkled at all. In fact, it looked like a new suit in general. Second, he had a black tie. Midoriya did not have a black tie or any tie for that matter. Third, he was also wearing shiny black shoes compared to Midoriya normal red shoes. Overall, he was so well dressed that it made Midoriya jealous. However, time was being wasted and Midoriya had somewhere to go. Midoriya opened up the door and greeted his sensei. "Hello sensei, how have you been doing?" "Good, you didn't eat dinner, did you?" Senshi asked. Midoriya responded by nodding his head sideways. "That's good, we'll eat at our destination." Sensei. Where are we going anyway?" Midoriya asked as he left his household. "It's best you find when we get there. You wouldn't believe me even if I tell you," Senshi replied. "Also once we get there make sure that you're nice to everyone you meet, no matter how they talk to you." The tone in Senshi's voice scared Midoriya. This was different than the tone he usually has when he talked with Midoriya. He had some passion and joy in his voice, but now he had some anger and even some malicious. It sounded like he was going to kill someone. Midoriya was so focused on Senshi's voice that he didn't even notice the giant limousine in front of him until he accidentally walked right into it. At first, Izuku could not believe what he was seeing. The vehicle in front of him was bigger than most buses. "Is this yours?" Midoriya asked. "No, a friend of mine is giving it to me just for today. He even gave us a driver." Senshi then opened up the door. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get in." Midoriya then got inside the large limousine. Inside he saw that the seats were black and had tons of treats like candy and sweets littered throughout the inside. "Does this belong to a teenager?" Midoriya asked himself as he sat down and put on his seatbelt. His teacher then entered, closing the door behind him. He then sat across from his student. "You can eat anything inside. The owner is a huge sweets fan but he wouldn't mind," Senshi said as he grabbed a chocolate bar and began to eat it. Midoriya then clutched a lollipop and put it into his mouth. Senshi knocked on the window between the driver and the passengers. "We're ready." The limousine then took off and drove away. "By the way, we are going to meet up with 2 people there. They're going to join us. If you are getting nervous or scared please let me know." "Yes sensei," Midoriya replied as he stared out the window. 1 hour later, the limo stopped, and the pair arrived at their destination. The moment Izuku stepped out, his jaw dropped. He was standing right in front of the Tokyo Dome. The historic monument was right in front of him. He had never been here, only had seen before on the internet. It was a beautiful piece of agriculture that amazed the young boy. He then noticed the large crowd gathering around the entrance. "Oh right, I heard a famous American rock band was playing today," Midoriya said in his head. "Wait, is my sensei taking me to a concert?" "Shinyu," a loud voice yelled behind him. Midoriya recognized that voice. It was Kirishima's teacher. What was her name? Oh, right, it is Hageshi Dageki. Midoriya turned around and saw the grown woman hugging his teacher on the ground. "Goddammit, how many times are you going to do this Hageshi?" Senshi asked as he struggled to pry Hageshi off. "Forever and ever," Hageshi replied. "Please stop this, people are watching," a new voice came out. Turning his head, Midoriya dropped his jaw for the second time that day. "You're fat gum," Midoriya yelled out. It was true, the big hero was standing right in front of him. He was wearing a combination of his hero costume and a business suit. It did not fit him well, but Midoriya didn't care. This was the first time Midoriya had ever seen a hero, much less a very popular hero that he liked. "Oh my god, I can't believe it's Fat Gum. He is a very famous hero in Osaka and often works with the police. Although he's mostly known for his food products, he's done many good things and has been labeled as the number 2 cutest hero ever right behind Wash. I've also been blah 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 blah." Midoriya mumbling had gotten out of control. "Is he always like this?" the pro hero asked Senshi. "Yes, you get used to it though," Senshi replied, "trust me." He then started to tap Midoriya on the head until Midoriya finally stopped mumbling. "You good?" "Yes, but how do you such a famous hero?" Midoriya asked. "It's a long story," Senshi said. "We should get going. We have a show to get to." "You mean the concert?" "No, a much better show, trust me," Senshi said as he began to walk into the large monument. The 3 followed the man as he walked into the large monument. However, instead of following the route everyone else was taking, they went a much different route. Izuku had never been to the Tokyo Dome before, so he could not justify the route they were taking. Therefore, he did not find it weird that they soon found themselves in an isolated hallway, with only two men guarding an elevator. They were talking to each other and did not notice the group walking up to them. When they did notice the group, the two bodyguards stepped back. I couldn't believe it, one bodyguard whispered to his friend, "He's actually here." Do you wish to enter the new world?" the other bodyguard asked. "Yes," Senshi replied. The two guards then pressed the down button on the elevator, which Midoriya found was weird because they were on the first floor. The elevator opened and the group of four entered inside. Much to Izuku's amazement, Fat Gum was able to fit inside the elevator. The elevator was bigger on the inside. Anyway, once inside, Senshi then pressed a few buttons in a unique combination. The moment the last button was pushed, the elevator started to shake. Suddenly, the elevator started to go down. The numbers displaying what floor they were on started to display negative numbers until it reached -5. "I never thought there would be such a place in the Tokyo Dome," Midoriya said in his head. Once the doors opened, the group was treated with the most peculiar sight. A small old man was there, standing with the support of a wooden cane. Two bodyguards occupied him, however, unlike the ones at the elevator, they were much stronger. Both of the bodyguards were wearing formal suits as well. The old man was wearing a traditional green Japanese robe. "Shinyu Senshi, I'm so glad you've returned," the old man said as he shook the big man's hand. "Fat Gum, you're the same lovable hero as always," the old man then hugged the pro-hero. "Dageki, you're as beautiful as always," the old man then kissed her hand in a courteous fashion. "And who is this young boy? Are you related to anyone?" the old man asked Midoriya. "My name is Izu. His name is Dorenimo Makanai," Senshi said, interrupting Midoriya. I meant Makanai, this is Tokugawa, Tokugawa, this is Makanai." The two started to shake hands. "Such nice to see a young man with such enthusiasm. I can also tell you work out a lot," Tokugawa said. "Thank you," Midoriya replied. "I don't know why sensei lied about my name." A sudden noise then reached the ears of the group, like a crowd of people cheering. "Oh, looks like we missed out on the sideshow, but we can still see the main event," Tokugawa said. He then walked towards a set of big golden doors. Turning his head around, the old man asked, "Well, are you coming?" The group then followed the man and his bodyguards into the room. The room was a massive dining room with many tables that were empty. "It's so empty," Midoriya committed. "Oh yes, Senshi did ask to have a private environment, so I gave him one," Tokugawa replied. Some server came out and pulled out chairs for the group and Tokugawa happily leapt onto his chair. "Have a seat, it's going to worth the wait," Tokugawa said. They all sat down, with Fat Gum having some difficulties with his seat. Anyways, a couple of waiters walked up to the group. "What would you like to order?" one waiter asked Midoriya. Midoriya was confused by her question. He had not received a menu or was told anything about what they served. "Please excuse him. This is his first time here," Senshi said for Midoriya. "In this place, you can order anything you want. No exceptions." Midoriya thought about that statement. Anything he wanted with no exceptions. "I'll have the All Might themed katsudon that came out 7 years ago and was only available for a limited amount of time." The waiter scribbled down on her notebook without a care in the world. She then walked away as new servers came in pouring water into their cups. "It's been so long, Senshi, I was beginning to think someone had killed you," Tokugawa said. "You know damn well that can't happen," Senshi replied, "so how has the arena been doing?" "Badly, no one brings the same amount of excitement as you did," Tokugawa said. "By the way, Fat Gum, you want to have a match? You have a good streak going." "Nah, I think I'm good. I have a very special mission coming up anyways," the pro-hero replied. "A shame, people actually like your matches, and what about you, Dageki? Do you want to re-enter the underworld?" "Sorry, no, my gym business has been doing really good lately and I don't want to mess it up," the brown-haired woman replied. "Oh dear me, why do I suffer?" the old man said as he put a hand on his head. "Excuse me," everyone's attention turned to Midoriya. "What exactly are you talking about? What are these matches?" "Oh, you did not know. I thought. I came here to show him," Senshi said, with a tone that shocked Midoriya bones. "Speaking of matches, I think the main event is starting. Why don't you take a look?" Tokugawa then pointed to a large window that Midoriya surprisingly did not notice. He got up and went to the window. The sight amazed him.
It was a coliseum. A crowd bigger than his entire school was cheering, and even though he couldn't hear it, Midoriya could still feel the cheer and medicament they gave off. Moreover, in the middle of this crowd, was a circular arena with sand in it. There were two entrances on opposite sides of the arena, and Midoriya could not see what was inside. Looking into the crowd, Midoriya saw some very famous people. Hey, that is former US President Obama, and that is the current US President Ronald Trump, and that is the Russian President Vladimir Putin. What are they doing here? Midoriya asked. Well, it's not every day they get to witness the beauty of combat, Tokugawa said, as he stood right next to Midoriya. What is this place? Midoriya asked. Do you want the short or long answer? Tokugawa asked. Long, Midoriya replied. You see, it dates back to ancient China. My ancestor was a reckless man. He would challenge anyone and everyone to a fight. However, his reckless got him into a lot of trouble, and that prevented him from fighting people. Therefore, he came up with an idea. What if he could fight people without getting in trouble? And so he created this, the Zondo Shangdi Fighting Arena. A place where fighters come from all over and fight for the title of strongest. Anyone can join, heroes, villains, martial artists, or murders, it matters not. All that matters is who is willing to fight. And the person who is the strongest will come the title of King of Fighting. Midoriya's jaw dropped to the ground. Heroes and villains fight in this place. Not only that, but if his sensei was the king of fighting, then he would be even stronger, that Midoriya believed. Just how strong is he? Oh look, the fight is about to begin, Tokugawa said as he pointed to the arena. A very pretty young woman stepped up onto the arena. She had tanned skin, with white hair, and stood at 5 feet 4. Her body reminded Midoriya of Yaoyorozu in many ways. Here it is, folks, the main event, the moment everyone has been waiting for, the fight of a lifetime. We have a fighter who could cut steel with his fingers. The warrior from Spain, Don Quixote Guerrero. The young woman then pointed to one of the entrances. A man then walked out of the entrance. He was bare chest, showing off his strong six-pack. He was only wearing shorts and a pair of sneakers. His tanned skin was his most defining part about it, but that was not the thing that caught Midoriya's attention. His hands look like they can crush anything, Midoriya said in his head, he's much stronger than I am. It was true, his hands were the strongest part of his body. It was thicker than an apple, and each finger had more muscle than Midoriya's entire body. The man was truly powerful. Oh, I see you're taking an interest in him, Tokugawa said as he stood right next to Midoriya. There is an interesting story on how I met him. I was at the annual running of the bulls in Spain. It is an event where many men have died from dangerous bulls. Despite that, he killed a bull with just one punch. Midoriya's eyes widened. Did he use a quirk? No, his quirk has nothing had to do with punches, and it wasn't a strength enchanter either. He killed it with his own strength. Midoriya gulped at the word killed. You're focusing too much on Guerrero. You should be focusing on his opponent, Senshi said as he entered the conversation. But his opponent isn't out yet, Midoriya replied. There's a very good reason for that. The old man started to laugh. I always say save the best for last. And now, the announcer began to change her tone, a warrior who many fear and many have fallen against. A warrior said to be the reincarnation of Lucifer himself. The greatest warrior to be born from a line of great warriors. Out of the other entrance, Midoriya felt that something was coming out. Whatever was coming out was scaring him more than Kachan could ever imagine. Then a monster came out. The Prince of Fighting, Kure Renzo. Loud applause burst from the stadium. Even louder than the concert upstairs, it was the kind of applause that you would expect from a man larger than life. Yet it was not a man, but a boy a few years older than Midoriya. The boy looked like he should be in high school, not in a dark place like this. He had dark black hair and an average body structure. Compared to Guerrero, the Kirk kid was an average boy. Nevertheless, he gave off an intense pressure like he had a knife on your throat. His eyes and scars helped give him that feeling. His eyes were the thing that stood out most. They had black sclera and white irises. It made Renzo look like a demon straight out of hell. Then there were his scars. Like Senshi's scars, they were scattered all around his body. However, Senshi had more than Renzo's. Hey, have you ever met him before, Senshi? Midoriya asked. No, but I did meet his father. Fighters, are you ready? The announcer asked. Hell yeah, I am ready. That title is mine, Guerrero said. Renzo just nodded. The announcer ran out of the arena and into an announcer's booth. Begin, she yelled. Guerrero was the one who threw the first punch. He threw a right fist aimed right towards Renzo's face. However, Renzo moved his left hand and simply parried the attack. That did not stop Guerrero, however, he continued to throw more and more punches. Yet no matter how punches Guerrero threw and where he threw them, Renzo stayed absolutely still and parried every single punch. Midoriya then felt a tap on his shoulder. Quick, what styles are these two fighters using? Senshi asked. Well, for Guerrero I think he's using Bogu Karate, Midoriya replied. Bogu Karate, also known as karate with protective gear. As the name suggests, it is a style of karate that is often practiced using protective gear. Although rules vary from school to school, some schools use a point system, others use the first clean hit rule. Guerrero is a master of both of these systems. Good, what about the Cur boy? Senshi asked. Well, Midoriya bit his lip, I think that's redirection kata, from the Nico style. You are correct, young boy, Tokugawa said, butting into the conversation. Renzo is a true master of the Nico style. He has mastered all four katas, but his most favorite is redirection and adamantine kata. Wow, never thought I see someone use Nico style again, Fat Gum said, I thought they all died out. Midoriya wanted to say something, but then Senshi put his hand on his shoulder. Don't do it, I mean Makanai. Back to the fight. Why can't I hit this motherfucker? Guerrero said in his head. Guerrero was even using kicks, but no what matter what he did, Renzo stood perfectly still, not taking in a single attack. Guerrero was getting tired from all of his attacks. Looks like I have to use my trump card, Guerrero said in his head. He threw another person punch aimed right towards Renzo's face. He was about to parry it when suddenly, slash! Blood came out of Renzo's arm. Renzo jumped back, away from his opponent as he covered his arm. He then saw his opponent's fingers and how he got cut. Ha! What do you think of my quirk? Guerrero asked as he showed blades on his fingers. Quirk. Blade fingers. The user of this quirk can transform his fingers into small blades. Although they are small, they can still cut steel if they are sharpened enough. Today Guerrero had sharpened his blades to the max. So what are you going to do now? You can't parry blades, Guerrero said. You're right, Renzo said, which surprised Guerrero. Renzo's voice sounded deeper than most people his age. I acknowledge your strength, but now your life as a fighter will end. Renzo then put on a sticking pose. His right foot was behind him and his right fists were placed right towards his hips. His left fist was placed right in front of his face. If someone saw this stance, they would say it would be a combination of both boxing and karate. The hell is that stance? I've never seen any martial art uses a stance like that, Guerrero said in his head. Guerrero attacked first again, he slashed towards Renzo's chest. Renzo dodged and performed an uppercut aimed right towards Guerrero's chin. The punch was stronger than Guerrero thought and it even sent him flying. Midoriya's jaw dropped. How is that possible? His body is so skinny to perform such an act, Midoriya asked. It's because of adamantine kata, with it he can also increase his strength, Senshi replied. That's not the only thing he's using, Tokugawa said. Renzo was completely overpowering Guerrero. No matter how many times Guerrero slashed, Renzo just dodges and counterattack. It was as if Renzo was anticipating his every attack. Renzo then grabbed Guerrero by the throat and threw to the ground. Immediately after that, Renzo raised his right foot and smashed it down on Guerrero's face. Blood came out of Guerrero's nose. Reno was about to stomp again but Guerrero slashed with his arms. Renzo was able to dodge before he got his leg cut. Damn kid, I knew this fight would be tough, but I never would have imagined someone as strong as you, Guerrero said. You have also amazed me as well, Guerrero. I never imagined you would be this strong, but I do have a bad reputation for underestimating my opponents, Renzo said, however you're still not as strong as me. We'll see, Guerrero said as he dashed towards Renzo. He slashed towards Renzo's chest again and barely scratched his arm. Renzo struck Guerrero's jaw with his palm. Guerrero was begging to lose his balance. Renzo took the chance, kicked his left leg, and performed an uppercut right towards his chin. What is this? I don't think this is the Nico style, Midoriya said. You're right, this is the Cur style, Senshi said. Cur style? I've never heard of that before. Is that related to his family? Midoriya asked. Yes, you see his family is a long line of assassins that date back to the early years of Japan. They have encountered every style of fighting in the world and have made techniques to counter them. There is few who can fight against the Cur and win, Senshi said. Guerrero was losing, anyone with a brain could see that. No matter how many punches, kicks, or slashes he threw, Renzo would dodge and then counterattack. Sure, there was an occasional cut, but that was minor compared to the blows Guerrero was taking. However, he still had one last ace up his sleeve. After dodging a slash, Renzo was about to punch Guerrero in the throat, ending the whole fight when suddenly. Stab. Renzo could not feel his left shoulder. Looking at the wound, he saw that Guerrero stabbed him right in the shoulder. I can do more than slashing, Guerrero said. Renzo tried to back away, but Guerrero would not allow that. He continued to chase Renzo throughout the arena. The crowd cheered as the fight increased in tension. Renzo is going to lose. With a stab wound that big he can't fight to his fullest, Midoriya said. That would be true, if not for that technique, Senshi said. I don't know, I'm pretty sure no cur would reveal a technique that's special, Higashi said. Oh, they would. I've arrested some who have used that technique, Fat Gum replied. What technique? Midoriya asked. Look and see, Senshi said as he pointed to the fight. The whole audience went dead silent. They already knew what was about to happen, with the exception of Guerrero and Midoriya. Renzo's skin turned red and his veins began to show on his skin. The transformation scared nearly everyone who was watching. What is that? Midoriya asked. The cur's greatest technique. Removal, Senshi said. Guerrero's body began to shake. Despite the distance between the two, Renzo was able to quickly close the distance. The moment Guerrero realized how close Renzo was, he tried to slash Renzo with his right fist. However, it was futile. Renzo grabbed Guerrero's arm and crushed it with one hand. Guerrero screamed at the pain of his broken arm, but that was not the end of his torture. Renzo punched him all over his body with overwhelming speed and strength. The punches were so strong that the moment they made contact, a bone cracked, and so fast that 10 punches hit in a single second. Overall, Guerrero's body started to become a broken mess. Where did Renzo get this strength from? Is it his quirk? Izuku asked. In this day and age, everyone thinks the impossible is done by quirks, Senshi said. This isn't the work of a quirk, but instead one of the greatest techniques in human history, removal. This doesn't look like any technique I've seen before, Midoriya said. That's because removal is a technique that can only be used by cur members. They have spent centuries in selective breeding to use this technique, Senshi explained. You see, this technique only does one thing only. It releases the hidden strength inside the body. I've heard of that before, Midoriya said. Humans place restraints on themselves that allow them to only use 30% of their physical capabilities. So removal allows someone to use that hidden strength. Exactly, Senshi said. However, even when using this technique, there is only a percentage of strength released. For some, it is 30, others 80, but for Renzo, it's 100%. Renzo stopped his barrage of punches to grab Guerrero's hair. He then repeatedly beat Guerrero's face until it became a broken and bloody mess. After a while, he threw Guerrero to the wall and started to stomp on his chest. For some reason, he suddenly stopped his assault on Guerrero. I'm done, Renzo said. The winner is Cur Renzo, the announcer said. The crowd cheered as Renzo left the scene. Midoriya was left speechless. He had never seen an act of violence before. Even the villains he heard about on TV would never have done such a thing. It made him sick to the stomach. Why? Midoriya asked. Why would he do something so bad? He was scared, Senshi said. Most of his fights are won with ease. He was scared that someone could come and steal his title from him. That just made Midoriya even more scared. Midoriya, I'm sorry you saw this. I didn't think it would come to this, Senshi said, a tone of sadness in his voice. Did your fights ever have an outcome like this? Midoriya asked. Senshi looked down on the ground. No, they came out much worse. A sudden silence came between the duo. Hey look, our food is here, Fat Gum said, pointing to their table. I'm not hungry, Midoriya said. Looking at the table, however, he saw 4 meals instead of 5. He recognized the seats the meals belonged to and noticed that his sensei did not have a meal. Sensei, where is your meal? Do not worry about me. I have some business to attend to, Senshi said as he left the room. In a private room. Fuck, a boy said as he finished wrapping the bandages on his shoulder. That fucker from Spain did more damage than I thought. Cur Renzo was all alone in his special room. The room looked like an actor preparation room with the exception of the tons of first aid kits scattered across the room. Renzo looked at himself in the mirror, how would Dad think of my fight today? Well, for one thing, a new voice said as he entered the room, he would say how you are overusing redirection kata and not using flame and water katas as you should. Renzo was surprised by the sudden voice, but that surprise turned into anger once he realized whose voice it was. Grabbing a pair of scissors, he threw it like a spear. Senshi easily dodged by moving his head a couple of inches, causing the scissors to stab the door. What the hell do you want? Renzo asked in an angry voice. I wanted to see why the star child of the Kerr clan is hanging around a place like this, Shinyu Senshi asked. I can ask you the same thing. Why is the king of fight, who mysteriously disappeared 4 years ago, appearing right in front of me? Renzo asked. That's something personal, Senshi said, but you still haven't answered my question. Well, there are 2 ways to earn the title of king of fighting, Renzo claimed. The first is the most common, defeat them in combat. However, my sources could not find you, so that was a no-no. Then there is the second option. To get more wins than the previous king. Senshi said in a surprised voice, that has only happened 2 times in history. The first was with the second king of fighting because the first had been poisoned and the second was with me. Do you really think you can accomplish a goal like this? Renzo laughed. Come on, you saw how I fought, do you really believe I could ever lose? Well, compared to your father, you are nothing more than a footnote, Senshi claimed. Anger returned to Renzo. On instinct, he started to use removal. He kicked a nearby table at Senshi, which he dodged. Don't you dare mention my father ever again, Renzo yelled. How dare you the murder of my father ever mention him again? I'm sorry, Senshi said. All the rage in Renzo's body was drained. What did you say? Renzo asked. I shouldn't have. Shut up. Renzo said, interrupting Senshi. Leave now before I kill you. Senshi did so, but Renzo could see the sad look on his face. Togkita Oma, you and Carla raised one hell of a child, Senshi said in his head as he left the room. Now alone, Renzo sat down on his chair. He stared at himself through the mirror. You can come out now, he said. Suddenly a dark vortex appeared in the room. It kept on growing and growing until it became the size of a man. I felt like I was intruding. Do not worry, I know someone who behaves the same way, the vortex said. By the way, call me Kurogiri. Well, Kurogiri, I am interested in this league of villains. Senshi was sitting on a staircase. He was waiting for someone that scared him. There were only 3 people in the entire world that scared him. His sensei, his former best friend, and the one he is meeting right now. Well, look at what the cat dragged in. The sound of heels echoed through the stairs. A fucking bastard, a woman said. The woman was a goddess. Her beauty would have made most women jealous. Long wavy black hair that hypnotizes those who stared at it. Hips that were slimmer than a snake. Smooth, beautiful skin wrapped around her body. Her body was also well built, to the point where someone would have mistaken her as a goddess. Her clothing helped gives off that feeling. She was wearing a black one-piece dress that covered her body and was wearing dark heels. So why has my ex come to see me? The woman asked. Hello, Utsukushi, Senshi said. Kami, call me Kami, the woman now known as Utsukushi Kami said. You lost the right to say my first name. Kami, I have to tell you something, Senshi said. This better be good, I have important meetings to go to and I can't be late, Kami said as she reached in her purse. I'm sorry, Senshi said. I'm sorry for the things I did and the way I hurt you. Slap. Kami had hit Senshi's face with a right slap, making a red mark on his cheek. How dare you? Kami began to cry. If you think can't cheat on me and get away with it, then you know nothing about the real world. Kami then ran off with tears in her eyes. Senshi wanted to run after her to tell her how sorry he was. However, he knew it would just make things worse. Sensei, I just can't earn people's forgiveness, he said in his head. He then thought back to the time when they were together. Goddammit, why did I do it? Senshi returned to his group, who had just finished their dinner. Midoriya was still shocked by the sudden act of violence Renzo performed, his body was still shaking in fear. We better get going now, it's getting late, Senshi said. The group said their goodbyes to Tokugawa and left the Tokyo Dome. As they were leaving, Senshi had something to say to Fat Gum. Hey, I need to say something in private with the 2 of them. So you won't mind? Senshi then tilted his head, you know. Oh sure, just. Fat Gum looked around and asked, that information you promised. Oh yeah, Senshi gestured to him to lean in a bit closer. It is common knowledge that the Black Dragon often rummages through old military bases. However, they also dig underground tunnels that connect to and from bases. That is how they operate and communicate with each other. Fat Gum wrote all of that down on his notebook. Thank you, Senshi. You know you would have made one hell of a hero, Fat Gum said as he walked away, leaving Senshi alone with that statement. Trust me, you don't know how many people have told me that. Senshi then started to walk away with Higashi and Midoriya. Hey, where is the limo? Midoriya asked. It's not going to come, Senshi said, we're going to walk somewhere private. They followed him until they reached a private park. Okay, this is a good spot. Senshi turned around to face Midoriya. Midoriya, we are going to talk about my quirk. Midoriya's eyes widened as he heard his teacher's statement. Your quirk? I've never heard you talk about your quirk before. In fact, I did not even know what kind of quirk you have. It could be a hardening quirk, a strength enhancer, or possibly an elemental one. However, it has to be super strong if it belongs to my sensei or else. Midoriya, Senshi said, interrupting his train of thoughts. I'm sorry, Midoriya replied, it's a force of habit. Midoriya, Senshi got down to his eye level, what I am about to tell is very important. If you want to tell someone, you must let me know. My quirk is a very important secret to keep. There are only 4 people in the world who know about my quirk, you understand? Yes, sensei, Midoriya said. Very well, Senshi then got up. The name of my quirk is evolution, I gave it that simple name. Its ability, however, it's a lot more complicated, I'll try my best to explain. You see, whenever I'm in a dangerous situation, my body will change. For example, if I am under intense heat, my body will be able to gain the body to handle intense heat. However, my quirk can do more than give me resistant. It can also increase my strength and speed when I need it. Midoriya processed all the information his sensei was telling him. If that's true, then you have the most powerful quirk in the world. Imagine all the possibilities that you can do and the number of people you can save. You can gain multiple quirks and you could even be stronger than All Might, Midoriya explained. Senshi nodded his head. It seems like it doesn't it, but evolution has 2 major weaknesses. 1. Some are not always permanent. Like in the heat example, if I am not around extreme heat all the time, then I will slowly lose that ability. Then there is the second weakness. Every time I gain strength, I will lose 1 year of my life. Dot. 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 What? Midoriya said. Did he hear that right? No, it had to a joke. It was one of Sensei's jokes. It was not funny, it was a very bad joke. Even Higashi was not laughing at the bad joke. Sensei, this is not funny. It's a very bad joke, Midoriya mumbled. It isn't a joke, Senshi said, I have had around 30 changes to my body because of evolution. So I have lost 30 years of my life. Senshi then started to hear crying. So you're dying, Midoriya said. The man who taught him martial arts was going to die. The man who gave him friends. The man who supported him despite his quirkless. The man who was the first person to made him believe that he could truly become a hero. That man was going to die. Midoriya, Sendai said as he got down on his knees, you want to become a hero, right? Midoriya nodded his head. Senshi put his hand on his shoulder. Then I promise I won't die until you become a great hero, Senshi said, you understand? Midoriya nodded, but his tears would not stop flowing. Go home, there's a bus station nearby that will take you home, Senshi said as he gave Midoriya some money. Sensei, thank you, Midoriya said as he ran away. Senshi got up. Higashi, is there anything? Senshi did not get to finish that sentence as Higashi punched in the face. Senshi was sent flow back and landed on his back a couple of yards away. Why? Higashi said as she began crying, why didn't you tell me? Senshi got up and wiped the blood from his mouth. I'm sorry, I found out 4 years ago and I was afraid to tell you. Who else knows? Higashi asked. You, me, Midoriya, Dansa, and my sensei, Senshi said, I know I should have told you earlier. So why didn't you? Higashi asked, why are you telling me this? Because, more blood came out of his mouth, I realized I have made many mistakes in my life. More than most people in the world. I need to make up for them, and not with words, but with action. Getting up, Senshi wiped the new blood from his mouth. So from now, I'll make sure to make you happy as long as I live, Senshi wiped the tears from her eyes. 1 week later. Beep. 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 Senshi pressed down on the alarm as he got up. Higashi was still hugging his body despite being asleep. It has been 1 week since Senshi moved into her apartment. Ever since then, Senshi has been doing his best to put a smile on her face, either with a silly joke or trying to do something crazy. Senshi moved Higashi's arms off himself as he began to stretch. I wonder what new adventure will happen today. Senshi asked himself. Ring, 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 ring. The phone began to ring. Without looking at the number, Senshi picked up the phone. Hello, if you're a shitty ad please hang up, Senshi said. Well, that's very rude, someone said in Thai. I did so much resource and this is how you greet me. Senshi gripped his fist. What the hell do you want? How did you get this number? His yelling woke up Higashi, who was confused and startled by his yelling. Relax, I got the number through legal research. I am a hero after all, the voice said back. Anyway, I need a favor from you. I'm done fighting, Senshi responded. Oh no, don't misunderstand, I respect your choices. Instead, I want to have a fight with our students, the voice said. I have no student, Senshi responded as he gripped his fist tighter. So who was the boy that was with you when you went to a boxing gym? Was he also the same boy that went with you to that famous karate dojo? Was he also the same one that went with you to the Zondo Shengdi arena? The voice asked. Senshi's anger was reaching its boiling point. If you touch a hair on that boy's body, I will unleash hell on you. Calm down, the voice replied. I want to arrange a fight with your student against my student. Student. Since when were you teaching someone? Senshi asked. Since you kicked my ass, the voice replied, but I am not angry at you or towards your disciple. You see, my student really needs someone to test his skills against. Most of his opponents have been beaten with one blow and that has been scaring away a lot of potential fighters. So what will I gain from having our students fight? Senshi asked. From my research, your student is a big hero fan. My student has a scholarship from UA, the voice said. If your student wins, he'll gain access to the biggest hero school in the world. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? I'll think about it, Senshi said. By the way, what is the name of your student? I'm sure you have heard of him, the voice responded. His name is Chasi Chakri. Midoriya entered his sensei's new apartment. They still trained at his dojo, but for today sensei told him to go to his apartment. He found his teacher sitting on a chair with a very serious look on his face. Sit down Midoriya, Senshi said. Midoriya instantly did what his teacher instructed him to do. Have you heard of Chasi Chakri? Yeah, apparently, he's really strong. I hear that he's so strong that UA and the top school in Thailand want him to enter their schools, Midoriya replied. There is also a lot of discussions on what his quirk is. There is a reason why that boy is strong for his age, Senshi said. He is being trained by one of the strongest opponents I've ever faced. The number 7 hero in the war, the Thai god of war, Nakurp. Point 397 Chapter 9, Muay Thai Training. 5 more chapter until UA. Izuku was taking in the information. I'm fighting Chasi Chakri, Izuku said. How did this even happen? In the past, I faced Nakurp in a one-on-one duel. I barely survived, he even gave me this scar on my neck, Senshi pointed to the right side of his neck. Nakurp is one of the strongest men I have ever faced, he didn't get the title of number 7 hero in the world for nothing. I heard that Chakri has a scholarship to UA, Midoriya said. He's so strong that UA is willing to give him free access to their school. You don't have to fight, Senshi said. If you want to back out that's fine. No, Midoriya replied instantly. I want to fight him. Midoriya clenched his fist. If I want to be a hero I must defeat him. Senshi took out his cell phone. Pushing a few buttons, Senshi put the phone to his ear. After a few seconds of ringing, the ringing stopped. He said yes, Senshi instantly told the person behind the phone. A few more seconds pass, he wants to talk to you. Senshi held out the phone for his student, Midoriya then grabbed it with unease. Hello, who is this? Midoriya asked. Why hello there Midoriya, I am happy to hear your voice. The voice said in Thai. Midoriya did not understand Thai so he thought the voice was speaking gibberish. Is it better if I speak in Japanese? The voice asked. Yes, that is better, Midoriya replied. Who am I speaking to? Oh, I'm the hero known as Nakurp, the voice answered. Midoriya's entire body went still. Is this a joke? Midoriya asked, not believing the voice on the other line. Nope, This is the real deal, the voice said, not knowing the can of works that he just opened. Oh my god, I cannot believe that I am talking to a top 10 hero. Your heroic works have attributed much to Thailand and you often work a lot with All Might. Your fighting style is a combination of both Muay Thai and Muay Boran. You also started your own school that people say rivals UA in terms of teaching. Midoriya started to hear laughing on the other end. You know, I was told you would be a hero fan. I would never have imagined you would be this big of a fan, Nakurb said. Can I ask a question? Why are you training Charki? Midoriya asked. First, that is 2 questions, and second, that is a secret. See you soon, Midoriya. The phone went silent. Somewhere in Thailand, more specifically Saraburi. A boy was walking on an empty path wearing his school uniform. He kicked some rocks on the ground, seeing how far he could make them go. He looked at his watch wanting to know the time. Holy shit, I'm late, the boy yelled. He ran like a speeding bullet and passed by some bystanders. Some people waved to him and he happily waved back, others yelled that he should watch where he was going. After taking a few turns and nearly crashing into a few people, the boy arrived at his destination. I am here, he proudly stated as he arrived in front of the building. Thunk. A knife landed right next to his head, breaking his confidence. Why the fuck are you always late? A man asked. I'm sorry, I was distracted, the boy said as he got down on his knees. This is the 5th time this week, the man said, do it again and I'll make your current training more hellish than you can imagine. Well, I don't really mind, my current training isn't that hard, the boy replied. Shut up and give me 200. The man yelled back. Yes sir, the boy yelled as he got down and performed push-ups. Hey, coach, you go easy on him. He's the champion, an older fighter said as he was kicking a sandbag. You idiot, that's exactly why I have to be hard on him, the coach replied. The day would go on like this. The boy's coach would say some insane workout and the boy would do it without any question. It could be kicking a banana tree or dodge fruit thrown at him. After 3 hours of intense workout, the boy went home. He did not run because it was actually pretty close to the gym. Reaching into his backpack, the boys took out a pair of keys and opened the door. A force attacked once he opened the door, another boy faster and smaller than he was. Big bro, you're back home, a smaller and younger boy said. I know that, the older boy said, and get off. The younger one immediately got off his older brother and ran back inside. The younger boy ran into the house yelling, Big bro has come home, repeatedly. Eventually, the 2 adults of the house came out and stopped the young boys yelling. Shay, please calm down, a grown woman said, now get ready for dinner. The young boy nodded his head. Chasi, welcome home. Hello mom, Chasi Chakri said as he hugged his mother. How's dad? Chakri asked. He's on his last tour but he'll be home soon, his mother said, can you help your brother set up the table? I will, Chakri said as he put his backpack down. He helped his brother Shay put placemats, napkins, and utensils down on the table. After putting everything down, the 2 boys sat down to eat. His mother then put the meal down for everyone to see. The meal was masaman curry, a common Thai dish. Knock knock. Dad's home, Shay said as he got up from his seat. Sit down, Chakri said as he grabbed Shay immediately, I'll get it. Walking to the front door, Chakri peeked through the door peephole. Once he recognized who was behind the door, he instantly opened the door. Knocker, he yelled and the giant man in front of him. The large man hugged back, Chakri, you don't have to hug me. Where's your father, by the way? The man was 6 feet and 5 inches tall, he also had a powerful body. He had brown skin and black hair in the shape of a ponytail. However, his most defining feature was the scar on his forehead. It was a white scar that looked similar to an explosion. Dad's giving a tour so he won't be back for a while, Chakri said as he released the bigger man from the hug. We were about to have dinner, do you want to join us? No thank you, I already ate, Nakurb said as he entered inside. Hey look, Nakurb is here, Shay said as he was still eating his meal. Nakurb, how have you been? Chakri's mother asked, would you like to have dinner with us? Sorry, I'm just here to have a chat with Chasi, Nakurb replied. Chasi directed the hero to his room, which was the room of Nakurb's #1 fan. Merchandise and memorabilia covered the room. It was like a certain Japanese boy's room. I still can't believe that this is what you spend your fight money on, Nakurb said. Sorry, I could not help myself. So, Chasi sat down on his Nakurb-themed bed. Who is my next opponent? That's the thing, Nakurb sat down on a chair. Do you know how I got his scar? From what I heard, a villain had a strength enhancer and attacked you. But you defeated him and he was sent to prison, Chasi said. No, that story was a complete lie, Nakurb said, completely surprising Chasi. I got this scar from someone, a man from Japan. Chasi's eyes went wide open. Wait, you work with All Might a lot. Did he do that? Nakurb laughed for a couple of seconds. No, it wasn't him, it was someone much more dangerous. There is an underground arena in Japan, it has a Chinese name that I cannot pronounce. Anyway, it is a big arena, heroes, villains, and even some vigilantes. Although it apparently is illegal in Japan, however many politicians from around the world go there. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, that I fought in that arena. Chasi's eyes were the size of boulders. Why would you do such a thing? A title, Nakurb replied as he looked out the window, the title of king. However, I lost my match and got this scar as a result. The main reason I'm trying to make is, the man who beat me has a student. He's my next opponent then, Chasi said, this student of his. You're correct, Nakurb said, the fight is in 1 month. Chasi smiled, you got me interested. Let's see if he lives up to the hype. Though I should mention this, you two have more in common than one would believe. Back to Japan. Midoriya, do you know what makes Muay Thai so strong? Senshi asked. The two of them were back in his dojo. Midoriya was sitting right in front of him in a standing bow style. The elbow, Midoriya replied. No, because karate also uses the elbow, Senshi replied, it's the body. Midoriya tilted his head, showing his confusion. Muay Thai uses all of the body's natural weapons. Hands, elbows, shins, and knees. Because of this, Muay Thai is said to be the world's greatest striking martial art. However, it is not invincible. If you're a good grappler, then you can handle a Muay Thai fighter. But this isn't going to be an MMA fight, Midoriya replied. I also believe that Chakri can fight a grappler. There is another issue that I need to discuss, Senshi said, you need a gym. Quote. Wait a minute, what? Midoriya asked, why do we need a gym? Well, most fighters have a gym they belong to, plus a gym would have better equipment. Also, with this fight be broadcast, we need someone to support us in. What did you say? Midoriya asked. Oh, I said we need a gym so. No, after that, Midoriya said, why would our fight be broadcasted? Well, Chakri's fights have been getting really popular despite being an amateur. So it's no wonder that it will be on TV, Senshi said. Wait, are you saying that this fight is going to be on live TV? Midoriya said. Yes, and there will be a lot of people seeing the fight in person, Senshi said. Midoriya then realized something very bad. His nervous state began to take over. Midoriya, is there something wrong? Senshi asked. Midoriya nodded, I didn't tell anyone about the fight. The next day, on his way to school, Midoriya was currently reading a book titled, History of Muay Thai. He thought that reading a book on martial art could help him in some way. Alas, a different issue was bothering him. He still has not told anyone about his fight, not his mother or his friends. Midoriya did not even know how to break the news to them. Hey, you know that famous kid on TV who's a Muay Thai fighter? I'm fighting him, maybe he should present it better. Midoriya was not a very social person, but he knew someone who was. Mina Ishido, the pink girl Midoriya spoke to on the beach. They have only chatted through text a couple of times, but today he will call her. Enough thinking about girls, it was time for school. RRRRIIIIINNNNNGGGG. The school bell rang, telling everyone to leave and go home. While everyone went to their friend groups, Midoriya was alone with his book. Hey, did you hear? A girl behind him said, Chakri is fighting someone in Japan. Midoriya's eyes widened. The news came out already. The fact that they did not mention him means that no one knows Midoriya was the one fighting. He should leave before someone like Deku, a very familiar voice screamed. Oh no, Midoriya said in his head. This better be a fucking joke, Bakugo Katsuki yelled, there's no way you're fighting that Muay Thai kid. That caught everyone's attention, including the teacher who was previously on his phone. How do you know? Midoriya asked. Bakugo then took out his phone. On the screen was a news article about Chasi Chakri titled, Chakri's new opponent. The article must have had Izuku mentioned somewhere, otherwise how else did Bakugo know about the fight? God damn it, answer me, Katsuki yelled as he ran towards Midoriya. At the last minute, he aimed a punch right towards Midoriya's face. It was well timed and had a lot of power put into the attack. Yet, Midoriya easily dodged the attack and the blonde boy found himself on the ground. Although it had been months since he last experienced that attack like that, Katsuki remembered it like it had happened yesterday. When the hell did Deku learn that move? Bakugo asked himself as he got up. However, when he turned around, Midoriya was already gone. Bakugo yelled, which echoed through the entire school. Midoriya was glad he had run away from Kacchan. He did not want to deal with the backlash and having to explain. At least the green-haired boy was spared from having to explain the situation to his peers. Hopefully, he didn't have to explain how the fight began, or how it was even happening. Looking at his phone, Midoriya looked at the address Senshi sent him. Apparently, it was the gym that they were going to train at. The address somehow seemed familiar to the quirkless teen. What gyms had he been to? Midoriya, a friendly and familiar voice shouted. Turning his head up, he saw Kirishima Ijiro waving at him from across the street. The black-haired boy was standing right in front of a gym. Midoriya then recognized the gym as the gym where he and Kirishima fought. So that's why the address seemed so familiar, Midoriya said in his head. He walked up to Kirishima and they shook hands. It's good to see again, Midoriya said. You too, Midoriya, Kirishima said. Hey, have you gotten taller? Midoriya hadn't noticed, but he and Kirishima were at eye level. I guess I have, Midoriya said. Hey, did you hear about my fight? Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. How did you get to fight Chasi Chakri? Kirishima asked. It's a long story, Midoriya replied. The duo of friends entered the gym, where Midoriya saw his sensei. His teacher waved at him while standing near a sandbag. Midoriya eagerly ran up to his teacher. Hello sensei, Midoriya said. Hello, Midoriya, Senshi replied. You ready to start your training? Yes, sir, Midoriya eagerly replied. Good, kick the sandbag, Senshi said. A Muay Thai fighter's strength comes in their kicks. An average Muay Thai fighter kicks can be as strong as a baseball bat. So we need to train your legs and shins to gain that level of strength. I see, Midoriya said. He tried to kick but Senshi stopped him. You're too slow, your kicks need to be much faster and put more power into them. Another thing, aim higher when you kick so you can aim for the head, Senshi said. Got it sensei, Midoriya said as went back to kicking the sandbag. After some intense workout, Midoriya found himself walking home. Muay Thai training is harder than I thought, Midoriya said in his head. I wonder what kind of training Chakri is doing. Before he was able to turn the corner, Midoriya saw something that made him stop in his tracks. A horde of paparazzi was crowded around his apartment building. They were asking questions to the neighbors or anyone who encountered the swarm of reporters. What in the world is going on? He asked himself. Izuku, a familiar voice called from behind him. The young boy instantly recognized the voice as his mother. Turning around, the boy saw that his mother was clearly shaken from the sight of the reporters. What did you do? She asked. Nothing illegal, Izuku replied. Good job Kendo, your kicks are getting even better, a man wearing a black belt and a mitt said. Thank you, the orange-haired female said as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Kendo then continued to train with the instructor. A man watched said, you know she's been happier ever since that green-haired boy came. He was then immediately knocked to the ground. Please do not mention the boy, Oikakit said. He then reached his hand out and supported the other man up. You know, she's around that age, the man said. You better shut up before I throw you off the roof, Oikakit replied. The man knew he was dead serious, so he stopped his teasing. After the workout, Itsuka looked at her phone, which displayed a shocking news story. Chasi Chakri is now facing a Japanese teenager. What in the world? Itsuka asked. Higher, a blue man yelled as held a striking pad above his head. A metal staff connected with the pad making a loud boom sound. Faster, the blue man yelled again. The staff went struck even faster than before, however, it had less of an impact. You need to maintain your position, a red man suddenly said, or else you're going to lose power in your strikes and enemies would take advantage of you. Yes, senseis, Momo Yaoyorozu said as she maintained her position. Wait, Koibito said, he's the blue one, as he held up his hand, I think that's enough for today. Go get some rest. Alright sensei, Momo said as she wiped the sweat off of her face. She then grabbed a water bottle and created a towel for herself. A notification then popped up on her phone. After seeing the title and reading the article, she only had one thing to say: how is that possible? Izuku and his mom were forced to stay in a hotel to escape from the paparazzi. Izuku had to wear the same set of clothes from the day before and went to school escaping and dodging the press. They even found the name of his school crowed around that area. Luckily the crowd was smaller than the one at his house. Seeing the crowd surrounded the entrance of his school, Midoriya needed another way of entering the building. Fortunately, he was on the side of the school and no one had spotted him yet. How do I get in? Izuku asked himself. Looking at the wall and then at his fingers, Midoriya got an idea. Time to be like Spider-Man, Izuku said in his head. Nico-style adamantine kata, iron fingers. Using iron fingers, Midoriya put holes in the wall of the building. He then began to climb like the wall like a certain superhero. After scaling the wall, he then dropped to the ground and cleaned the dirt off of his fingers as if it was nothing. He was certain no one had seen him perform the miraculous act. Unfortunately, someone did see it. You better fucking explain, Deku, Bakugo Katsuki said. I can't, but he can, Midoriya said as he pointed behind Bakugo. The blonde boy then stupidly turned around. Realizing that he was tricked, Bakugo turned around and saw that no one was there. God fucking damn it, he yelled. It was so hard for Midoriya to escape the press, but he did it. It was a good thing too, or else he would have major distractions during his training. If he did want to defeat Chasi Chakri, he needed to be at his best. Midoriya, his trainer yelled. Sorry, he said. He then went back to jump roping. However, his mind was on a different matter. Even though he was still doing well, he was not at his peak. Senshi could see this. Tomorrow, don't come to the gym, Senshi said. Midoriya was surprised by the command. What do you mean? Midoriya asked, shouldn't I be training? Did you know that Muay Thai was used against weapon users? Senshi said. Yeah, that was because Muay Thai was created to be used in a war, Midoriya said. Correct, which is why tomorrow you will be fighting a weapon user, Senshi said. He then saw the nervousness on his face. Oh, don't worry, it's a bow staff, nothing like a sword or a glaive. Well, do you know anything about the staff user? Midoriya asked. Well, their last name is Yaoyorozu, Senshi said. Wait, no, that's got to be a coincidence, Midoriya said in his head. The next day. It was not a coincidence. Midoriya stood at the gates of a massive mansion that many dreamed of owning. A mansion that showed off the wealth and power that its owner held. How much does one make to earn such a house? Midoriya asked. Well, I heard that the owner is the CEO of some big business, Senshi said. Anyway, let's get inside. Senshi went to the buzzer and pressed the button. After the sound of buzzing went away, a voice came out. Welcome to the Yaoyorozu house, a voice said, please wait for the gates to fully open to enter. After the voice went away, the gates began to open. Once they were fully open, Midoriya and Senshi were greeted by an intimidating man wearing a black business suit. The man was covered in orange skin and black stripes, making him look like a combination of a tiger and human. The master will like to see you, the man said before turning around and walking to the estate. Should I have worn something better? Midoriya asked. Have you seen what I'm wearing? Senshi said. The former fighter was wearing a gray jacket covering his undershirt and sweatpants. He clearly was dressed differently than when he and Midoriya went to the Tokyo Dome. And I thought he had a good taste in fashion, Midoriya said in his head. The duo followed the Tiger Man into the large mansion. The Tiger Man also guided the duo through hallways that were filled with impressive memorabilia and trophies of all kinds. Hey sensei, how do you know this guy? Midoriya asked. We used to get drinks together, Senshi said, also I helped him in betting so that might have helped him get rich. They continued to walk down the hallway to the point that Izuku had lost track of where he was going. Finally, they arrived outside on a porch where they were greeted with a majestic sight. A beautiful garden shined on their eyes. Lovely flowers that looked like it came from the Garden of Eden. A pool was also in view that was so big Midoriya thought it was an ocean. There were also statues as decoration, however, they were so well made that Midoriya fully believed Leonardo da Vinci made them. Midoriya couldn't believe what he was seeing. Did I go to heaven? Midoriya asked. There was no other way he was seeing such gorgeous scenery. Senshi, my good friend, a voice called out. The duo turned to see a handsome man wearing a bathing suit and a towel around his neck. It's been so long that you've become a father, the man said. Midoriya flinched at the sudden statement. He's not my kid, Senshi said. I got black hair and he's got green hair. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard, everyone who heard that statement said in their head. Well, the man said, how have you been lately? No one has seen you in 2 years. Well, you're seeing me now, Senshi replied. What kind of response is that? Everyone was thinking. Well, we aren't here to talk, are we? The man snapped his fingers and his butler instantly took out 2 big beach chairs from his shirt pocket. That must be the work of a quirk. It must be able to compress large objects to a small space. However, what objects cannot he put in his space? Is it living things or is there a weight limit? Can he see inside the space or? Midoriya, can your head out of the clouds, Senshi said, ending his train of thoughts. By the way, she's going to be your opponent. Midoriya turned to see where Senshi was pointing to and saw a familiar face. It's the girl from the library, Momo Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said in his head. The girl was wearing a white tank top and black sweat shorts and black sports shoes. This girl was practicing with a bow staff by pretending to hit targets. Accompanying her was a blue man and a red man standing very close to each other. However, Izuku wasn't paying attention, rather his mind was somewhere else. She's very pretty, like an angel, Izuku said in his head. He then blushed at the realization of what he was thinking. He then felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw his sensei shaking his head. Save those thoughts for later. Her father is right here, Senshi said as he pointed to the handsome man. Midoriya's was flabbergasted at the sudden information given. Snapping his fingers, Mr. Yaoyorozu was given a loudspeaker. Okay, that's great. Koibito and Yokubo, come back up. Momo, you stay there. The 2 men left the girl all alone, giving her time to recover. Okay, Midoriya, you go on down by taking the stairs. Izuku saw where was pointing to and went down in a flash. Oh, he's fast. Is speed his greatest attribute? Asked. No, but you'll see his greatest attribute soon, Senshi said. As the 2 men were talking, Koibito and Yokubo came up the stairs and instantly recognized one of the men. It's you, they both said as they pointed to Senshi. They both went into a kung fu stance and yelled in unison, come on, let's fight. Not interested, Senshi said, much to the dismay of the couple. Momo was shocked to find out that Midoriya was sparring with her. He later explained that since Muay Thai was originally made to battle against weapon users, it would make sense to spar against one before his major fight. That still didn't satisfy Momo. Out of all the weapon users in Japan, why her? It was probably because she was around the same age, or maybe there was a different reason. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said, taking her head out of the clouds, I was saying that whoever lands on their back first loses. Is there anything else you wanted to add? As he was talking, Midoriya also started to stretch, making sure his body was ready. Yes, no going for the clothes please, or the eyes, Momo asked in a cute manner. Okay, Midoriya replied with a blush. She's too cute, he said in his head. Come on Izuku, focus, image her as Kachan, wait no, that's too much. Imagine her as Kendo, okay, that's better. Izuku was now ready for battle. He put on a traditional Muay Thai stance. Momo saw the change in Midoriya's eyes, she was thrown off, but that wasn't going to stop her. She placed her staff next to her body and pointed the tip of the staff right at Izuku. Her legs were spread far from each other. Begin, Mr. Yaoyorozu yelled through his loudspeaker. Momo was the first to attack. She thrust her staff right towards Izuku's chest, which he barely dodged. Momo then swung her staff around, aiming for Izuku's head. He placed his left arm to block the oncoming swing. The blow was powerful and left his arm shaking. Momo saw how well the strike did to Izuku's arm and followed that up with another strike on the right side. Midoriya blocked that as well, which was according to Momo's plan. Both of Izuku's arms had taken serious damage, greatly weakening his arms. She's strong, if I want to win there's only one thing to do, Izuku said in his head. He then dashed towards Momo. The black-haired girl was surprised at the sudden action but quickly responded by jumping back. Momo then attempted to unleash another thrust towards Izuku's stomach. His stomach took a lot of damage, which made Izuku fall to his knees. Using her staff like a sword, Momo raised her weapon above her head and brought it down towards Izuku's head. She expected Izuku to either fall from the strike or dodge it. She didn't expect Izuku to grab it in midair with one hand. She tried to make Izuku release his grip, but it was too strong. Nico-style adamantine kata, iron fingers. So this was what Midoriya was trying to accomplish. I'm glad you've succeeded, but that won't stop me. Momo then kicked Midoriya right the stomach. She would have followed up that attack, but Izuku pulled off his finishing move. Izuku had placed his foot right behind Momo's ankle. He then tripped the young girl and made her fall on her back. Before she could get up, Izuku got on top of Momo and placed a palm above her face. I win, Izuku said. He then offered his hand to the black-haired girl. She grabbed his hand and he helped her up. You put up an amazing fight, Izuku said. Well, looks like Momo lost, said in a sad tone. I guess our training wasn't good enough, Koibito said. Now there's only one thing to do, Yokubo said as he reached into his suit. For hurting our little angel we must strike against evil, said as he destroyed the rail in front of him with his grip alone. A dark aura surrounded him and his bodyguards. Kobitio reached inside his suit and took out a pair of nunchucks and began swinging them. Our precious angel must be protected at all cost. We will destroy anyone who hurts her, Yokubo said as he took out a chain and sickle. Oh shit, Senshi said on his head. Before he could respond, however, a woman appeared and hit the three men with a large paper fan. I thought I said not to interfere with Momo's love life, a woman in a business suit said holding a paper fan. We want her to have a normal and healthy social life. I'm sorry honey, but he hurt our little angel, pleaded as he hugged the lower half of his wife. While he was hugging her, two bodyguards rubbed the part of their heads where they got hit. She doesn't look that hurt to me, said as she pointed to the kids. They were currently talking to one another, even from far away, anyone could tell that they were having fun. Momo was even laughing every now and then. Okay, she could hang out with him, said, for now. What was that? His wife asked as she brought out the paper fan. Nothing, instantly replied. While this family drama was going on, Senshi was eagerly watching while drinking tea. This was more entertaining than the time Undertaker threw mankind off a cage and into an announcer table, he said in his head while drinking tea. So Midoriya, Momo said, how are you fighting Chasi Chakri? Well, I am thinking of attacking his hips. That way kicks would be harder to pull off, Midoriya explained. That is not what I meant. I was asking how a boy from Japan was capable of being in a fight with the most talked about boy in Thailand. Well, my sensei is friends with his coach, Izuku said, trying to keep his teacher's past a secret. Well, that makes some sense, Momo replied. I heard the media was giving you a lot of attention lately. Are you and your family doing alright? Yeah, my mom and I are doing well. Even with the never-ending reporters, Midoriya replied. What about your dad? Yaoyorozu asked. Izuku's face changed. I don't see my dad a lot. His face had a sad expression and it looked like he was about to cry. Oh god, I'm a monster, Momo cried in her head. She needed to change the subject. It was a crime to hurt such an innocent boy. Want to see the cool things my quirk can do? Momo asked the green-haired boy. His head tilted in confusion. My quirk is called creation. As long as I know what an object is made out of, I can create it as long as I have enough body fat. She demonstrated by creating a notebook through her arm. Izuku's eyes widened with amazement. That quirk is amazing, you can do so many things with it. Wait, can I borrow that notebook? Momo gave him the notebook. He was about to write things down when he realized something. I don't have a pen. Momo then gave him a pencil. Thank you, Midoriya said, then he began his writing. With a quirk like that, you can possibly do anything. Since you created this notebook, you could also create an endless amount of paper, saving tons of trees and also create seeds that can plant more trees. However, is that all? Can she also create items like clothes or money? That could ruin the local economy, but why stop there? She might also create weapons of mass destruction like an atom bomb. The quirk could also create gases, like poison or sleeping gas. Midoriya went on and on about her quirk. While he was doing this, Momo looked at her hands with one thought in mind. Am I that powerful? She asked herself. That night, Senshi was at a dilemma. He thought everything was going to be alright. He was dead wrong. He was sitting down on a couch wondering what to do to fix the situation. Hello there, his girlfriend Hagishi said, leaning her head next to his face. General Kenobi, Senshi replied. I don't get it, she replied in a dull voice. Forget it, Senshi replied, can I ask you something? Sure, she rolled on top of the sofa and landed her butt right on the seat next to him. What's the question? Do you think Midoriya will win? Senshi asked. Higashi put a finger to her chin. He has a good chance, around 40% I would say. That's not good enough, Senshi said. If nothing changes, then Midoriya will lose. Should we increase his training? Higashi said. No, even if we did it wouldn't be enough. I'm afraid we need to do that training, Senshi said. Higashi's eyes widened when she realized what kind of training he meant. Jesus, I was a high school senior when I did that training. How would Midoriya, a middle school student, handle that kind of training? Higashi asked. I'm not sure, Senshi said. Even if he does do it, there's very little chance that he would survive, but if he did, Midoriya would have a higher chance of winning. I don't think you should be asking me then, Higashi said. Instead of asking me, I believe you should ask Midoriya. She got up from the couch and left Senshi with his own thoughts. Knock knock. I'll get it, a green-haired woman said. She walked away from washing the dishes and looked through the peephole, in case it was a reporter. Instead, it was a man she had not seen in a while. Opening the door, she greeted the guest. Hello, it's a surprise seeing Izuku-sensei. It's good meeting you too, Mrs. Midoriya, Shinyu Senshi said. Also, you can just call me Senshi. Alright then, Senshi, is this about the fight? Inko asked as she walked back to the kitchen. Well, yes, but actually no, Senshi said. I think it would be best for us to sit down. Do you want anything to eat? Inko asked. We have some leftover beef. I'm good, I alright had dinner with my girlfriend, Senshi said as he sat down at their dining table. Inko soon sat down with a cup of tea. Is there something wrong with Izuku? Inko asked. No, but this does concern Izuku, Senshi said. I believe he should do a special kind of training. I have a friend that owns a private mountain area. He is willing to give residence for Midoriya training. With all of the reporters lately, I thought it would be best to seclude Midoriya from it all. So you're going to have Izuku train in the mountains. How long would it last? Inko asked. 2 weeks, the statement made Inko's eyes widen. 2 weeks, what about his school and grades or his home life? Inko asked, will he be safe in such a location? Would he even want to go? Well, I think you should ask him, Senshi said as he called Midoriya, who was hiding around the corner behind Inko. The call surprised the boy and accidentally exposed himself to his mom. Sorry, he said, coming out of the corner. Hello sensei, Izuku said while waving to his teacher who waved back. Well, I'm actually like the idea, Izuku said nervously. But Izuku, what about your school and grades? Missing 2 weeks is a big deal. Is this fight really worth it? Inko asked her son, who seemed uncomfortable with the situation. Mom, I need to fight, Izuku said. If I win I could get into UA, my dream school. I could finally show the world I can do things and that I have worth. If I ever want to become a hero then I must defeat him. Inko was surprised by the amount of courage Izuku had gained. He had changed from the shy and defenseless boy she had supported. Was this the work of her little boy growing up? Oh, maybe, something else was at work. Nevertheless, seeing him like this gave Inko something she did not have in a long time, hope. After so long of doubting Izuku, she might just believe in him once more. Alright, you can go, Inko said. Friday. Izuku, you got all your clothes? Inko asked. Yes mom, Izuku replied as he put on a large backpack. What about your toothbrush and toothpaste? They're really important, his mom asked. I packed them, mom, Izuku said as he approached the door. Izuku. What is it, mom? Izuku replied. Tears were forming in his mother's eyes. Please be safe. I will, Izuku responded in a confident voice. Izuku met his sensei by the nearby train station. His teacher was also carrying a large bag that had his own supplies. After a long train ride, they reached the destination, the entrance to a private park. Hey, does your friend know we're here? Midoriya asked his sensei. Yeah, he should be here. Sensei took out his phone and tried to contact his friend. While that was going on, Izuku noticed someone strange. Hey sensei, is that your friend? Izuku asked as he pointed to someone. That someone was an old man walking on a cane. No, but he is related to him. Senshi signaled Midoriya to follow him. Hello there young ones, can you please help me? My house is on top of that hill and my back hurts, the old man said as he pointed to the highest hill nearby. I have money. That's not necessary. It's going be free of charge, Senshi said. Midoriya, I'll carry your stuff, you help this man get home. Okay, Izuku said. He lowered his back and let the old man hop on, which unfortunately was a mistake. Midoriya thought he was a frail old man, but he weighed much than Midoriya believed. It felt like carrying a sofa made of steel. This man has been eating too much, Midoriya said in his head. Come on Midoriya, Senshi said as opened a gate, leading into a private path. Midoriya tried his best to keep up, but the old man's weight kept holding him down. He tried sprinting, but that was a big mistake. He tried his best to keep up with his senshi, but the grown man was too fast. Midoriya believed his sensei was doing it on purpose. The walk felt like was forever. Imagine the one Midoriya took to his sensei's dojo, which was longer than 2 miles but longer and more slopes. It drained Midoriya's strength just walking up the hill. The longer the walk became, the heavier the old man became. However, Midoriya kept on walking. If he wanted to beat his upcoming opponent, he needed to get as strong as possible. So keep on walking, even if his legs went screaming to stop. That was until his sensei made him stop. Is something wrong? Midoriya asked. He looked around and did not see anything but trees and grass. Then he heard the sound of a gun reloading. Before he could even react to the sound, Senshi instantly moved him and the old man away from the path and into a bush. 1 second later, shotgun blasts echoed through the forest, bursting Midoriya's eardrums. The sudden shock distracted Midoriya from noticing the old man getting off his back. Once his hearing came back, Midoriya heard what sounded like an argument between the old man, Senshi, and a new voice. You asshole, you almost shot us. Senshi yelled. I wasn't aiming for you or the kid, I was aiming for this old fuck, the new voice said. Well, this old fuck thinks you did a bad job. You couldn't kill me even if the gun was in my mouth, the old man yelled. You shut up. You have been around forever. You're older than dinosaurs, the new voice screamed. Taking his head out of the bush, Midoriya could not believe what he was seeing. His sensei was arguing with a short man carrying a double-barrel shotgun. The short man had short brown hair and was wearing a camouflage outfit. He was also so angry that veins appeared on his forehead. The sound of laughter then echoed through the forest. Oh God, this is even funnier than a Rakugo play, a familiar voice said. Suddenly, a young man descended from the trees and Midoriya instantly recognized who it was. Your Kuro Renzo, Midoriya said, revealing himself to everyone. At your service, the Prince of Fighting said, prepare for the longest 2 weeks of your life. 397 Chapter 10, Importance of Fear, and Before the Fight. Sorry, this is so late. I was very busy with personal stuff. But I hope you enjoy this chapter. Also fun fact, this is the first chapter where Izuku curses. The whole thing was a surprise to Midoriya. So many things were weird with this picture. How is this even happening? Midoriya asked himself. You know that was a bad hiding place. Everyone knew you were there, the short man said to Renzo. Backquote I didn't, Izuku said in his head but didn't want to say out loud. Hey you, Kuro Renzo said as he pointed to Midoriya, how do you know my name? I've never seen you before. Midoriya did not know how to reply so he said the stupidest thing he could say. Yes. Ha. Renzo laughed like he was being tickled to death. I might like you, little grasshopper. But still, someone should answer my question. He saw your match against Don Quixote Guerrero. It was quite brutal if I do say so myself, Shinyu Senshi said. To be honest, I never imagined you would have come. Well, you still need to give me to stay, Renzo said. He then grabbed Senshi's shirt by the collar and tugged at it. You don't like it when I'm angry. Senshi easily brushed his hand off. We could talk here but I think you'll prefer to talk alone. Suit yourself, Renzo said, just don't bore me. I hate boring things. He and Senshi then went off the path, leaving Midoriya with the 2 lunatics. So, this was exciting, the short man with a shotgun said. You better give me a good reason to be here. I have matches to do and honestly I think I would rather be in 100 more matches than handle whatever drama those 2 are dealing with, Renzo said as he walked with hands in his pockets. Senshi found a large log on the ground and decided to sit there. Have you heard of Raiden Tamiman? Are you talking about the sumo wrestler? Yeah, I've heard of him, and didn't he die a long time ago, Renzo replied. A sumo wrestler is going around using that same name. He claims to be the reincarnation of the famous wrestler, Senshi explained, and I also heard that he's going to be your next opponent. I've got nothing to worry about. It's sumo, nothing too bad, Renzo proudly stated. Well, from what I've seen, he's going to annihilate you, Senshi remarked, which ticked Renzo off. You want to say that again? Renzo started to use removal on his arm, turning it red. If I kill you now, the title of king will be all mine. However, before Renzo noticed, Senshi quickly got behind him and pushed him to the ground. Just like that, Senshi said, you keep using the removal too much. Besides, you are not using Nico style to the fullest. If you did, Guerrero would have been a cakewalk. Renzo quickly got up and pulled his fist back. Nico style Adamant Kata. Iron breaker plus removal. Iron removal. Renzo threw his fist right at Senshi's chest. This attack was so strong that Renzo once used it to destroy a car. It was Renzo's best offense move. However, it did not affect Senshi. You know, I can teach you a few things for a price, Senshi said to the starstruck Renzo. Renzo then removed his fist from Senshi's stomach. From what I'm guessing, you want me to teach the grasshopper. Well, what is in it for me? Nothing in the Kerr clan is free, Renzo said. Midoriya wants to be a hero, Senshi said, just like your dad. Renzo raised his eyebrow. So, a lot of people want to be heroes. What makes him special? He's also quirkless like your father, Senshi said, which caused Renzo's eyes to widen. Can you imagine the pain and humiliation that boy suffered because of his dreams? Doesn't that remind you of a certain someone? Renzo rubbed his hair, before concluding, fine, I'll do it, but only because I have nothing else to do and I don't want to lose to a fatty. Good, now let's regroup kaboom, before that happens. Midoriya was hiding once again. He did not want bullets to enter his head. However, he feared that hiding behind a tree was not a smart idea. What the fuck did you say, you old piece of shit? The shotgun wielder said as he reloaded his gun. I said you as good as a shot as blind man with no arms, the old man said as he took out his hunting rifle from his back, which explained why he was so heavy to carry. A shooting match went on, while Midoriya hid in his bad hiding spot and wished to go home. Maybe I should have stayed with Kirishima, Izuku said in his head as bullets flew everywhere. Luckily, for him, the madness ended when Senshi and Renzo returned. They quickly disarmed the lunatics and gave them a lesson of not shooting each other when there are people nearby. The group then continued to walk up the path, with Midoriya not having to carry the old man. It turns out he was faking his injury. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination, a large wooden house in the middle of nowhere. Do you like it? The short man without his shotgun asked. It's got plumbing, clean water, electricity, and even Wi-Fi. The best part is I built this whole thing myself. He then noticed Midoriya raising his hand. What's your question? Who are you? Midoriya asked. The question made Senshi and the old man laugh like crazy, while Renzo tried to keep it in. The short man kept tears in his eyes from flowing out. He covered his face while answering, Fuko no Hanta is my name. He then turned his back on the group as he began to cry. Oh, I remember you, Midoriya said, raising Hanta's spirits. Weren't you in that embarrassing video with that dolphin? No, Hanta fell to the ground, that was someone else. Senshi's and the old man laughter went wild. Even Renzo was giggling at Hanta's misfortune. This man is the self-proclaimed greatest hunter in the world, Senshi said as his laughter died down. And I am his dad, the old man said, call me a. So that was fun, Renzo said, let's see this household. The house was as good as Hanta said. There was running water, electricity, and even air conditioning. There was also a fridge with tons of food. This house had everything you need to survive. Renzo and Midoriya were given a room with 2 separate beds. Well, how does it feel to be a celebrity? Renzo asked Midoriya as he unpacked his clothes. Horrible, Midoriya replied as he put away his All Might sweatshirt. I never imagined that they could be so relentless. Now I feel sympathy when a hero lashes out. Trust me, I understand, Renzo replied. You should see me after a fight. Some of the spectators treat me like the Pope. Fans are crazy. Sounds rough, Izuku said as he finished packing, so I'm all done with packing. Same, Renzo replied. Now the training begins. They found themselves outside with Senshi. With him was a small bag. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Senshi then reached into his bag and took out what looked like wearable weights. put these on, Senshi said as he tossed one towards Midoriya. The young boy lunged to grab the weights, which were surprisingly heavy. How much does it weigh? Izuku asked as he put it on his arm. A lot, Senshi said, much to Izuku's annoyance. Senshi then handed some to Renzo, who easily put them on his legs and arms. Senshi gave Midoriya the rest of his weights. Izuku has not done weight training before, but he never imagined that weights were this heavy. These are special custom-made weights, Renzo said. It was designed to take in your body weight and be as heavy. The Kerr clan created it. How did you get it? That's not important, Senshi replied. What's important is your training. Midoriya, your Muay Thai is alright, but compared to your opponent, it is nothing. That's why we're going to train you with the next best thing, the Nico style. Renzo's eyes widen. Are you sure? I don't think 2 weeks is enough time. I learned Iron Fingers in a day, Midoriya interpreted. Izuku's statement surprised Renzo. It took Renzo a month to learn Iron Fingers, but this random kid learned it in a day. Who was he? What else do you know? Renzo asked. Just that, Izuku replied. You're good with Nico style. Are you kidding? I'm the best with it, Renzo proudly said. Look, I promise to teach you all 4 katas. He only needs to learn the adamantine and fire katas, Senshi said. Since it's going to be Muay Thai match, he's going to wearing boxing gloves. That means no grappling and no open palms. Oh, then let us learn the fire kata, Renzo yelled as he pointed a finger to the sky. Surprisingly, learning fire kata was not that complicated, but it still was not easy. Can you throw them more slowly? Izuku asked as he dodged an apple thrown at his head. Nope, Renzo said as he reached into a basket and threw an orange at Midoriya's chest. Are sure this is the right way? Senshi asked as he had a banana in his hand. It's how I learned it, Renzo said as threw a pineapple at Izuku, plus it's fun. Not for me, Izuku yelled before Renzo threw a tomato at Izuku. Is there a better way to do this? Why yes there is, Renzo said, making both Senshi and Izuku look at him with weird looks. Then Izuku was interrupted by a tomato being thrown at his face. Renzo then noticed the mad looks being thrown his way. What did I do? So turns out there was a better way to learn fire kata and you'll never believe it. It was running. Not running up a mountain or running on top of a lake, just plain old running. However, there was a catch. Have you ever run 8 miles before? Imagine running 8 miles but having to constantly run at full speed without stopping. That is exactly what Izuku was currently doing now. Izuku was supposed to run in one large circle. Renzo said that if he stopped even for a moment, then the training would be pointless. Most people would have slowed down around the 2nd or the 3rd mile, but not Midoriya. He was fully dedicated to his training. He would have continued if not for a strange sound. Grr. Izuku turned his head around and saw a huge bear coming right towards him. Upon seeing the wild bear, Izuku ran at speeds that rivaled raced cars. He ran as far as he could, trying his best not to look back. He could feel the breath of the mighty animal behind his neck, which made him run even faster. Even when he saw the wooden house in front of him, he didn't stop in fear of the bear eating him alive. The only thing that stopped him was Senshi grabbing him by the collar. The hell's gotten into you? Senshi asked the freighted boy. Bear, Izuku shouted as he pointed to the beast behind him. However, the monstrous beast suddenly stopped. A zip was heard and the bear suddenly became 2 men in a costume. Well, that was fun, Fukona Hanta said as he took off his bear costume. I may hate you, but you're right on that one, Mr. Hanta said. What's going on? Senshi asked. Renzo paid us, Hanta explained. And it was worth it, Renzo said as he appeared out of nowhere. After a quick session of beating some sense into the 3, Senshi cracked his knuckles. If anyone is doing something like that again, I will kick all 3 of you off this mountain like a football, Senshi declared. Yes sir, Renzo, Fukona, and A said as they rubbed the bumps on their heads. Now Midoriya, Senshi said, let's get back to your training. So how exactly am I going to learn adamantine kata? Izuku asked. He was currently wearing boxing gloves and was inside the house. The house had a basement dedicated to working out, so there were a boxing ring and a sandbag. Well, you know how you harden your fingers. Imagine doing that but with your arms, Renzo said as he stood next to the sandbag. Here, let me show you. Taking a few steps back, Renzo released the tension in his arm and then he hardened them. Nico style adamantine kata, iron breaker. Kaboom. The sandbag went flying and all the sand inside spilled out. Like that, Renzo said. Also don't break the sandbag, Senshi said as he hung another sandbag up. We only got 5 left. So just harden my arm, Izuku said. Yeah, it's easy, Renzo said. He then went behind the sandbag and held it still. Go ahead, punch it. Izuku did the same thing he did with iron fingers. Imaging every muscle, Izuku positioned his arm and let loose. It did not leave as much as an impact as Renzo's punch, but it was still strong. Did I do something wrong? Izuku asked. No, Renzo said. No one gets it right the first time. Do not worry about it. Okay, Midoriya replied. Okay, I understand the running and beating the bag, but what kind of training would I be doing here? Midoriya asked. They were standing next to a rocky cliff and Senshi had a dark look on his face. Renzo was not there, it was just Senshi and Midoriya. Midoriya, what do you think is my greatest technique? Senshi asked his student. Well, if you asked me, then I would say dragon shot, Izuku replied. Senshi shook his head. Well, you told me about a technique that can control your body temperature. Senshi shook his head again. Okay, then what is your greatest technique? Keep this a secret, Senshi said. I have a technique that not only increases durability but can also decrease pain as well. Well, that sounds incredible. Why haven't you taught me it before? Izuku asked. Because it's not a technique that can be learned in a dojo, Senshi explained. It's a technique that can only be learned in a life or death situation. That is when he realized why there was a cliff. Oh God, Izuku's eyes widened as he looked down into the cliff. All he saw was rocks and a fog co. I can't do it, he nervously said. Alright, let's go back, Senshi said. There were only a few moments in Izuku's life where he was scared. Was one of those times. Jump off a cliff to get stronger, no way. Izuku valued his life, did not want to take the risk and become food for the crows. He would just work out like usual, he did not need to risk his life. After some time working out, Izuku found himself eating dinner with everyone else. They sat in a long table with a plate in the middle carrying a big fish. What do you think? Fukona Hanta asked. Just caught that one today. It's pretty good, don't you think? I've caught bigger when I was 10, said, which caused another fight between the two. As the two Hantas fought each other, Izuku asked a question that was on his mind. Hey, Izuku said, how do you know my sensei? I fought him once, Hanta said before his father smashed a chair on his head. And you lost, yelled. You two fought, Izuku said, how did that go? He was trying to hunt me and I was just trying to survive, Senshi explained. It took 5 days and it was the second longest match in my life. Second. The hell was your longest? Renzo said as he ate his fish. Well, that's a long story. It all started in New York where, Senshi would have finished that sentence. If not for the fact that I crashed onto the table like a WWE wrestler, destroying the meal. Well, I guess dinner's over, Senshi said as he got up to use the bathroom. It was nighttime, and everyone should have been sleeping. However, one boy was still awake. No matter how hard he tried, Izuku could not get sleep. He was thinking about the cliff earlier. Should he have done it? Should he jump and see if he would survive? Would Renzo have done it? Wanting to clear his head, Izuku got out of bed and went outside on the balcony. He leaned against the balcony and looked at the moon. A bright full moon lit the night and cast a shine on the forest. After a short while, Renzo also got up and walked outside to greet Midoriya. Couldn't sleep, Renzo said, to which Midoriya responded with a nod, same. What's on your mind? I'm scared, Midoriya said. My sensei showed me a way to get stronger and it involves me doing something dangerous. However, I am afraid of doing it. I am afraid of something happening and afraid of not seeing my mother again. Sensei said I did not have to do it, but that just makes me more nervous. I want to get stronger, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to risk my life. Renzo could tell Midoriya was upset. He was not the best with people but even could tell something was wrong. If only he was his sister, she was great with people. Wait a minute, that's it, his family. Want to hear a story about my family? Renzo asked. Midoriya replied by nodding. I am sure you have heard, the Kerr clan is a family of assassins, and we have kept that tradition since the Edo period. The clan was and still is trying to be the best that no one ever was, often by creating new and dangerous techniques or by selective breeding. Although, that method has been dying down in this new age of quirks and now family members can marry whomever they want. However, that rule does not apply to the main family, Because the main family is so important, they have to produce a great heir. This is where my father comes in. You see, the Kerr clan is famous in the underground, and my father at the time was some random person who fought in underground matches. Yet, my mother and father fell in love with each other and wanted to get married, much to the approval of the Kerr clan. They were against the marriage but gave them a deal. If my dad defeated the strongest warrior in the Kerr clan, and then he could marry my mother. My father was at first skeptical, but then his friends were threatened and had no choice but to fight. My father was expected to lose and die right there. He was outclassed both physically and technically, and that was the thoughts of everyone there, even my mother. Somehow, he won. My dad beat my uncle one-on-one and officially entered the Kerr clan. My parents got married, and 9 months later, I was born. Then 2 years later, my sister was born. They then lived happily ever after. Wow, so against all odds, your father still won. That's amazing, Izuku said. I know, and surprisingly he and my uncle became close friends. They later taught me Nico style and Kerr style, Renzo explained. Did you learn the lesson? Lesson? There was a lesson. Izuku said. Forget it, Renzo said as he went back to bed. What was the lesson? Izuku asked. I said forget it, Renzo replied. What? Can I ask you a question? Why do you fight in the arena? Izuku asked. Renzo turned back and looked with his dark eyes, to become the king. The next day was even harder for Izuku. A lack of sleep was weighing him down, that and the workout today was harder than yesterday. He did 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and over 500 squats. No man, much less a middle scholar, should ever do this much exercise in a day, but that was not the end of his trouble. Because they were in the middle of the woods, they need firewood, so someone had to chop down firewood. Guess who that someone was? Well, at least he was not running from a bear. The axe he used was very light, but due to his weights, the axe felt like it weighed a ton. After chopping down some wood, Midoriya finally got a break. Hey, has anyone seen my dad? Fukona Hanta asked. His lunch is ready. I'll go get him, Midoriya said. Thanks, he might be out by the garden over there, Hanta said as he pointed to a path. He goes there a lot to farm pickles. Don't worry, I'll get him, Midoriya said as he ran off. It was a quick run and Izuku instantly found the old man. He was in a garden that had a big chunk of the soil already softened. Mr. Hanta was doing hoe farming and did not even stop when he noticed Midoriya. Mr. Hanta, your son says lunch is ready, Izuku said. Bah, the youngster has probably poisoned the food, said as he continued to farm. Want me to help you? I don't mind doing it, Midoriya said as he held out his hand. Sure, do some real work, the old man said as he put the hoe in Midoriya's hand. Midoriya tried to do some farm work, but nearly every time he swung the hoe, the old man would criticize something he did wrong. After a while, Izuku finally got a stance the old man liked. After swinging the hoe a few times, Izuku asked, Hey, so what are you farming? Pickles, like we always should be. A let out a grunt when he finished his sentence. That was when something came to Midoriya. Oh, now I remember, Hanta Fruit Parlor. My mom buys a lot of fruit from that company, Midoriya stated. No, we are a pickle company. We will always be a pickle company, A yelled. Is that why you hate him so much? Because he changed the company, Izuku asked. It was a company that was created from the blood of my ancestors, A explained, and he changed it. So I disowned him in this little rivalry. The man began to argue with himself while Midoriya continued to do the same as before. Hey, can I ask you a question? Midoriya asked. Sure, why not? I got nothing better to do, A replied. Say there was something that you need to do, but you were too afraid to do it because it was dangerous. Would you do it? Izuku asked. A sat down on the ground and looked at the blue sky. That's a hard question, it reminds me of my hunting days. Whenever I saw new prey, I would ask myself, should I? If yes, I would feast, if no, I would return home hungry. I have even regretted killing some of the animals, but yet I still hunt. I don't know the answer to everything, but if you truly want to do it, be prepared for the consequences. Izuku was so focused by the old man that he had completely stopped farming. Dot. 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 He also didn't notice the giant bear standing right behind him. However, Hanta did and gave an appropriate reaction. Sweet mother of Jesus Christ, that's a big bear, Mr. Hanta yelled as he pointed to the beast behind Midoriya. Midoriya turned around, saw the bear right in front of him. It was a giant black bear that was way bigger than the average bear. The eyes also had a dark red look to it, making the creature look even dangerous. It was so scary that it caused Midoriya to distance himself from the beast. I recognize this bear, A said. I killed and ate its mother. What? Midoriya yelled. The bear got down on his paws and was ready to pounce. What should we do? Midoriya asked. However, the old man wasn't there. Run you, stupid child, A yelled behind Midoriya. The bear roared and Midoriya ran like the wind. I think this is the wrong way to deal with a bear, Midoriya said as caught up to A. Trust me, I used to fight bears all the time, A said, but then the bear caught up to them, faster. They both went as fast as they could to escape the bear and Midoriya was able to distance himself from the beast. However, the old man was not as lucky. A had tripped on a tree root and found himself eating the dirt. The bear had caught up and was about to strike. At this moment, Midoriya had two options: 1. Face the bear and save A but risk his own life, or 2. Run and tell the others what happened. What should I do? What should I do? Midoriya asked himself. Before he knew it, he picked option 1. Izuku quickly closed the distance between him and the bear. Before he knew it, Izuku punched the bear right between the eyes. The bear immediately stopped in its tracks and had its eyes closed. Wait, is this Iron Breaker? And I went so fast, that must be Fire Kata. Midoriya grew a smile on his face. I did it, I can't believe I did it. His simile ended once the bear got back up. Aw shit, Midoriya said as the bear swiped his claw. Midoriya would have died, if not for Renzo appearing in front of him and punching the bear. Muda, Renzo yelled as he punched the bear right in the stomach. The bear went flying away and once it got back up, ran away with a scared look on his face. Hot damn, I'm strong, Renzo said as he admired his muscles. Are you guys alright? Sensei said as he appeared behind Renzo. We were getting worried. Dad, Fukunohanta ran up to his father. Are you alright? It was a heartwarming moment. Father and son had come together. Well, it would have, if not for a pride. Now you're caring about me. A yelled. What's with this heartwarming bullshit? That did not please Fukuna at all. He then wrapped his hands around his father's neck. You old piece of shit, I showed sympathy to you and this is how you fucking repay me. His father then started to punch his son in the face. Another fight between the father and son began, and everyone else was forced to watch. Shouldn't we interfere? Midoriya asked. No, it's better this way, Senshi said. They've been fighting for years and no therapy on this planet can change that. By the way, how did you know we were in danger? Midoriya asked. Well, that would be me, Renzo said as he entered the conversation. I heard the familiar sounds of an angry bear, called the others and then saved you. Thank you, Renzo, Midoriya said as he bowed to the cur boy. Yeah, it's no big deal, Renzo said as he flexed his muscles. Later that day, more specifically the afternoon, they were back at it with Adamantine Kata. However, this time it was much more satisfying. Wow, Midoriya, you've improved, Renzo said as he watched Midoriya punch the sandbag. What made you so strong? Thank you, Izuku said as he wiped the sweat off his head. Well, I guess good luck. Pray that luck doesn't run out, Renzo said. We still have more techniques to learn. After another hour of cruel workouts, Izuku needed to say something to his sensei. I'm ready, Izuku boldly stated. A dark look appeared on his teacher's face. You better be. They were back at the cliff and Midoriya was staring down at the cliff. It looked the same as yesterday. Dark, gloomy, and no end in sight. You sure you're ready? Senshi asked. Midoriya took one last look into the cliff before backing away and then he jumped right in face first. That was a stupid mistake, Izuku said in his head. He saw boulders and tree branches fly past his vision. Got to slow down, Izuku said in his head. However, time seemed to slow down for the green-haired boy, things got slower and his vision went faster. There, Izuku moved his body and jumped off another landing platform and then another and another until he reached the ground. At first, Izuku could not believe it, he was alive. I'm alive, Izuku yelled out loud. Okay, I hear you, Senshi happily said. He then threw down a rope to the young boy. Grab on. Izuku happily grabbed onto the rope and then began climbing back up. Today was the second day of training, and Izuku is stronger than ever. 2 weeks later. Goodbye, thank you for everything you did for me, Izuku Midoriya said as he waved to the Hanta family. He was even more muscular than before and had somehow gotten taller. Come on Midoriya, the bus is going to leave soon, Renzo yelled. Wait 1 second, Asetas brought out a bento, these are the greatest pickles I've ever made. They shall grant you victory. Thank you, Izuku said, I'll never forget your advice. You better not. The old man watched as Izuku ran off and then turned to his son. I thought you would be angry at me for giving Midoriya those pickles. Nope, he's a good kid, Fukona replied, I just pray that he's ready for the fight that's coming. Going back to Midoriya, he had fallen asleep on the bus. His head was leaning on Senshi's shoulder, who did not mind. Renzo, there is something I need to tell you, Sendai said to the boy across from him. Sure, what is it? Renzo said. I must thank you for saving Midoriya's life, Senshi said, that bear would have certainly killed him if not for you. Therefore I must say, thank you. Renzo just sulked and replied with, it was nothing, I was testing how strong I was. Senshi had a small giggle, your father was right, you would make an excellent hero. At a gym. Holy cow Midoriya, I think you're going to send that thing flying, Kirishima said as he watched Midoriya punch a sandbag. The punches were so strong, that the sandbag practically came close to breaking from its chain. What were you doing for the last 2 weeks? Kirishima asked. Oh training, Midoriya replied as he continued punching the sandbag. I need to do some more training, Kirishima said. He then noticed something weird. Standing by Midoriya, he noticed that Midoriya had surpassed him in size. Ah dang it, Kirishima said in his head, there goes my one upside against him. Well, I could do something manly. Hey Midoriya, want to learn a cool technique? Kirishima asked with a smile. Sure, Midoriya replied as he got into the boxing ring with Kirishima. This technique was used by the late great Ippo Makanouchi, Kirishima stated, it is his most iconic technique. I'm ready to learn, Izuku boldly said. Deku. A certain blonde boy yelled. Midoriya turned around, revealing a small bruise on his face. Where the hell have you been for the last 2 weeks? Training, Midoriya replied as he started to walk away. Hell no. Bakugo then grabbed Midoriya by the collar and twisted him around, not noticing that Midoriya was now his height. You better tell me or, Bakugo never got to finish his sentence. Before the blonde boy had realized, Midoriya was grabbing his arm and was forcing Bakugo to let go. Bakugo then saw something that made him even more curious. Are those weights? Bakugo asked himself. I'm sorry Bakugo, but class is starting soon, Midoriya said. With that, he left the blonde boy alone with the rest of their classmates, who were watching the event unfold. What are looking at? Bakugo yelled, causing everyone around him to run away. Even his so-called friends. Fucking Deku, Bakugo said under his breath. 1 week until the fight and Midoriya was more pumped than ever. The boy was currently doing his roadwork. He would have continued if not for a certain orange-haired girl. Midoriya, is that you? Ituka Kendo asked. Yeah, it's been a while, Midoriya said, how have you been? Great, but you on the other hand, Kendo checked her height compared to his, how did you get so tall? Oh push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice, Midoriya replied. Hey, I heard about your upcoming flight. How did you get such a lucky chance? Kendo asked. Well, it's a long story, Midoriya replied. Are you going to use karate in your fight? Kendo asked. Well, I'm not sure, Midoriya said. What? Kendo yelled, which caused some people to turn their attention to the duo. Come with me, Kendo said as she began to drag Midoriya away. Where are we going? Izuku asked. My house, I have to show you something, Kendo said. Okay then, Izuku said in his head while Kendo dragged him. After a while, the duo reached the girl's home. It was a traditional Japanese household, with sliding paper doors and even nice rugs. Wow, your house is beautiful, Midoriya said as he took his shoes off. Thanks, Kendo said, a blush appeared on her face. This is the first time I've brought a boy home, she whispered under her breath. What did you say? Izuku asked. Nothing, but come with me. Ituka started to drag Midoriya again until they reached a special room. This is where my father and I train, Kendo said. It was a room filled with workout supplies like bench presses and sandbags. Watch me, Kendo said as she stood right in front of the sandbag. She got into a straight position, her hands were right next to her hips and her legs were firm. In a flash, the sandbag went flying and her right leg was up in the air. Did you see what? Kendo asked. Midoriya nodded yes. Want to learn how to do it? Midoriya said yes again. Rikido Sato was having a bad time. After he lost to Midoriya, Sato had to do even more intense training, as if the training before was not bad enough. Not only that, but he was also taking judo lessons, they were just as bad as wrestling. Also, Midoriya was going to be in a televised match against a famous Muay Thai fighter. It's just his bad luck, if only he could teach Midoriya a lesson. Sato, is that you? Midoriya said, taking Sato's head away from the clouds. Ah, yes it is me, Sato replied. It's been a while, Midoriya said, well I'll love to stay and chat but I got to go. Wait 1 minute, Sato said as he grabbed Midoriya, I want to show you something. He dragged Midoriya into an alleyway. Now for me to show you, you have to punch me. Aim for my face and tell me before you punch. Okay, are you sure about this? Izuku asked as he put up his fists. I'm sure and don't hold back on me, Sato said. As you wish, Izuku replied. In a quick second, he threw a fast jab aimed at Sato's face. However, Sato was able to put all of his punches down, no matter how fast or strong they were. This technique is called parrying, Sato explained. It's a common technique in boxing and since your opponent is a striker, I thought you might need to learn such a move. Thank you, Sato, Izuku said, I might use it well. The weight check. It was the day before the fight and it will be the first time the opponents meet each other, so it was a special occasion. On a good note, the fight had lost interest so not a lot of paparazzi will be there. Izuku was the first to arrive, accompanying him was Kirishima and Higashi. They were going to be his seconds during the match. Since Midoriya was the only one who was there, he was the first to go. 49 kilograms, you're good, one of the workers said. Midoriya got off and was able to hear the comments of the reporters. Dang, for a middle schooler he's got a great body, one reporter said. He must be popular in school, another reporter said. Really? Izuku said in his head as a blush appeared on his face. Suddenly the air in the room became colder and the tension increased. Chasi Chakri had entered the room. With him were his coach and his translator. Chakri is sorry he's late, his translator said, we are new to this country and got lost. Please forgive us. Some reporters mumbled under their breaths but quickly dismissed it. Chakri was quickly weighed and was 1 kilogram heavier than Midoriya. His body was also like Midoriya's, tall, muscular, and stronger than the average middle scholar. After Chakri weight was checked, the boy from Thailand went up to Midoriya. He said something in Thai that Midoriya couldn't understand, but even he knew what it meant. Hey, what did he say? Kirishima asked. Well, the translator was creating sweating despite it being cold, he said he's never beaten a Japanese opponent before. The reporters went crazy. They yelled at the boy who did not know what they were saying. If they weren't cheering Midoriya before, they were now. Well maybe we should teach some manners in you, Higashi said as she cracked her knuckles, I hate confident bastards like you. Please don't do that, someone said as they entered the room, he has a fight tomorrow. The moment that person entered that room, everyone gasped. It's you, they all said. 5 minutes earlier. Senshi grabbed a soda can from a vending machine and gulped it down. Well, this is an interesting sight, someone said, never thought the king would be having a soda. Hey I'm human too Nakarp, Senshi said as took another sip, also since when have you been able to speak Japanese? For a while now, also you don't have to call me by my hero name, Nakarp said. He then propped himself against the wall, so what have you been doing for the last couple of years? If I said training in a super secret temple and getting rid of my evil side, would you believe me? Senshi asked. Maybe, Nakarp looked at his watch, I better get going now. I hope to see you tomorrow, it's going to be one hell of a show. Oh yeah, one thing before I go. The hero turned around and faced Senshi, Chakri and Midoriya are more alike than you think. They both were denied a power which so many have. Nakarp then walked away, leaving the confused Senshi alone. The hell does that mean? Senshi asked as he took another sip. Now. Please don't do that, Nakarp said as he entered the room, he has a fight tomorrow. The moment that person entered that room, everyone gasped. It's you, they all said. No one could believe it. The number 7 hero in the world was standing in front of them all. For those asking why I'm here, the hero then walked up to his student, I'm going to be his second in the fight. The reporters went crazy. The day of the fight. Hey Amajiki-kun, a certain blue-haired girl said, are you going to see the big fight? Can we watch it at your house? Or do you want to see it at my house? Or maybe Tagata's house? Well, I don't mind you guys coming over, the first year you a student said, but we are going to be second years soon, are we sure we should be watching such a thing? Nonsense Amajiki, his blonde best friend said, whoever wins this fight could be our Kahai. We need to cheer them on, especially the Midoriya guy. Are you sure about that? Amajiki asked, his opponent not only has more experience but also has a top 10 hero on his side. Sure you may be right about that, but Midoriya's name sounds like it has a lot of power, Mirio yelled, which caused everyone to turn their attention to him. Okay, guys calm down, Amai Cosmo said as he tried to calm his classmates. The young blonde boy was currently hosting a viewing party and everyone in his class was invited. Hey, Sato, why don't you tell everyone how you fought Midoriya? Cosmo said to calm his classmates. Everyone gasped, which got the sugar boy's attention. Sato was currently taking a cake out of the oven. Sato did not want to come, but Amai not only convinced him to come but to also support Midoriya. Two things he didn't expect to do. Anyway, everyone at the party rushed to Sato and asked him a million questions. When did this happen? What was he like? That's cool, Sato, one girl said. Wait, are you serious? Sato did not believe it. A girl said he was cool. Yeah, I fought Midoriya, and it was a super cool match. While Sato began to describe his fight, Amai Cosmo began to have some freshly baked cake. A blonde girl was walking home with tears in her eyes. She had been recently caught doing her unnatural habits, and everyone ridiculed her because of it. Therefore, it was not her fault that blood tasted so good. This is looking to be in an exciting match, Tom. So many people have turned up and so many are expecting a bloodbath. Blood. Did he say blood? Himiko Toga turned her attention to the TV on display. Maybe she should stay and watch. Alright, who wants to see Deku lose? Bakugo asked as he plopped some snacks down on a table. Me, both of his friends said as they consumed the snacks. Wow, you guys sure are prepared, Mr. Bakugo said as he sat in his recliner chair. Hell yeah, I can't wait to see Deku lose. Especially after ignoring me for weeks, Bakugo said. So you think Midoriya will lose, Mr. Bakugo said. Yeah, that loser has no right to be in such an event, Bakugo stated, he's going to lose after the first punch. Want to bet on that? Mr. Bakugo said, if you are right, I'll give you and your friends 10,000 yen each. What's the catch? Bakugo was hot-headed, but he was no idiot. Simple, you and your friends paint the house. The entire house, said. Deal, Bakugo said, much to the dismay of his friends. While all this was going on, Izuku was stretching in the waiting room. Kirishima was there too, he was giving some last-minute advice and helping him stretch. Higashi was in the bathroom and was going to join them soon. Just remember, no matter what your opponent says, ignore him. He will try to get to you and get under your nerves. Just remember, you must win. I know Kirishima, Izuku said. A knock on the door came and Kirishima answered it. Hello, is it alright if I speak to Midoriya? Senshi asked the black-haired boy. Yeah sure, Kirishima widened the door, allowing Senshi to come in. Hey, Midoriya, are you ready? Senshi asked. I'm pretty sure, Izuku replied. What's wrong? You should be 100% sure, Senshi asked his student. I'm scared, Midoriya replied, he has more experience and more training than me. Also, he has the help of a top 10 hero. Can I even win? Midoriya, did you even know what martial arts was designed for? Senshi got down on his knees and placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Martial arts was used for the weak to beat the strong. So use martial arts to beat the strong. A simile appeared on Midoriya's face. Thank you, sensei. Another knock appeared and a man came out. Izuku, Midoriya, we're calling you. Izuku got up. It's time. Izuku put on a monkin and a coat on. Let's do this. Midoriya and Kirishima left the room. Along the way, Higashi joined them. You're ready for this, kiddo? Higashi asked. Yeah, I'm ready, Izuku replied. After a couple of seconds of walking, they walked out of the entrance, was greeted by a roaring crowd. Their cheering drowned over the announcer who had called Izuku. Dear go this many people, Kirishima said, you've drawn in quite a crowd. Well, of course, Higashi said, when a top 10 hero is involved, people get excited. We better put on a great show then, Izuku said as he got into the ring. After the crowd died down, the announcer revealed the next fighter, from the lands of Thailand, the boy that has heroes across the world turning their heads, the one and only Chasi Chakri. The moment the announcer said his name, the boy ran out of the other entrance and jumped onto the ring. Boom. His landing was so loud that the entire stadium heard it. Let's get this show on the road, Chakri said in Thai. After his explosive entrance, another exciting figure entered the scene. And look at that, the announcer said, it's the number 7 hero Knockerb. Then moment the pro hero came into the spotlight, the crowd went nuts. It was expected, he was a famous hero in Japan because of the number of times he has worked with All Might. Now before we begin, we must do a little Sarama show, the announcer said as music from Thailand began to play. After the show, the referee came up to the ring and stated the rules. There was a Thai speaker with the referee so that Chakri can understand the referee. Rule 1. There are 5 rounds with 3 minutes in each. No addition rounds. Rule 2. Only punches and kicks to the face. The elbow and knee can go anywhere else. Rule 3. Once an opponent is down you cannot attack them until they get back up. If you are knocked down 3 times in a single round, you are knocked out. Rule 4. No headbutts, biting, or poking the eyes. You will get a penalty for that. Rule 5. Disrespectful conduct will also get you penalties. Rule 6. My word is law, do you understand? Both Izuku and Chakri nodded. Now shake hands. Izuku and Chakri shook hands, despite wearing boxing gloves. After that, they both went to their corners. Midoriya, I can't wait to see you kick his ass, Higashi said. Midoriya, don't lose. I still need to win against you, Kirishima said from the sidelines. Thank you, Izuku said. He then turned to the crowd and saw someone important to him, his mother. The previous day. Izuku, I got something to show you, Inko Midoriya stated. Her son came out of his room and into the kitchen, where Inko had a gift on her lap. Open it up, I worked hard on it, Inko said. Unwrapping the gift Izuku found a pair of blue boxing shorts. I know they aren't well made. But I wanted to show you that I'll support you no matter who you fight, Inko explained. Tears formed in Midoriya's eyes, thank you, Mom. He then hugged his mother. After spotting his mother in the crowd, Izuku gave her a thumb up. Which his mother responded with another thumbs up. Fighters get ready, the announcer said. Midoriya and Chakri moved away from the corners and went center stage. Chakri put on a Muay Thai stance, with his hands near his face and his body straight. Midoriya, on the other hand, put on a boxing stance, with his hands low and his knees bending. So you're going to use boxing against me? That's not a good idea, Chakri said in his head. Begin, the announcer yelled. Kaboom. Izuku immediately started with an extremely fast jab to Chakri's face. In just 1 second, Chakri was already on the ground. Dear God, did you see that? In just 1 second Midoriya was able to knock his opponent down, the announcer yelled. 1, 2, 3, 4, the referee said. How is this even possible? I could barely see his punch, Chakri said. 5, 6, 7, the referee continued his count. Chakri got up and from the look of his eyes, he was pissed. How's that? Are you still looking down on me now? Izuku yelled in his head. One of the greatest fights in Izuku's life begins now. 397 Chapter 11, Izuku Midoriya vs Chasi Chakri. And, if anyone is wondering why the announcer isn't saying anything, it's because I didn't want to write dialogue of something that just happened. The crowd was shocked. The person most expected to win had fallen on the first punch. However, that just made them more excited, especially when Chakri got up. The crowd was pumped. Midoriya, 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 the crowd cheered. As they cheered, Chakri threw a roundhouse kick right towards Izuku's chin. Izuku was barely able to dodge the attacks. However, that didn't stop Chakri's assault. The Thai boy threw more roundhouse kicks aimed at Izuku's face, but Izuku dodged every one of them. I can't dodge forever, Izuku said in his head, I need to attack him or else his attack is going to hit me. After dodging another kick, Izuku charged towards his opponent. However, his stomach was wide open, which allowed Chakri to kick him straight in the stomach. Izuku was sent backward, and his stomach hurt like hell. Yet that wasn't the end of Chakri's onslaught. Chakri threw a powerful right kick towards Izuku's left leg. After that, Chakri launched another kick towards Izuku's stomach. However, it didn't land, as Izuku had successfully dodged the attack. Once his foot was back on the ground, Chakri threw an uppercut, which was countered by Izuku's right punch to the face. Izuku then threw a left hook to Chakri's face. At this point, Chakri's face had started to bleed. His red blood contrasted against his dark skin. Chakri wrapped his hands around Izuku's neck and brought it down to his knee. Fortunately, Izuku was able to block the attack with his arms. However, it left a powerful impact on his arms. Chakri continued to attack Izuku's arms. If your arms get damaged enough, then your punches will lose their strength, Chakri said in his head. Izuku's arms took a powerful beating, his arms turned purple and his bones began to crack. Izuku escaped the dangerous clinch, but at the expense of his punches, even the inexperienced crowd can see that Izuku was in trouble. Chakri smiled at his work. Without his punches, Izuku lost half of his powerful attacks. Chakri charged at Izuku, with his guard down and his body exposed. However, Chakri forgot one major thing about Izuku, he had legs. Doing a 360 spin, Izuku kicked Chakri right in the face. A tooth went flying out of the boy's mouth. I have to thank Kendo for that move, Izuku said in her head. Chakri stepped back and took in the damage. Moving his tongue to where his tooth used to be, Chakri finally noticed his missing tooth. If he wasn't angry before, he was now. Chakri charged towards Midoriya at speeds faster than before and punched Midoriya in the face. Then a left punch at the stomach, which was followed up by Chakri shin kicking Midoriya in the chest. Midoriya tried to block a punch to the face, but it was a trap, and the Japanese boy was kicked in the stomach. All the damage he had taken so far caused Midoriya to fall to the ground face first. It was a surprise to everyone rooting for the boy. He had been doing so well and seeing like this was disheartening. Midoriya, get up, Kirishima yelled. He saw how hard Midoriya trained and how much time he had put in. To see him down on the first round was scary. You need to win. Izuku was holding his stomach, the pain was immeasurable. He should stay down, he can't win this. Looking up, Midoriya saw the look in Chakri's eyes. It was so familiar, it was the same look Bakugo would give him. Like a predator eyeing its prey. It was a look Midoriya hated. On the 6th count, Izuku got up and moved his neck. His eye had a dark look to them, like one that should belong to a villain. I guess it was inevitable, Senshi said in his head. The man was currently watching the fight in the stands, he's using inner rage. Chakri put his guard up, he didn't like the look Midoriya was giving him. It was the look of an animal. The Thai boy put a distance between him and Midoriya. Sure, Chakri was close to the corner, but if Midoriya came close he had a pretty good defense. However, he was not prepared for Izuku's astonishing speed. Nico-style fire kata. Raging fire. Izuku instantly closed the distance between the two, which surprised Chakri. Before the Thai boy could even react, Izuku punched him in the face, followed up by an uppercut to the chin. Chakri threw a right punch to Izuku's face, but Midoriya countered by throwing a left punch. Chakri then launched his left knee towards Izuku's stomach. It landed, which caused Izuku's body to fly a few inches. However, Izuku paid no attention to the attack. Instead, he kept on attacking with no regards. As if he hadn't taken damage at all. Chakri found his back towards the corner. He knew how dangerous the corner was, that's why he needed to push Izuku back. Chakri threw a left kick at Midoriya, which made the Japanese boy back away. Then Chakri threw a shin kick at Izuku's chest, which caused massive damage. However, that did not stop Midoriya's attacks. He kept on throwing punches at Chakri's face, most missed but the few that landed left a powerful impact. Chakri's face was getting redder and redder from every punch. His vision was getting blurrier by the second. Shit, this is getting worse, Chakri said in his head. If things continued like this, then Chakri would lose before the round was over. So he had to the one thing he would never imagine himself doing, clinching. Chakri wrapped his arms around Izuku, preventing the Japanese boy from punching. Izuku tried to get Chakri off of him but to no avail. Luckily, the referee came in and broke the two up. Chakri's vision was returning, but it still wasn't as good. Izuku noticed this, putting a wide smile on his face. What's so funny you fucking bastard? Chakri asked in his head. Ding ding, it was the bell that was signaling the end of the first round. Despite it being the first round, both fighters were already exhausted. Bakugo couldn't believe what he was seeing. How the hell was Deku fighting like this? A couple of months ago the green-haired boy could barely take on a fly, much less someone who had a UA scholarship. How's the fight going? Mr. Bakugo asked. Shut up, Dad, Katsuki yelled as he stuffed his mouth with popcorn. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Kirishima asked his friend. Fine, Izuku said as he sat in his corner. Higashi then moved Kirishima to the side, take care of his wounds. Higashi then turned her attention to Midoriya, turn it off. Excuse me, Midoriya responded. If you keep fighting like this, then you'll take too much damage and will lose, Higashi explained, you're not a tank, you can't handle too much damage. Quote. Got it, Midoriya said as he put on his mouthpiece. Meanwhile, his opponent was having a horrible time. He was putting ice on his face to take away the pain. Where does it hurt? His teacher asked. Chakri pointed to the damaged areas. How are you feeling? His teacher asked, can you still fight? Yeah, I can fight, Chakri replied, his strength was being pushed to its limit. Okay, we are in a bad situation, Nakarb said. This is the strongest opponent you've ever faced, however, you two are physically equal. Mentally, that's a different story. You don't need to outsmart him, you need to outthink him. How can I do that? Chakri asked. Remember our numbering system? Nakarb asked. During training, his coaches would use a number system to memorize when to do an attack. Mike Tyson used the same thing. Yeah, I remember, Chakri replied. I'll yell out a number, and then you attack. Does that sound good? Nakarb asked. Yeah it does, Chakri said as he put his mouth guard on. Ding ding, the bell rang for the start of the second round. Unlike last round, Chakri put on a defensive stance, with his arms covering his face. Izuku dashed towards the Thai boy, with no defense whatsoever. 4. Nakarb yelled. Chakri then threw a left kick at Izuku's chest. It landed, which caused Izuku's charge to end. 1. Nakarb yelled. Chakri then threw a left punch at Izuku's face. Luckily Izuku dodged then threw an uppercut to Chakri's chin. The uppercut landed and caused Chakri's head to turn upward. Izuku then launched a knee at Chakri's stomach. That also landed and caused Chakri's body to go limp. That didn't stop the Thai boy, and he still put on his defensive stance. Izuku unleashed all of his attacks, but barely put a dent in Chakri's defense. 3. Nakarb yelled. Chakri dropped his defense and threw an uppercut. Izuku's chin went up, blood coming out of his mouth. 7. Chakri threw a right kick towards Izuku's stomach. Izuku stepped back a few inches. 6. Chakri launched a left kick at Izuku. Crap, they're using a number system, Higashi said. What's that? Kirishima asked. They say a number and then Chakri responds with an attack. They're using the fact that we don't know Thai to their advantage, Higashi explained. Kirishima realized the situation they were in, if only they had a super move to counter it. Wait a minute, they did have a super move. Midoriya, he yelled, which caught the boy's attention. Dempsey roll. Midoriya instantly knew what Kirishima was referring to, the super move that was used by Jack Dempsey. Chakri, on the other hand, was confused. He didn't know Japanese, but even he knew that they were planning something. Out of instinct, Chakri put on a defensive stance that protected his face. Izuku put his hands to his face. His head then moved in a figure 8 position. His body slowly got closer and closer to Chakri by the second. There were anticipation and suspense in the air. Not even the pro Nakarb knew what was going to happen. Midoriya made the first move, a right punch towards Chakri's face. Luckily for the Thai boy, his guard protected him. Izuku then threw a left punch, which was also blocked. Izuku threw more and more punches, but Chakri's guard remained strong. However, these damn punches are too strong. I thought his arms were damaged, how can he still throw such strong punches? Not only that, but if I drop my guard down for a second, then a wave of punches will overwhelm me. These were the thoughts in Chakri's head. As Izuku threw more punches, Chakri's guard got weaker and weaker. Until suddenly, Chakri's arms lost their strength. His face was now exposed to any attack. Got you now, Izuku said in his head. Izuku threw more and more punches to Chakri's face. All of them landed, which dealt massive damage to Chakri's face. Soon Izuku was swarming Chakri with punches, overwhelming the Thai boy. Chakri's head went in all directions. Eventually, the punches were too much for the Thai boy. He fell face first on the mat. His body was too tired to move. This is it, Chakri said in his head, I'm going to lose. I can't win. Chakri then heard a voice in his head. What is that? The voice got louder and louder until he was able to hear it. Big brother, the voice said. I remember now, Chakri said in his head, I remember everything. Years ago in Thailand. Ow ow ow, a little Thai boy said, stop pulling on my ear. Not until you learn your lesson, Chakri said to his younger brother. At this moment, Chakri is 9 years old and his brother is 4 years old. Why do I have to learn from a quirkless nobody? Shay said as he removed his brother's hand. The young boy then ran away from his brother. Get back here, Chakri yelled. He chased after his brother, even going into dark alleyways to do so. However, his brother ran into the wrong group of people. They were well-dressed men, and from the looks of it, pretty strong as well. Shay had unwittingly run into the strongest-looking one. From the looks of it, they were not happy. Oh, who's the little brat? The biggest one asked. He's dead meat, that's what, one of his friends said. Chakri was able to catch up to his brother, but it was too late. Shay was in big trouble. I'm sorry for what my brother did, can you please forgive him? Chakri said. Well, we need to teach your brother a lesson, one of them said as he cracked his knuckles. Chakri knew what was going to happen, and it wasn't pretty. Shay, get out of here, Chakri said. The younger boy ran away, leaving Chakri alone with the angry men. Shay ran away as fast as he could until he saw someone special. Please help my brother, Shay cried to the hero. The hero understood and immediately dashed away to save the brother. It only took a few seconds to find the older sibling, but by then, it was already too late. The older men were beaten and only a young boy stood. The boy was covered in blood and bruises. Did you do this? The hero asked. The boy nodded his head in response. His body was too damaged for him to move. It's alright. My name is Nakarb and I am here for you. Now, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was that day that I met my hero. It was that day when I became stronger than ever before. It was that day that I decided to become a hero. Chakri struggled to get his body off the ground. It was the day that my brother became a better person. Chakri was standing on one knee. It was the day when we got food on the table. Chakri was now standing on both of his knees. And today is the day I kicked this bastard's ass. Chakri reignited the fire in his eyes. Izuku was staring in disbelief at Chakri. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is he standing with all that damage? The punches I threw were 100%. 100%, Izuku yelled in his head. The referee was on the 9 count but stopped once Chakri got on his knees. The referee then observed Chakri for any internal damage. Begin, the referee yelled. Chakri then put a strange stance. It wasn't a Muay Thai stance. What's he doing? Kirishima asked himself. This isn't like any Muay Thai stance I've seen. Izuku paid little attention to Chakri's stance. His first instinct was a straight jab. However, Chakri dodged and launched a kick toe first to Izuku's chest, then threw a strong uppercut to Izuku's chin. Blood came out of Izuku's mouth. Then Chakri moved his arm around Izuku's neck and slammed him down on the mat. Down, the referee said. Aw shit, Higashi yelled. What's wrong? Kirishima asked. This kid isn't using Muay Thai, he's using Muay Boran, Higashi explained. Muay Boran, or as it's known in Thailand Toi Muay, it was the original Muay Thai. It was created for self-defense and military use. However, the techniques used were so dangerous that many of them were banned. This led to the creation of Muay Thai. I never expected someone so young to learn something so dangerous, Higashi said. Izuku got up from the mat. He was surprised by Chakri's sudden strength. He then threw a left kick at Chakri's stomach, but it was easily blocked. Chakri then responded by thrusting his knee in Izuku's stomach. Wait, isn't that Muay Thai? Kirishima asked. Oh god no, Higashi said, it isn't just Muay Thai or Muay Boran, it's both. Izuku threw a left punch at Chakri's face, but that had a terrible outcome. Chakri was able to counter the attack with his elbow. The counter broke Izuku's hand. Ah! Izuku yelled as he held his left hand. He had never broken a bone before, the pain was unbearable. Chakri followed up with a kick to Izuku's chest and a punch to the face. Izuku stepped back and found himself in the corner. Chakri was about to attack him when suddenly. Ding ding, the bell rang, signaling the end of the second round. Both fighters returned to their corners. Unlike last round, the crowd was feeling sympathy for the green-haired boy. Most people believed that he was going to lose. Let's get some ice, Kirishima said. He placed Izuku's hand in the bucket of ice. This won't heal it, but it will make it feel better, Kirishima said. I think we should throw in the towel, Izuku said, I can't win this. Kirishima saw the look in Izuku's eyes. It was the look of disappointment and fear. Kirishima recognized that look. Hey, remember that All Might movie, where the villain broke his legs? Remember what All Might said, Kirishima asked. Even if you break my body, I still have my spirit, Izuku said. Yeah, and you know what else he said. Plus ultra, meaning give it your all. It's the UA motto, it's what all heroes believe in, it's what All Might believes in. That's why you should believe in it. So what if some kid knows a few fancy techniques? You have the fighting spirit. So do what a hero does and kick this guy's ass, Kirishima said. Seconds out, the announcer said. Izuku took his hand out of the ice bucket. He was now full of confidence and determination. Hey, Kirishima, Izuku called out his friend. Thank you, Kirishima responded by giving a thumbs up. Izuku got into a boxing stance with his arms protecting his face. Chakri put on a Muay Thai stance. Why are you still using boxing? Your left hand is broken, Chakri asked himself. I see, you're trying to trick me. Good move, but it won't work. Chakri then charged towards Izuku. Unfortunately for the Thai boy, he didn't notice the left punch going towards his head. Nico style adamantine kata, iron breaker. Kaboom. Chakri's head exploded towards the mat. The collision was so strong that Chakri lost 2 of his teeth. Down, the referee said. What the fuck? His left hand should be broken. So how did he punch me? Chakri asked himself. Nico style adamantine kata ultimate technique bone binding. The user can control the muscles in their body to move broken bones. However, Izuku can only do this with his fingers and not every bone in his body. Chakri got up from the mat, spitting out some blood. He put on his Muay Thai stance. So your hand isn't broken. I don't know how that's possible, but now your ace is gone, Chakri said in his head. Instead of going offensive, Chakri went defensive. Izuku, on the other hand, instantly attacked the Thai boy. His first attack was a knee to the chest, which was blocked by Chakri's arms. Then a right hook to the face, which landed. Chakri's face went sideways. His stomach was now exposed to attacks. Izuku then used his strongest move against the Thai boy. Dragon shot. Iron breaker. Iron dragon. Izuku's attack near knocked out Chakri. The Thai boy went down a second time. Down, the referee yelled. He then began to count down. 1, 2, 3. Chakri got up again, but his body was in terrible condition. The last attack left a powerful impact on his body. Any more and Chakri will lose. Izuku could see this, and he smiled. Just a couple good attacks and I win, Izuku said in his head. Izuku charged towards his opponent. However, Chakri was not yet defeated. The moment Izuku got in his range, Chakri attacked with a roundhouse kick. It hit Izuku's face, but it didn't stop him. Then Chakri launched a forward kick aimed at Izuku's chest. That attack also hit Izuku. But like a tank, he took the damage and kept on charging. Chakri threw a right straight kick towards Izuku, but it missed. Izuku responded by throwing a right uppercut towards his opponent's chin. It hit its mark, and Chakri's face went upward. Izuku followed it up with a knee to the chest, which also landed. Chakri responded with a left hook to the face. The punch nearly knocked out Izuku's mouth guard, but he kept on fighting. Chakri threw another punch straight towards Izuku's eye which forced the Japanese boy back. Chakri was about to throw another kick until he felt the pain coming from his hips. Why can't I move? Chakri asked himself. That's when he realized what was happening. That attack, it was stronger than I thought. I didn't realize it because I was running on adrenaline. And it got worse the more I used my kicks, Chakri said in his head. He turned to face Midoriya, who was preparing his final punch. I see, you prepared this move since the round started. You were playing me like a flute, Chakri said in his head. He smiled. I admit it, you win. Nico style adamantine kata, iron breaker. The punch landed on Chakri's face and knocked him out. His mouth guard went flying as well as another tooth. His body slammed onto the mat. Everyone watched in anticipation. Knockout, the referee yelled. The crowd went crazy. The unknown underdog expected to lose had won against the talented all-star. Kirishima got on stage and hugged Midoriya. You won, Kirishima repeatedly yelled. He was so happy that he picked Midoriya up by accident. But Midoriya didn't care, he was too happy. I won, Midoriya repeatedly yelled. Even the cameraman was getting onto the joy. However, in his excitement, he accidentally revealed a certain someone in the crowd. Bakugo was watching in disbelief. He didn't know if he should feel angry or confused that Midoriya won. That same reaction befell with his so-called friends. got up from his lounge chair. The paint is in the garage, boys. I hope you do a good job, the father said as he left the room. The other two boys got up and started to head to the garage. Hey, Bakugo, are you coming? The sharp-toothed one asked. However, the blonde boy was staring curiously at the TV. Hey, does that guy look familiar? Bakugo pointed to a guy in the crowd. His friends looked at the guy he was pointing to. Nope, don't recognize him, they said. They then left the blonde with his thoughts. I know that guy from somewhere, but where? Bakugo asked. Toga Himiko watched the whole fight in glee. She never knew a guy can make someone bleed that much. It made her happy. Izuku-chan, I'm going to make others bleed just for you, Toga Himiko said with a simile. Yeah, Mirio yelled as he saw Midoriya's victory, that was some amazing power. He did better than I expected, Amajiki said, I guess you were right, Mirio. Not only that, but he's cute as well, Najire said. Her classmates looked at her in shock and confusion. What? Is it wrong to speak the truth? A man stood up in a fancy room. Surrounding him was a news reporter, a politician, and a computer genius. Supreme Leader, what's wrong? The politician asked. The man formed an L-shaped sign with his fingers. He then pressed his fingers against his forehead. He has returned, the man said. The long-lost son of Destro has come back to Japan. My brother has come home. In America. A small TV lit up a dark room. Inside the room, a short shirtless man was sitting on a couch. He was surrounded by corpses and covered in blood. A cigarette was in his mouth. With a quick snap of his fingers, he lit the tobacco product. After a few seconds, he took the cigarette out of his mouth. A simile appeared on his face. Shinyu Senshi, it's been so long, the man said, I wonder when I can see you again. He then placed the cigarette on a nearby eyeball. If only I can go to Japan, the man said as he left the room. Opening the door revealed a large warehouse with even more corpses scattered around. All in a day's work, he said as he poured gasoline all over the warehouse. He then burned the warehouse to the ground and watched. Shinyu Senshi, the only man who I couldn't kill. Be scared, because I am coming for you and your student, the man said. Jack Blade, the strongest man in America. Back to Japan. A man sat alone, with only his computer screen to accompany him. He watched as the green-haired boy yelled in celebration. If it wasn't for the black mask he was wearing, anyone could see his simile. Izuku, my son, I am proud of you, all for one said. A blond man stood up in his apartment. Tears formed in his eyes. Shinyu, is that you? Toshinori Yagi asked. Hey Kirishima, I don't feel so good, Izuku said as he closed his eyes. Midoriya, Midoriya, Kirishima yelled at his unconscious friend. And, well, here it is, the third chapter in this series. Fun fact, the reason I'm not bolding this like most of the time. Well, that is because I want to talk about him. For those wondering, him will play an important part in the story. I can't say what or how because that would be a spoiler. Also, the reason why I'm bolding him is that I think it would be a cool creative choice. One more thing for non-manga readers, the reason Kirishima has black hair is that he dyed it in the manga. Next chapter, The Art of Karate.